Kokoro, Natsume, Soseki. Part 1, Sensei and I. Chapter 1. I always called that man Sensei. So here as well, I will simply write Sensei and will not disclose his real name. This is not so much out of a reserve that shrinks from the world, as because that feels more natural to me. Whenever I summon up the memory of him, I immediately want to say, Sensei. Even when I take up my pen, my feeling is the same. I have no mind at all to use some distant, formal initial. It was in Kamakura that I came to know Sensei. At that time, I was still a young student. A friend of mine, who had gone there for sea bathing during the summer vacation, sent me a postcard urging me to come without fail. So, I managed to scrape together a little money and decided to set out. I spent 2 or 3 days raising the funds, but before even 3 days had passed, after I arrived in Kamakura, the friend who had called me there received a sudden telegram ordering him home. The message said that his mother was ill, but he did not believe it. For some time, his parents in the provinces had been pressing upon him a marriage he did not welcome. By modern custom, he was still much too young to marry, and, above all, he himself disliked the match. So, instead of going home, as he naturally should have done during the summer holiday, he had deliberately avoided it and was amusing himself near Tokyo. He showed me the telegram and asked what he should do. I had no idea. Yet if his mother really was ill, then of course he ought to go back. And so, in the end, he did return home. I, who had come there with such effort, was left behind alone. There were still many days before school was to begin again. Being in a situation where I might either remain in Kamakura or go home, I resolved for the time being to stay on at the inn where we had been. My friend was the son of a wealthy man somewhere in China and had no trouble with money. But because of the nature of our school and because of our age, his standard of living was not so very different from mine. So, once I found myself alone, I did not bother to go searching for another, more suitable lodging. The inn stood in a rather remote quarter, even for Kamakura. To get at fashionable things like billiards or ice cream, one had to cross a long stretch of road. Even by rickshaw, it cost 20 sen. Yet private villas have been built here and there all about the place, and since it lay extremely close to the sea, it occupied a most convenient position for sea bathing. Every day, I went out to swim, passing between old, smoke-darkened thatched houses and descending to the shore. I would find the sand alive with men and women who had come to escape the heat. So many that one could hardly believe this neighborhood held such a population of city people. At times, Issei itself was so crowded with black heads that it looked like a public bath, though I did not know a single person among them. I, too, was wrapped in the midst of such lively scenes, and it pleased me to stretch myself out upon the sand, or let the waves strike my knees as I leapt about there on the shore. It was, in fact, amid this throng that I first found Sensei. At that time, there were 2 bathing house tea stalls on the beach. By a chance occasion, I had grown accustomed to going to one of them. Unlike those who owned large villas around Hasi and had private dressing places prepared for their own use, the summer visitors in this area absolutely needed something like these shared changing places. Here they drank tea, here they rested, and besides that, here they had their bathing clothes washed, here they cleansed their bodies sticky with salt, and here they left hats and umbrellas in safekeeping. Even I, who had no bathing suit, was afraid my belongings might be stolen, so each time I went into the sea, I made it my rule to cast off everything I had at that tea house. Chapter 2. When I saw Sensei at that bathing house tea house, he was just then taking off his kimono and preparing to enter the sea. I, on the contrary, had at that moment just come up from the water, letting the wind blow over my wet body. Between the two of us, many black heads were moving, obstructing the sight. Had there not been a special circumstance, I might in the end have failed to notice him at all. The beach was that crowded, and my own mind was that idle and unfixed. Yet in spite of this, I immediately picked him out because Sensei had with him a single Westerner. The striking whiteness of that Westerner's skin caught my attention the instant he entered the bathing house tea house. He was wearing a pure Japanese yukata, which he slipped off and flung onto the bench, then stood there with his arms folded, facing the sea. He had nothing on his body but a single loincloth like the one we wore. That was the first thing that struck me as strange. 2 days before, I had gone as far as Uegahama, and crouching on the sand, I had spent a long time watching Westerners as they went into the sea. The place where I sat down was on a little rise, and just beside it was the back entrance of a hotel. So while I remained there, staring ahead, quite a number of men came out to bathe in the salt water. But not one of them had his torso, arms, and thighs laid bare. The women, even more deliberately, tended to conceal their flesh. Most of them wore rubber caps upon their heads, and the colors of reddish-brown, dark blue, and indigo floated among the waves. Having just witnessed such a scene, my eyes found this Westerner standing before everyone with nothing but a loincloth, extraordinarily curious. Presently he glanced at his side and said a word or two to a Japanese man who was crouching there. That Japanese man was just picking up a hand towel that had fallen on the sand. The moment he took it up, he wrapped it around his head and began walking toward the sea. That man, precisely, was Sensei. Simply out of curiosity, I watched the two figures as they descended the beach, side by side. Then they stepped straight into the waves, passing through the crowd of bathers, making a great noise. Near the shallow shore they came to a place comparatively open and wide, and there the two of them began to swim. They went on toward the open sea until their heads looked small. Then they turned back and came again in a straight line to the beach. When they returned to the tea house, they did not even pour well water over themselves, but merely dried their bodies, put on their clothes, and quickly went off somewhere. After they had left, I remained as before, seated on the same bench, smoking a cigarette. At that time, as I sat there blankly, I thought about Sensei. I could not help feeling that I had seen his face somewhere before, yet I could not remember, however I tried, when or where I had met him. At that time, I was less carefree than suffering from boredom. And so, the next day as well, judging the hour when I might meet Sensei again, I purposely went out to the bathing house tea house. This time, the Westerner did not come. Sensei arrived alone, wearing a straw hat. He took off his glasses and placed them on the stand, then at once wrapped his head with a towel and went briskly down the beach. When, as on the day before, Sensei passed through the noisy bathers and swam out alone, I suddenly felt an urge to pursue him. I splashed through the shallow water up over my head until I came to a place of proper depth, and from there I struck out in crawl, making Sensei my mark. But unlike the day before, Sensei described a kind of arc and began returning toward the shore from a curious direction. And so, my purpose was never fulfilled. By the time I came out onto land, swinging my dripping hands, and entered the tea house, Sensei was already fully dressed and, passing me by, was just going out. Chapter 3. The next day as well, I went to the beach at the same hour and saw Sensei's face. The day after that, I repeated the same thing again, yet no chance arose for me to speak to him, nor did any occasion come for an exchange of greetings between us. Indeed, Sensei's manner was rather unsociable. At a fixed hour, he came with an air of detachment, and with the same detachment he went away again. No matter how lively the scene around him might be, he seemed to pay almost no attention to it. The Westerner, who had first come with him, was never seen again after that. Sensei was always alone. One day, when Sensei, as usual, came quickly up from the sea and was about to put on the yukata, he had left cast aside in the usual place. For some reason, it was covered with sand. To shake it off, he turned his back and gave the garment 2 or 3 snaps. At that moment, the glasses that had been lying beneath his clothes fell down through the gap between the floorboards. After fastening a soft sash over his white kasuri, Sensei seemed to notice that his glasses were gone, and suddenly began looking about for them. I at once thrust my head and hand beneath the bench and picked them up. Sensei said, "Thank you," and took them from my hand. The next day, I plunged into the sea after Sensei. Then I swam in the same direction as he did. When we were about 2 chu offshore, Sensei turned around and spoke to me. On the broad blue surface of the sea, there was no one floating nearby except the 2 of us, and the strong sunlight was shining on water and mountain as far as the eye could reach. I moved muscles filled with freedom and delight, and danced wildly in the sea. Sensei again suddenly ceased moving his hands and feet, and lay back upon the waves, floating face upward. I imitated him. The color of the blue sky cast itself upon my face with a fierce brilliance that made my eyes ache. Isn't it splendid? I cried in a loud voice. After a while, Sensei altered his posture as if rising up in the sea and said, "Shall we go back now?" Being of a comparatively robust constitution, I wanted to go on playing in the water a while longer. But when Sensei invited me, I answered at once, "Yes, let us go back," quite readily. And so, the two of us turned once more and made our way back along the same course to the shore. From this time on, I became intimate with Sensei, yet I still did not know where he was staying. Then, after an interval of 2 days, on the afternoon, I think, of the third day when I met Sensei at the bathing house tea house, he suddenly turned to me and asked, "Do you mean to stay here a good while yet?" Being a thoughtless fellow, I had stored up in my head no preparation at all for answering such a question. So I replied, "I really do not know." But when I saw the smile spreading over Sensei's face, I suddenly felt acutely awkward. I could not help asking in return, "And you, Sensei?" This was the beginning of the word sensei as it came from my lips. That evening, I went to visit the place where Sensei was lodging. Though I call it a lodging, it was unlike an ordinary inn, rather a villa-like building standing within the spacious grounds of a temple. I also learned that the people living there were not Sensei's family. Because I kept calling him Sensei, Sensei, he gave a bitter little smile. I explained that it was simply a habit of mine when addressing someone older than myself. I tried asking him about the Westerner I had seen before. Sensei spoke of the man's odd ways and of the fact that he was no longer in Kamakura, and after telling me various things, said that, considering he had very little association even with Japanese people, it was strange that he had come to know such a foreigner. At last, I said to Sensei that I felt I must have seen him somewhere before, and yet, try as I might, I could not remember where. Being young, I half suspected that he too might have some similar feeling, and in my heart I had already begun to expect his reply. But after remaining silent for a little while, Sensei said, "I really do not recall having seen your face before. Are you not mistaking me for someone else?" And at that I felt, strangely enough, a kind of disappointment. Chapter 4. I returned to Tokyo. At the end of the month, Sensei had already left his summer retreat. Long before that, when I parted from him, I asked, "May I come to call on you from time to time, from now on?" Sensei answered simply, "Yes, do come." At that period, I believed that I had grown fairly intimate with him, and so I had expected somewhat more considerate words from him. For that reason, this insufficient reply slightly wounded my confidence. I was often made to feel disappointed by Sensei in such matters as this. At times, he seemed aware of it. At others, he seemed completely unaware. Though I repeated these small disappointments, I could not bring myself to drift away from him on that account. Rather, the contrary was true. Each time I was shaken by uncertainty. I wanted to press farther on. If only I went farther, I thought, then surely something I expected would one day appear fully before my eyes. I was young, and yet I did not think that in regard to every human being, young blood would work with such simple candor. Why it was that such feelings arose in me toward Sensei alone, I did not know. Only now, after Sensei's death, have I at last come to understand it. Sensei had not, from the beginning, disliked me. Those curt greetings he sometimes gave me, and those actions of his that seemed cold, were not expressions of displeasure meant to keep me at a distance. Poor, suffering Sensei was giving a warning to anyone who tried to draw near to him. Do not, for I am not worth coming near. Sensei, who did not respond to the affection of others, appears to have despised himself first before despising others. Naturally, I came back to Tokyo intending to visit Sensei. Since there were still 2 weeks remaining before classes began again, I thought I would go to see him once during that time. But as 2 or 3 days passed after my return, the mood I had known in Kamakura gradually faded, and on top of that, the air of the great city laid over it all, deeply dyed my heart with the strong stimulation that comes with revived memories. Each time I saw the face of a student out on the streets, I felt hope and tension toward the new school term. For a while, I forgot Sensei. After classes began, and about a month had passed, a kind of slackness came again into my heart. I found myself walking the streets with an unsatisfied look. I looked around my room as if searching for something I lacked. Then once more, Sensei's face rose before my mind. I wanted to see him again. The first time I visited his house, Sensei was out. The second time, I remember, was on the following Sunday. It was a fine day with a clear sky that seemed to sink into one's very body. That day as well, Sensei was out. When I was in Kamakura, I had heard from Sensei's own lips that he was usually at home almost all the time. I had even heard that he disliked going out, having come twice and failed twice to meet him. I remembered those words and felt, without reason, some vague dissatisfaction somewhere within me. I did not at once leave the entrance. Seeing the maid's face, I hesitated a little and stood there. The maid, who remembered having taken in my calling card before, left me waiting and went back inside again. Then a lady who appeared to be the mistress of the house came out in her place. She was a beautiful woman. From her, I was politely told where Sensei had gone. It seemed that every month, on that particular day, Sensei had the custom of going to place flowers before a certain Buddha in the cemetery at Soshigaya. He has only just left, perhaps 10 minutes ago, or not even that, the lady said, with a look of kind regret. I bowed and went out. After walking about one chotot toward the lively part of the town, I myself began to feel inclined, as part of my stroll, to go on to Zoshigaya. My curiosity, too, was stirred. whether I might meet Sensei there or might not. And so I turned at once upon my heel. Chapter 5. I entered the cemetery from the left side of the seabeds that lay before it and went on inward along the broad road, lined on both sides with maple trees. Then, from the tea house visible at the far end, a man who seemed to be Sensei suddenly came out. I went close enough for the rim of his glasses to catch the sunlight, and then, all at once, I called out in a loud voice, "Sensei!" Stopped short and looked at my face. How, he repeated the same words twice. That phrase was repeated with a strange tone in the stillness of the quiet noon. I suddenly found myself unable to answer at all. "You followed me here? How?" Sensei's manner, if anything, was composed. His voice, if anything, was low. Yet, in his expression, there was a kind of cloudiness that I could not clearly define. I told Sensei how it was that I had come there. "Did my wife tell you the name of the person whose grave I had gone to visit?" "No," she said. "Nothing of the sort." "Is that so?" "Yes." "Of course she would not have said it. Not to you, meeting you for the first time. There was no need to say it." Sensei now appeared at last to be satisfied, but I myself did not understand his meaning at all. Sensei and I, intending to go out to the street, passed between the graves, beside tombs inscribed with such names as "The Grave of Elizabeth So-and-so" and "God's Servant Rogan." There stood gravestaves bearing words like "All living beings, without exception, possess Buddha nature." There was also one that read "Envoy Extraordinary" and "Minister Plenipotentiary, so-and-so." Before a small grave carved with the name Andor, I asked Sensei, "How is this meant to be read?" "Perhaps they intend it to be read as Andre," said Sensei with a faint smile. It seemed that Sensei did not, as I did, find either absurdity or irony in the varied races and various styles represented by these gravestones. At first, he listened in silence while I pointed out round tombstones and slender granite markers, eager to comment on them, one after another. But at last he said, "You have never yet thought seriously about the fact of death, have you?" I fell silent. Sensei, too, said no more after that. At the division between one part of the cemetery and another, a great ginkgo tree stood there as though hiding the sky. When we came beneath it, Sensei looked up at its lofty treetop and said, "A little later, it is beautiful. When this tree has turned completely yellow, the ground around here seems as though it will be buried under golden leaves." Sensei passed beneath this tree without fail once every month. In the distance, a man who was leveling the uneven ground to make a new cemetery rested on his hoe and looked at us. From there, we turned left and at once came out onto the road. Having no destination at all for where I should go next, I simply walked in the direction. Sensei walked less than usual. Even so, I did not feel particularly constrained, and so I strolled along with him. Are you going straight home now? I have nowhere in particular to stop by. Again, the two of us went down the slope toward the south in silence. Is your family grave there, Sensei? I began again. No. Then whose grave is there? Is it a relative's grave? No. Beyond this, Sensei answered. Nothing more. I, too, let the matter drop there and brought the subject to an end. Then, after we had walked about one cho, Sensei suddenly returned to it of his own accord. My friend's grave is there. You visit your friend's grave every month? Yes. That day, Sensei said nothing more than this. Chapter 6. After that, I came to visit Sensei from time to time. Whenever I went, he was at home, and as the number of times I met him increased, I found myself going more and more often to Sensei's door. Yet Sensei's manner toward me changed very little, whether at the time of our first greeting or after we had grown intimate. Sensei was always quiet. At times, he was so quiet that it was almost lonely. From the first, I had felt that there was about Sensei a certain strange remoteness, something difficult to approach, and yet, somewhere within me, there worked a strong feeling that I simply could not help but draw near to him. It may be that among many people, I alone felt this way toward Sensei. Yet, for me alone, this intuition was later borne out by fact itself. So even if I am told that I was merely young or laughed at as foolish, I still feel all the same that the instinct by which I foresaw it was something reliable and even something, a man capable of loving others, a man who could not help but love them, and yet a man who was unable to open his arms and embrace those who sought to enter the shelter of his heart. That was Sensei. As I have said, Sensei was always quiet. He was composed, and yet, from time to time, a strange shadow would pass across his face, like the shadow of a black bird falling across a window. It would appear and then vanish at once. The first time, I noticed that shadow between Sensei's brows was in the cemetery at Zoshigaya, when I called out to him. Suddenly, in that strange instant, I felt the tide of my heart, which had been flowing smoothly until then, grow slightly dull. But it was no more than a momentary obstruction. Within less than 5 minutes, my heart recovered its usual elasticity, and I forgot that dark cloud shadow altogether. It was by chance that I was made to remember it again. One evening, when late autumn was almost over, the first time I noticed that shadow between Sensei's brows was in the cemetery at Zoshigaya when I called out to him. Suddenly, in that strange instant, I felt the tide of my heart, which had been flowing smoothly until then, grow slightly dull. But it was no more than a momentary obstruction. Within less than 5 minutes, my heart recovered its usual elasticity, and I forgot that dark cloud shadow altogether. It was by chance that I was made to remember it again, one evening when late autumn was almost over. While I was talking with Sensei, the great ginkgo tree, which he had once carefully pointed out to me, suddenly rose before my eyes. When I counted the days, I found that the day on which Sensei, as a monthly custom, went to visit the grave would come exactly 3 days later. That third day was an easy day for me when my classes ended at noon. So I said to Sensei, "Sensei, have the ginkgo leaves at Zoshigaya already fallen by now?" "Not so far that the branches would be left bare yet, I think." As he answered, Sensei kept his eyes upon my face, and for a little while he did not look away. I said at once, "When you go to visit the grave next time, may I accompany you? I should like to stroll about that place together with you, Sensei. I go there to visit a grave. I do not go there for a stroll. But if, while you are there, you should happen to take a stroll as well, that would be just as good, would it not?" Sensei made no reply. After a little while, he said, "What I do there is nothing but a genuine visit to the grave," and he seemed determined to the very end to keep grave visiting and strolling entirely apart. At that time, it struck me as strangely childish, whatever it was, whether an excuse for not wishing to go there with me or something else. I still felt inclined to press on. "Then, even if it is only grave visiting, please let me come with you. I too will visit the grave." In truth, the distinction between visiting a grave and taking a stroll seemed to me almost meaningless. Then Sensei's brows darkened slightly, and in his eyes, too, there appeared a strange light. It was something like a faint uneasiness, which could not be neatly called annoyance or aversion or fear. At once, I vividly remembered the moment at Zoshigaya when I had called out, "Sensei." The two expressions were exactly the same. Sensei said, "I have a certain reason, one which I cannot speak of to you, for not wishing to go there to visit the grave with another person. I have not yet taken even my own wife there." Chapter 7. I thought it strange, but I did not go in and out of Sensei's house with the intention of studying him. I simply let the matter pass as it was. Now that I look back on it, my attitude at that time was rather one of the things in my life that deserved to be honored. I believe it was precisely because of that I was able to have with Sensei a warm and human relationship. If my curiosity had worked upon Sensei's heart, even in the slightest degree, in an investigative way, then the thread of sympathy that bound the two of us together would, without mercy, have been snapped at that very moment. Young as I was, I had no awareness whatever of my own attitude. That may be why it was precious. But had I gone astray and taken a wrong turn behind it, what sort of result might have fallen upon our relationship? Even to imagine it makes me shudder. Sensei, even apart from that, was constantly afraid of being studied by a cold eye. I came to make it a rule to go to Sensei's house without fail twice or perhaps 3 times a month. One day, when my visits had become gradually more frequent, Sensei suddenly asked me, "Why is it that you come so often to the house of a person like me?" As for why, there is no such special meaning. But am I a nuisance? I do not say you are a nuisance. Certainly, there was nowhere in Sensei any sign of annoyance. I knew how extremely narrow the circle of Sensei's acquaintance was. I also knew that among his former classmates, there were at that time hardly more than 2 or 3 still living in Tokyo. There were occasions when students from Sensei's home province would happen to sit in the same room with us, but none of them, it seemed to me, felt toward Sensei the kind of closeness that I did. "I am a lonely man," Sensei said. "That is why I am glad when you come to see me. That is why I asked why you come so often. And why is that so?" When I asked him this in return, Sensei made no answer. He merely looked at my face and said, "How old are you?" This exchange was extremely obscure to me, yet at that time I did not press him to the bottom of it, and I went home. Even so, before 4 days had passed, I visited Sensei again. The moment Sensei came into the room, he began to laugh. "So, you have come again," he said. "Yes, I have come again," I answered, and laughed myself. If someone else had said such a thing to me, I think I would surely have felt offended. But when Sensei said it, the effect was the exact opposite. Not only was I not offended, I was, on the contrary, pleased. "I am a lonely man," Sensei said again that evening, repeating the words he had used before. "I am a lonely man, but perhaps you also are a lonely man, are you not? Even if I am lonely, I am old, and so I can remain still. But you, being young, cannot do that. You want to move as much as you are able to move. You want to move and strike against something. I am not lonely at all. There is nothing more lonely than youth. If that is so, then why do you come to my house so often?" Here again, the same words as before were repeated from Sensei's lips. "Even after meeting me, you probably still feel somewhere in yourself a sense of loneliness, for I do not have the power to pull that loneliness out by the root. For your sake, before long, you will have to turn in some other direction and stretch out your hands there. Before long, your feet will no longer carry you toward my house." Saying this, Sensei smiled, a lonely smile. Chapter 8. Fortunately, Sensei's prophecy did not come true. At that time, being still inexperienced, I was unable to understand even the plain meaning contained in that prophecy. I continued, just as before, to go and see Sensei. Before long, almost without noticing how, I had come to eat meals at Sensei's table, and as a natural consequence, I had to speak with his wife as well. As an ordinary human being, I was not cold toward women, Yet, judging from the circumstances through which my young life had so far passed, I had scarcely ever formed what could truly be called an acquaintance with any woman. Whether that was the cause or not, I cannot say, but my interest worked mainly toward women whom I did not know, women I merely happened to encounter in the streets. When I had first met Sensei's wife at the entrance, I had been impressed by her beauty, and each time I saw her afterward, that same impression never failed to return. Yet beyond that, I felt that I had nothing in particular to say about her. Perhaps it would be fairer to interpret this not as meaning that she had no distinct character, but rather that no opportunity ever came for her to reveal it. Still, I always regarded her as though she were a part attached to Sensei, and she too, it seemed, treated me kindly simply because I was a student who came to see her husband, so that if Sensei, who stood between us, were removed, the two of us would at once have fallen apart. And for that reason, when I think back to Sensei's wife, as I first knew her, no impression remains, except that she was beautiful. One time, at Sensei's house, I was given sake to drink. On that occasion, his wife came out and sat beside us, pouring for me. Sensei looked more cheerful than usual. Turning to his wife, he said, "You should have a cup too," and held out to her the cup he himself had emptied. She began to decline, saying, but then, with an air of reluctance, accepted it. Drawing together her beautiful brows, she took to her lips the cup into which I had poured about half a serving for her. Then the following conversation began. Between Sensei and his wife, what a rare thing! You hardly ever tell me to drink. That is because you dislike it. But once in a while, it does you good to drink. It makes one feel pleasant. It does not at all. It only makes me suffer. But you seem very cheerful when you have had a little sake. At times, it makes me very cheerful, but not always. And how is it tonight? Tonight, I feel quite good. Then you ought to have a little every night. That would not do. Please do drink. It would be better, because then you would not feel so lonely. Sensei's household consisted only of husband and wife, and a maid. Whenever I went there, it was generally quiet. Never once did I hear such a thing as loud laughter. At times, it felt to me as though the only people in the house were Sensei and I. It would be nice if we had a child, wouldn't it? Sensei's wife said, turning toward me. Yes, indeed, I answered, but no sympathy arose in my heart. Having never had a child, at that time, I thought of children merely as noisy things. Shall I get one for you, then? Sensei said. But an adopted child, don't you think so? His wife said again, turning toward me. No child will ever be born to us, said Sensei. His wife said nothing. Why is that? I asked in her place. It is heaven's punishment, said Sensei, and laughed aloud. Chapter 9. So far as I knew, Sensei and his wife were a pair of happily matched spouses. Since I had never lived as a member of any household, I could not, of course, understand the deeper currents between them. Yet when Sensei was sitting with me in the guest room, he would sometimes, for one reason or another, call his wife, instead of calling the maid. His wife's name was Shizu. Sensei would always turn toward the sliding doors and say, "Shizu." The way he called her sounded gentle to me, and the manner in which she answered and came out was extremely unaffected, especially on those occasions when I was invited to a meal and she appeared at our place. This relation between them seemed to be drawn all the more clearly before my eyes. From time to time, Sensei took his wife to concerts or to the theater, and as I remember, there were also more than 2 or 3 occasions when the two of them went traveling together for less than a week. I still have a picture postcard they sent me from Hakone. And when they went to Nikko, I received a letter with a single red autumn leaf enclosed inside. Such, in general, was the relation between Sensei and his wife as it appeared to my eyes at that time. Yet, among all this, there was one single exception. One day, when I came as usual to Sensei's entrance and was about to ask to be shown in, I heard voices speaking from the guest room. When I listened carefully, I realized it was not ordinary conversation. It sounded very much like a quarrel. In Sensei's house, the guest room came immediately after the entrance. So, while standing before the lattice, I could make out at least the tone of the dispute. And from the man's voice, which rose from time to time, I understood that one of them was Sensei. The other voice was lower than his, so I could not tell clearly who it was, yet it somehow seemed to be his wife. It even sounded as though she were crying. I hesitated there at the entrance, wondering what I ought to do, but at once made up my mind and returned. Just as I was to my lodging, a strangely anxious feeling came over me. Even when I tried to read a book, I had lost the ability to take in what was before my eyes. After about an hour, Sensei came beneath my window and called my name. Startled, I opened the window. Sensei invited me from below, saying we should go for a walk. When I took out the watch, still wrapped in my sash, and looked at it, it was already past 8 o'clock. I had returned home without changing and was still wearing my hakama. In that same state, I went out at once. That night, I drank beer together with Sensei. By nature, Sensei was a man of little capacity for drink. He was not the sort of man who, after drinking up to a certain point and failing to become merry, could venture to go on drinking until he did become merry. "Tonight it is no use," Sensei said with a bitter smile. "Can you not become cheerful?" All the while, the matter of a little earlier remained caught within me. Like a fishbone stuck in the throat, it tormented me. I wavered strangely, now thinking I might speak openly of it, then deciding it would be better not to. This unrest made my whole manner oddly fidgety. "You are not yourself tonight," Sensei said first. "The truth is, I too feel a little strange. Can you tell?" I could not answer a single thing. The truth is, a little while ago, I had a small quarrel with my wife. and it has excited my wretched nerves over something trivial. Sensei said again, "Why, the word quarrel would not come to my lips. My wife misunderstands me, and even when I tell her it is a misunderstanding, she will not accept it." At last I lost my temper. "In what way does she misunderstand you, Sensei?" Did not try to answer this question of mine. If I were indeed the kind of man my wife imagines me to be, then even I would not be suffering like this. How greatly Sensei suffered. That, too, was something beyond the reach of my imagination. Chapter 10. As we walked back, the silence between us continued for one cho, then for two. After that, Sensei suddenly began to speak. "I did a bad thing. I went out in anger, so my wife must be terribly worried. When one thinks of it, women are pitiable creatures. My wife, for example, has absolutely no one to rely on but me." Sensei's words broke off there for a moment, but he showed no sign of expecting any reply from me, and at once went on. "Though, when I put it that way, the husband sounds absurdly self-assured. Tell me, how do I seem in your eyes? Do I look like a strong man or a weak one?" "You seem somewhere in between," I answered. This answer appeared to take Sensei a little by surprise. He closed his mouth again and went on walking in silence. The proper way to return to Sensei's house was to pass quite close by my lodging. When we came that far, I felt somehow that it would be unkind to leave Sensei at the corner and part from him there. "Shall I come with you as far as your door, since it is on the way?" I said. Sensei at once checked me with his hand. "It is late now, so go home at once. I too will hurry home, for my wife's sake." Those words, which Sensei added at the end, "for my wife's sake," warmed my heart. Strangely, at that moment, because of those words, I was able, when I got home, to sleep in peace. And for a long time afterward, I did not forget that phrase, "for my wife's sake." Even from this, I understood that the disturbance which had arisen between Sensei and his wife could not have been a very serious one. And because I continued, after that, to come and go at the house constantly, I was also able to infer that such things were not occurrences that happened often. Indeed, at one time, Sensei even let slip to me a reflection like this: "In all the world, I know only one woman. Apart from my wife, other women hardly appeal to me as women at all. And on her side as well, she thinks of me as the only man in all the world. From that point of view, we ought to be the happiest pair of human beings ever born." Now I have forgotten the course of events, before and after, so I cannot say clearly for what reason Sensei made such a confession to me, and yet I still remember the seriousness of Sensei's manner and the subdued tone in which he spoke. At that time, the only words that rang oddly in my ears were the final ones: "We ought to be the happiest pair of human beings ever born." Why did Sensei not simply say that they were happy people, but instead say that they ought to be. That alone seemed strange to me. Especially strange was the force with which Sensei laid stress on those words. Was Sensei, in truth, happy? Or though he ought to have been happy, was he perhaps not so happy after all? I could not help questioning it in my heart, yet that doubt too was buried somewhere for the time being. Before long, there came an occasion when I visited during Sensei's absence and found myself speaking face to face with his wife alone. On that day, Sensei had gone out to Shinbashi to see off a friend who was to board a steamship sailing from Yokohama for a foreign country. In those days, it was the custom for people embarking at Yokohama to leave Shinbashi on the 8:30 train in the morning. I had some need to have Sensei speak to me about a certain book, and so, as had been arranged, with his consent beforehand, I called at 9 o'clock. Sensei's trip to Shinbashi was something that had come up suddenly that day as a matter of courtesy toward the friend who had gone out of his way to come the previous day and say farewell. Sensei had said before leaving that he would return at once, and that even if he were out, I was to wait for him there. So I went up to the sitting room, and while I waited for Sensei, I talked with his wife. Chapter 11. At that time, I was already a university student. Compared with the days when I had first begun to visit Sensei's house, I felt myself to be much more grown. And by then, I had also become considerably familiar with his wife. I felt no constraint in her presence. Sitting face to face, we talked about many things, but it was all ordinary conversation, without any special character, and now I have forgotten it entirely. Among it, however, there was one thing alone that remained in my ears. But before I speak of it, there is something I should first explain. Sensei had graduated from the university. I had known that from the beginning. But the fact that Sensei did nothing and simply lived at leisure, I only came to understand some time after I had returned to Tokyo. At that time, I wondered how he could live without working. Sensei was a man whose name was not known to the world at all. Therefore, with regard to his learning and his thought, there could hardly be anyone besides myself who stood in close relation to him to pay them due respect. And I always said it was a pity. Sensei, however, did no more than answer, "A man like me must not go out into the world and speak, and would not engage with what I said." To me, that answer sounded so excessively modest that it seemed almost like a cold judgment upon the world itself. In fact, Sensei would at times seize upon this or that former classmate of his, who had by then become well known, and pass upon him a criticism remarkably blunt. So I openly pointed out the contradiction and tried to argue the matter. My spirit in doing so was not so much one of rebellion as regret that the world could remain so unconcerned without knowing Sensei, At such times, Sensei would say in a subdued tone, "In any case, I am a man without the qualification to act upon the world, so it cannot be helped." On Sensei's face, there would then be deeply engraved a certain expression, whether it was disappointment or discontent or sorrow. I could not tell, but whatever it was so powerful that I had not the courage to add another word. And there the matter ended. While I was talking with his wife, the subject naturally passed from Sensei to this. Why is it that Sensei lives like that, simply thinking and studying at home, and does not go out into the world and do some work? He is no good at that sort of thing. He dislikes it. Then perhaps he has come to see it as something trivial? As to seeing through it, or not seeing through it, well, I am only a woman, so I do not know. But surely that is not what it means. He probably does want to do something, and yet he cannot do it. That is why I feel sorry for him. But as far as health goes, Sensei does not seem to have anything wrong with him in particular. He is perfectly strong. He has no chronic illness at all. Then why is it that he cannot be active? That is what I do not understand. You see, if I understood that much, I myself would not be worrying like this. It is because I do not understand that I feel so terribly sorry. There was a very deep sympathy in his wife's tone, and yet at the corners of her mouth there was still a faint smile. To outward appearance, I was rather the more serious of the two. I kept silent, wearing a grave expression. Then his wife, as if suddenly remembering something, opened her mouth again. Part 3. When he was young, he was not that sort of man at all. When he was young, he was completely different, and then he changed altogether. When you say when he was young, what period do you mean? I asked. In his student days. You knew Sensei from his student days? At once, his wife grew faintly red in the face. Chapter 12. Sensei's wife was a woman of Tokyo. I had known that already, having once heard it, both from Sensei and from his wife herself. She said, "To tell the truth, I am really half and half." Her father, if I remember rightly, was from Totori, or somewhere thereabouts, while her mother had been born in Ichigaya, back in the days when it was still called Edo. So she said it half in jest. Sensei, on the other hand, was entirely from a different quarter, a man of Niigata Prefecture. Therefore, if Sensei's wife had known him in his student days, it was plain that it could not be through any connection of their native places. But his wife, with her face slightly flushed, seemed unwilling to speak any farther than that. So I, too, did not question her deeply. From the time I first came to know Sensei until the time of his death, I touched, in a great many matters, upon his thoughts and emotions. Yet concerning the circumstances of his marriage, I was able to learn almost nothing. At times, I even interpreted that charitably. Sensei was an older man, and so I supposed he was deliberately refraining from telling a young fellow like me those recollections that had a touch of tenderness and romance. At other times, I took it badly, not only in Sensei's case, but in his wife's as well, I thought that. Compared with me, the two of them had grown to maturity within the conventions of an earlier age, and therefore, when it came to a matter so tinged with love, they lacked the courage to open themselves frankly. Of course, both were no more than conjectures, and beneath either conjecture there lay the assumption that some brilliant romance existed in the background of their marriage. My assumption was not in fact mistaken, and yet I had imagined only one half of love. Behind a beautiful love Sensei carried a dreadful tragedy, and how miserable that tragedy was, for Sensei himself was something his wife did not know at all. Even now, she does not know it. Sensei died concealing it from her. Before he destroyed his wife's happiness, he first destroyed his own life. I shall say nothing here now about that tragedy. As for the love between those two, which might even be said to have been born through that tragedy, it was just as I have already said. Neither of them told me almost anything. His wife, because of modesty. Sensei, because of reasons still deeper than that. There is only one thing that remains in my memory. One spring, in cherry blossom time, I went with Sensei to Ueno, and there we saw a beautiful young couple. They walked beneath the blossoms, leaning close to each other, with an air of great intimacy. Because the place was what it was, there were many people there whose eyes were turned not toward the flowers, but toward the two of them. They look like a newly married pair, said Sensei. They seem to be very happy together. I answered. Sensei did not so much as smile bitterly. He turned his steps in a direction that would put the man and woman out of his line of sight. Then he asked me this: "Have you ever been in love?" I answered that I had not. "Do you not wish to fall in love?" I did not answer. It cannot be that you do not wish to. Yes, you looked at that man and woman just now and judged them coldly. In that cold judgment, there must have been mingled the voice of your displeasure because you long for love and yet have found no one to receive it. Did it sound like that to you? A man who has tasted the fulfillment of love speaks in a warmer voice. But, my young friend, love is a sin. Do you understand that? I was suddenly startled. I made no reply at all. Chapter 13. We were in the midst of a crowd. All the people in that crowd looked happy until we had passed through it and come into the woods where neither flowers nor people could be seen. There had been no chance to speak again of the same matter. Is love a sin? I asked suddenly then. It is a sin. Certainly, replied Sensei, and the force in his tone was as strong as before. Why is it? You will understand why before long. No, not before long. You should already understand it. Has not your heart long since already begun to move with love. I examined, for form's sake, the inside of my own breast, but there, to my surprise, I found it empty. There was nothing there that I could point to. There is not a single definite object in my heart. I do not believe I am hiding anything from you, Sensei. It is because there is no object that it moves. If there were one, you think, you would be able to come to rest, and so you long to move. At present, I am not moving to such a degree, and yet, because of dissatisfaction, you have moved toward me, have you not? That may be so, but that is different from love. It is a stairway leading up to love. In the order by which one comes to embrace the opposite sex, you have first moved toward me, a man of your own sex. It seems to me that the two things are entirely different in nature. No, they are the same. As a man, I am one who, no matter what I do, cannot give you satisfaction. And then, because of a certain special circumstance, I am all the more unable to give you that satisfaction. I truly feel sorry for you, that you should move away from me towards somewhere else cannot be helped. Indeed, I rather hope that you will. But a strange sadness came over me. If you think that I am going to drift away from you, Sensei, then it cannot be helped. But such a feeling has not yet arisen in me. Sensei paid no attention to my words, but one must be careful. Love is a sin. In my case, though you can gain no satisfaction, there is, instead, no danger. Tell me, do you know the feeling of being bound by long black hair? By imagination, I knew it, but as a fact, I did not know it. In any case, the meaning of the sin of which Sensei spoke remained dim and hard to grasp, and besides, I became a little displeased. Sensei, please tell me more plainly what you mean by calling it a sin. If not, then let us stop this discussion here until I myself can understand clearly what the meaning of sin is. I have done wrong. I thought I was speaking the truth to you, but in reality, I was only tormenting you. I have done wrong. Sensei and I walked on at a quiet pace from behind the museum in the direction of Ugusudani. Through the gaps in the fence, a part of a wide garden, thick with dwarf bamboo, appeared deep and secluded. Do you know why I go every month to visit the grave of my friend who lies buried in the cemetery at Soshigaya? This question of Sensei's was wholly sudden, and yet Sensei knew very well that I could not answer it. For a while, I made no reply. Then Sensei, as though noticing this for the first time, said, I have said another wrong thing. Thinking it wrong to torment you, I try to explain, and then that explanation itself results in tormenting you again. There is nothing to be done. Let us end this matter here. At any rate, love is a sin. Very well. And at the same time, it is a sacred thing. Sensei's words became even harder for me to understand. But after that, he said nothing more about love. Chapter 14. Young as I was apt at the slightest turn to become single-minded. At least, that is how I seem to have appeared in Sensei's eyes. To me, Sensei's conversation was more useful than the lectures at school. Sensei's thought was more precious to me than the opinions of my professors. To put it plainly, the silent Sensei, who kept to himself and spoke little, seemed greater to me than all those eminent men who stood upon the platform and instructed me. "You must not get too carried away," said Sensei. "When I say so, I say it as the result of calm reflection," I answered. And at that moment, I had complete confidence in myself. Sensei, however, did not accept that confidence. "You are delirious with fever. When the fever cools, you will grow sick of it. To be thought of so highly by the man you are now causes me pain. But when I imagine the change that is bound to come over you hereafter, it causes me still greater pain. Do you think so lightly of me? Do you distrust me to that degree? I feel sorry for you." "You mean you feel sorry for me, and yet you do not trust me?" Sensei turned with an air of vexation toward the garden. In that garden, not one of the camellia blossoms could now be seen. Those flowers, which until recently had been dropping there, their heavy, strong, red color, spot after spot. Sensei had a habit of gazing often at those camellia blossoms from the sitting room. When I say I do not trust, I do not mean that I distrust you in particular. I do not trust human beings as a whole. At that moment, from beyond the hedge, there came a cry that sounded like a goldfish seller's voice. Other than that, nothing at all could be heard. The lane, turning inward, a full 2 cho from the main road, was unexpectedly quiet. Inside the house, all was silent as usual. I knew that Sensei's wife was in the next room. I also knew that the sound of my voice was reaching her ears as she sat there in silence, doing needlework or something of that sort. Yet I had forgotten that completely. "Then do you not trust your wife either?" I asked Sensei. A slight uneasiness came over his face, and he avoided answering me directly. "I do not trust even myself. That is to say, because I cannot trust my own self, I have come to be unable to trust other people. There is nothing for it but to curse myself. If one thinks so deeply about it, then surely no one can have anything certain? No, it is not something I thought. It is something I did. And after doing it, I was horrified. And then I became terribly afraid. I wanted to go on a little farther yet, along the same path. Just then, from behind the sliding door, I heard his wife's voice, twice saying, "You." At the second call, Sensei answered, "What is it?" His wife said, "Just a moment," and called Sensei into the next room. What matter had arisen between them? I could not tell. Before I had even the leisure to imagine it, Sensei came back into the sitting room. At any rate, you must not trust me too much. You will regret it one day. And then, in repayment for having been deceived, you will come to take a cruel revenge. What do you mean by that? The memory that once you knelt before a man will next make you wish to place your foot upon his head. I wish to reject the respect of the present in order not to suffer the insult of the future. Rather than endure the future self of mine, more lonely than I am now, I would rather endure the lonely self I am at present. We, who are born into this modern age filled with freedom, independence, and the self, must all as its sacrifice taste this loneliness. Before a sensei who held such resolve, I knew not what words I ought to speak. Chapter 15. After that, whenever I looked at his wife's face, it troubled me. Did Sensei always take this same attitude, even toward her? And if so, was she satisfied with it? There was no way to decide from her manner whether she was satisfied or dissatisfied, for I had not so many opportunities to come into such close contact with her. And each time she met me, she was perfectly natural. And lastly, unless Sensei himself was present, his wife and I hardly ever found ourselves face to face. Yet my doubts went even farther still. From where did this resolution of Sensei's toward mankind arise? Was it merely the result of coldly reflecting upon himself, or of observing modern life? Sensei was a man who sat and thought. Would such an attitude come forth naturally, simply from sitting and thinking about the world? If only one possessed a mind like his. I could not think, that was all. Sensei's resolve seemed like a living resolve. It was unlike the outline of a stone house burned by fire and then left wholly cooled. The sensei who appeared before my eyes was certainly a thinker, and yet behind the doctrine that thinker had built up, there seemed to be woven some powerful fact, not a fact belonging to others, cut off from himself, but a fact he himself had tasted sharply, a fact intense enough to make his blood grow hot or his pulse stand still. Such a fact seemed to lie folded within it. This was not something I was merely guessing in my own breast. Sensei himself had already confessed as much. Only that confession was like a mountain peak of cloud. It spread above my head, something terrible whose true form I could not know. And why it was terrible, I myself did not understand. The confession was vague and dim, and yet it unmistakably made my nerves tremble. In my mind, I tried assuming that at the root of this view of life which Sensei held, there lay some violent affair of love. Needless to say, one that had taken place between Sensei and his wife. If I considered it in the light of Sensei's having once said that love is a sin, that, too, seemed to offer some clue. Yet Sensei had told me plainly that he loved his wife as she was now. If that were so, then from the love between those two, there ought not to have come forth such a resolve, one that bordered so nearly upon world weariness. Sensei's words, "The memory that once you knelt before a person will next make you wish to place your foot upon that person's head," seemed rather to be something that should be applied to this or that person in the modern world at large, and not something that truly fit the relation between Sensei and his wife. That grave, at Zoshigaya, the grave of someone I did not know, also stirred from time to time in my memory. I knew that it was a grave deeply connected with Sensei. Unable, though I was gradually drawing nearer to Sensei's life, to come truly near him, I received that grave into my own mind as well, as one fragment of the life that existed within his mind. And yet, for me, that grave was something completely dead. It did not become a key to open the door of life between us. Rather, it seemed like some evil thing standing between us, obstructing the free passage from one to the other, while matters stood thus. The time came again when I had to speak face to face with his wife. It was then the chilly season in late autumn, when the days were drawing in, restless and hurried, and anyone would naturally take notice of the cold. In the neighborhood around Sensei's house, there had been 3 or 4 cases, one after another, of theft. Each theft had taken place early in the evening. There were hardly any houses from which anything of great value had been taken, but wherever a thief had entered, something or other was always stolen. His wife felt uneasy about it. Then, on top of that, there arose a circumstance by which Sensei had to leave the house one evening. A friend from Sensei's home province, who was employed at a hospital in the country, had come up to Tokyo, and so Sensei, together with 2 or 3 others, found himself obliged to treat that friend to a meal at some place. Sensei explained the matter and asked me to stay behind and watch the house until he returned. I accepted at once. Chapter 16. When I arrived, it was still that hour of dusk when the lamps might or might not yet be lit, but Sensei, punctual as ever, was already out. He said it would never do to be late, and so he left only a little while ago, said his wife as she led me into Sensei's study. In the study, besides a Western-style desk and chair, there were many books, their beautiful leather backs standing in rows and shining through the glass in the light of the electric lamp. His wife seated me upon a round cushion spread before the brazier, and saying, "Please read any book you find there," for a little while left the room. I felt awkward, as though I were merely a guest waiting for the master to come home. I remained formal and stiff, smoking a cigarette. From the dining room, I could hear his wife's voice speaking of something to the maid. The study stood at the end of the veranda, off the dining room, around the corner, so that, by the way, The house was built, it possessed a quietness far more remote even than the drawing room. After a while, his wife's voice ceased, and then everything became still. I sat motionless, with the feeling of waiting in ambush for a burglar, keeping my attention alert somewhere all the while. About 30 minutes later, his wife again showed her face at the entrance to the study. "Oh," she said, turning her eyes on me with a light look of surprise. And then she seemed amused to see me sitting there so solemnly, like a caller received on formal terms. "That must be rather uncomfortable for you." No, it is not uncomfortable. But surely it must be dull." "No, since I am keyed up, expecting a burglar to come, it is not dull either." Holding a teacup of black tea in her hand, his wife stood there, smiling. "This is too much of a corner, isn't it, for standing guard?" I said. "Then, if you will excuse me, please come out a little more toward the middle of the house. I thought you might be bored, so I made some tea and brought it. If the dining room will do, I shall serve it there." I followed his wife out of the study. In the dining room, a kettle was singing on a beautiful long hibachi. There I was treated to tea and sweets. His wife did not touch her own cup, saying it would not do for her to lie awake later. Does Sensei go out to gatherings like this from time to time, after all? No, hardly ever. Lately, he seems to be growing more and more averse to seeing people's faces. There was nothing in her manner as she said this to suggest that she found it especially troublesome. And so I became a little bold. "Then, are you the one exception, madam?" "No, I too am one of the people he dislikes." "That is not true," I said. "You say so only because you know very well yourself that it is not true." "Why? If you ask me, it is because he came to love you that he came to dislike the world. You are a student after all, and very clever at using empty logic. Could not one just as well say, by the same logic, that because he came to dislike the world, he ended by disliking even me? Both can no doubt be said, but in this case, I am the one who is right. I do not care for arguments. Men do so love to argue, do they not? And with such enjoyment. I often wonder how they can go on, never tiring, exchanging cup after cup when the cups are empty. His wife's words stung a little, and yet, to the ear, they were by no means violent. She was not modern enough to take pride in making the other person recognize that she had a mind. Rather, she seemed to treasure a heart that lay deeper down than that. Chapter 17. I still had more that I wished to say after that. Yet I held back because I did not want his wife to take me for the sort of man who idly provokes arguments. His wife, so as not to leave me sitting silent, peering into the bottom of the teacup I had emptied, asked, "Shall I pour you another cup?" I at once handed my cup to her. "How many? 1, 2?" Holding up a curious little piece of lump sugar, his wife looked at my face and asked how many pieces I wanted put into the cup. Her manner was not exactly one that sought to ingratiate itself with me, yet it was full of a charm that seemed deliberately meant to soften the sharpness of what she had said. A little while before, I drank my tea in silence, and even after I had finished, I remained silent. "You have become very quiet indeed," said his wife. "If I say anything, I feel as though I may be scolded again for setting up an argument," I answered. "Surely not," said his wife again. That became the thread by which the two of us began to talk once more. And again, we made Sensei, who was of common interest to us both, our subject. "Madam, would you allow me to say a little more in continuation of what we were just speaking of? It may sound to you like empty logic, but I am not speaking so lightly." "Then say it. If you were suddenly to disappear now, would Sensei be able to go on living as he does at present?" "How could I know such a thing?" "There is no help for it except to ask Sensei himself. It is not a question to bring to me. Madam, I am serious, so you must not evade me. You must answer honestly." "I am being honest, and honestly, I do not know." "Then, how deeply do you love Sensei? This is a question that should be asked of you rather than of Sensei. So I ask you." "There is no need to ask such a thing so squarely." "Do you mean to say that there is no need to ask it so solemnly because it is already obvious? If one so faithful to Sensei as you were suddenly gone, what would become of him? Sensei, to whom no side of this world seems very pleasing. If you were suddenly gone, what would become of him afterward? Not from Sensei's point of view, from yours. From your point of view, would Sensei become happy or unhappy? Why, from my point of view, it is clear enough, though Sensei himself may not think so. If he were parted from me, Sensei would only become unhappy. Perhaps he might not even be able to go on living. It sounds conceited to say so, but I believe that at present I am making Sensei as happy as it is possible for one human being to make another. I go so far as to think that no one else in all the world could make Sensei as happy as I do. That is why I am able to remain as calm as this." "I should think that such confidence must surely reflect itself clearly in Sensei's heart." "So you still mean to say that you are disliked by Sensei?" "I do not think that I am disliked. There is no reason why I should be. But Sensei dislikes the world, does he not? Or rather, these days, he seems to have come to dislike human beings. And so, as one of those human beings, how could I expect to be loved?" At last, I was able to understand what his wife meant when she said that she too was among those whom Sensei disliked. Chapter 18. I was impressed by his wife's understanding. There was also something in her manner, not quite like that of an old-fashioned Japanese woman, which gave a certain stimulus to my attention. And yet, she scarcely ever used those so-called new expressions that had only just begun to come into fashion at that time. I was a heedless young man who had never had any deep experience of association with women. As a man, through the instinct, I felt toward the opposite sex. I was always dreaming of woman as an object of longing, yet I dreamed of her only vaguely, with a feeling like gazing at beloved spring clouds. And so, when I actually found myself before a real woman, my feelings would sometimes suddenly change. Instead of being drawn toward the woman who appeared before me, I would sometimes, at the very moment, feel rather a strange force towards Sensei's wife. Nothing of that sort arose in me at all, nor did there come over me any strong sense of that inequality of thought which ordinarily lies between man and woman. I forgot that she was a woman. I looked upon her only as a sincere critic of Sensei and one who sympathized with him. Madam, when I asked you before why Sensei did not act more actively in the world, you said something, did you not? You said he had not always been as he is now? Yes, I did. In truth, he was not like this before. What was he like? He was the kind of man you would hope him to be, and I too would hope him to be. A dependable man. And how was it that he changed so suddenly? Not suddenly. Little by little he became as he is. And you were with Sensei all through that time, were you not? Of course I was. We are husband and wife. Then you ought to know very well what the cause was that made Sensei change in that way. That is exactly what makes it so hard. When you say that to me, it is truly painful, but no matter how I think about it, there is simply no way for me to understand. I cannot tell you how many times I have begged him to speak openly to me. And what does Sensei say? He says only that there is nothing to say, nothing for me to be anxious about, that he has simply become this sort of person, and he will not take the matter up with me. I remained silent. His wife, too, let her words cease. The maid in the servants' room made not the slightest sound. I had entirely forgotten about the burglar. Do you think that I am somehow to blame? His wife asked suddenly. No, I answered. Please do not hide it from me. If I were thought so, it would be more painful than being cut with a knife, she said again. Even so, I believe I have been doing all that I can for Sensei's sake. Why, Sensei himself recognizes that too. So there is no danger. Please set your mind at ease. I will answer for it. His wife smoothed out the ashes in the brazier. Then she poured water from the pitcher into the iron kettle. At once, the kettle's singing grew faint. At last, I could bear it no longer, and I asked, Sensei, if there is something wrong with me, please tell me openly. If it is a fault that can be corrected, I will correct it. And then Sensei said, there is no fault in you. The fault lies only in me. When he says that, I become so sad that I do not know what to do. Tears come into my eyes, and all the more I feel I want to hear what is wrong with me. His wife filled her eyes with tears. Chapter 19. At first, I had regarded Sensei's wife as a woman of understanding. But while I went on talking to her in that spirit, her manner gradually changed. Instead of appealing to my mind, she began to move my heart. Between herself and her husband, there was no estrangement, nor ought there to be. And yet there was something, and whenever she tried to open her eyes and see clearly what it was, there was still nothing there. This was the very point of her suffering. At first, his wife had declared that because Sensei's eyes, with which he looked upon the world, were world-weary, the result was that she too was disliked by him. And yet, even after declaring it so, she could not settle herself in that thought at all. When one broke through to the bottom of it, she was in fact thinking the opposite. She suspected that because Sensei had come to dislike her, he had at last gone on to dislike the world as well. Yet no matter how she labored, she could not pursue that suspicion to its end and make it fact. Sensei's manner to the last was that of a husband. He was kind and gentle. His wife, who had wrapped up that lump of doubt in the daily tenderness of each passing day, and kept it softly hidden in the depth of her breast, opened that bundle before me that evening and showed me what was inside. "What do you think?" she asked. "Was it because of me that he became as he is? Or was it because of what you call his view of life? Or whatever it is? Please tell me without hiding anything." I had no intention of hiding anything. And yet, if there was some unknown thing there, something of which I knew nothing, then whatever answer I might give, it could not possibly satisfy her. And I believed that there was, indeed, some such unknown thing there. "I do not know," I said. At that instant, his wife showed the pitiful expression one sees when expectation has been disappointed. I immediately added to my words, "But at least I can assure you that Sensei does not dislike you. I am only repeating to you what I heard from Sensei's own mouth. Sensei is not a man who tells lies, is he?" His wife made no answer. After a little while, she said this: "The truth is, there is one thing that I have a little reason to suspect about the cause of Sensei's becoming like that. Yes, if that should turn out to be the cause, then at least I would be free of responsibility, and that alone would bring me such relief." "What is it?" His wife, reluctant to speak, kept her eyes upon the hands resting in her lap. "You will judge it for me, won't you, if I tell you? If it is a judgment I am capable of making, I will. I cannot tell you everything. If I told everything, I would be scolded. Only the part I can tell without being scolded." I swallowed with tension. When Sensei was still at the university, he had one friend with whom he was very close. That man died just a little before he was to graduate. He died suddenly, in a voice so low that it was almost a whisper in my ear. His wife said, "The truth is, it was an unnatural death." She said it in such a way that one could not help asking in return, "How?" That is all I am allowed to say. But it was after that happened, that Sensei's nature began little by little to change. Why that man died, I do not know. Sensei himself, I think, probably does not know either. And yet, if one thinks that it was from then on that Sensei changed, it does not seem impossible to think so. Is it that man's grave? I asked. The one at Zoshigaya? That too? I am not supposed to say, so I will not say it. But can a man, merely because he has lost one close friend, change so greatly as all that? It is that which I long to know so desperately. That is why I want you to judge it for me on that one point. My own judgment, if anything, inclined rather toward the negative. Chapter 20. As far as the facts I had laid hold of would allow, I tried to comfort his wife, and his wife, too, seemed to wish as much as possible to be comforted by me. So the two of us went on speaking together of the same matter for a long time. But from the beginning, I had not grasped the root of the affair, and his wife's uneasiness, too, had in truth arisen from no more than a thin cloud of doubt floating there. When it came to the true nature of the event, his wife herself knew very little, and even in the part she did know, she could not tell me everything. Therefore, I, who was trying to comfort her, and his wife, who was being comforted, were both afloat upon the waves, swaying there. And while swaying so, his wife reached out her hand as far as she could, trying to cling to my uncertain judgment. When, at about 10 o'clock, the sound of Sensei's shoes was heard at the entrance, his wife suddenly, as though she had forgotten everything that had passed till then, rose to her feet, leaving me sitting there before her. And she went at once to meet Sensei, almost face to face, as he opened the lattice door. I was left behind and followed after her. Only the maid, who seemed to have been napping somewhere, never came out at all. Sensei, if anything, was in good spirits, but his wife's tone was better still. I, who still remembered the tears that only a little while before had filled her beautiful eyes, and the figure 8 that had gathered at the roots of her dark eyebrows, watched that change with careful attention, as something unusual, if it had not been false, and in fact it did not seem false. Then it would not have been impossible to take all that his wife had said before as a frivolous woman's game, made up specially with me as her companion for the mere pleasure of playing with sentiment. At that time, however, I had no inclination to view her so critically. Seeing her manner suddenly brightened, I felt rather relieved. I thought over again that perhaps there had been no need to worry so much. After all, laughing, Sensei asked me, "Thank you very much. The burglar did not come, I trust?" Then he added, "Does it not leave you feeling rather cheated when he never came?" When I left, his wife bowed and said, "I am very sorry to have troubled you." But her tone sounded less as though she pitied me for having had my time wasted in such a busy season, than like a joke, as though she meant to say she was sorry that, after I had come all that way, no burglar had entered while speaking. So she wrapped up the Western sweets that were left over from what she had set out earlier and placed the packet in my hand. I slipped it into my sleeve and hurried through the chilly little lanes of the cold night with their few passers-by turning this way and that toward the lively quarter of the town. I have drawn out the events of that night from my memory and written them here in detail. I have written them because there is reason to do so. But to tell the truth, when I was going home with the sweets his wife had given me, I did not, in my feelings then, regard the conversation of that evening as something so weighty. The next day, when I came back from school to eat my midday meal and saw the packet of sweets that had been left upon my desk the night before, I at once took from it a brown castella coated with chocolate and began to eat it. And while eating it, I tasted it with the consciousness that the man and woman who had given me this sweet existed in the world as a happy pair. Nothing of any special kind happened until autumn passed away and winter came. As I continued to go in and out of Sensei's house, I would also ask his wife about such things as washing out my clothes or having things made. It was from this time that I, who until then had never worn anything like a juban, began to wear over my shirt those garments with black collars attached. Sensei's wife, having no children, used to say that taking care of such matters was, rather, a way to relieve boredom, and in the end, almost a medicine for the body. This is hand-woven, isn't it? I have never sewn a kimono of such fine cloth before, but in return, it is terribly hard to sew. The needle simply will not go through it. I broke 2 needles thanks to it. Even when making complaints like these, his wife never looked the least bit burdened. Chapter 21. When winter came, it happened that I had to return home. In a letter I received from my mother, she wrote that the course of my father's illness was not encouraging, and added that, although there was perhaps no need to fear an immediate crisis, still, at his age, if it were at all possible, she wished I would arrange matters and come home. My father had long suffered from a kidney disease, as is often seen in people past middle age. His illness was a chronic one. In return, however, both he himself and the rest of the family believed without doubt that, so long as he was careful, there would be no sudden change. Indeed, my father used to boast to visitors that it was solely thanks to proper care that he had somehow managed to hold out up to the present day. According to my mother's letter, that father of mine, while out in the garden doing something or other, was suddenly seized with dizziness and fell over. The people in the house, mistaking it for a mild stroke, at once gave him the treatment for that. Only later, when the doctor judged that it did not seem to be that at all, but was probably the result of his old disease, did they begin for the first time to connect the fainting spell with the kidney trouble. There was still a little time left before the winter vacation began. I thought it would do no harm to wait until the end of term, and so I left things as they were for a day or two. But during those 1 or 2 days, the image of my father lying in bed, and the face of my worried mother would from time to time rise before my eyes, and each time I tasted a kind of distress. At last, I made up my mind to go home. In order to save the trouble and time of having traveling expenses sent from home, I went to Sensei's house, partly to take my leave, and partly to ask him to advance me, for the time being, the money I needed. Sensei had something of a cold, and saying that it was too much trouble to come out into the sitting room, had me shown instead into his study through the glass doors of the study. A soft, beloved sunlight, such as one rarely sees after winter has set in, was falling upon the desk cover. Sensei, in that warm room, had set a large brazier, and on the trivet above it was a metal basin from which steam rose steadily to keep the air from becoming hard to breathe. A serious illness may be one thing, but little colds like this are rather hateful, said Sensei, looking at my face with a bitter smile. Sensei was a man who had never had what could truly be called an illness. When I heard him speak, I felt like laughing. As for me, I would endure something like a cold, but anything worse than that, I would refuse absolutely. You too are the same, Sensei. If you only tried it, you would see. Is that so? Rather than fall ill, I think I should prefer to be stricken with a fatal disease. I paid no particular attention to what Sensei said. I immediately told him about my mother's letter and asked to borrow the money. That is awkward indeed, but for that amount, I ought to have enough on hand now, so take it with you. Sensei called his wife and had her lay out before me the amount I needed. She brought it from the drawer of a tea chest, or something of that sort, in the back room, stacked it carefully upon a sheet of white paper, and said, "That is certainly a great worry for you. Has he fainted many times?" Sensei asked. The letter says nothing about it. Does one collapse like that so many times? For the first time, I learned that the woman who was Sensei's wife's mother had died of the same disease from which my father suffered. It is difficult in any case, is it not? I said. Yes, it is. If I could take his place, I would do so willingly. Does he have nausea? I do not know. Since nothing is written about it, perhaps not. See, so long as nausea has not yet come, he is still all right, said his wife. That very night, I left Tokyo by train. Chapter 22. My father's illness was not as serious as I had feared. Even so, when I arrived, he was sitting cross-legged on the bedding and saying, "Because everyone worries, I am putting up with it and staying here quietly. There is really no reason why I should not get up." But from the next day on, not even listening to my mother's attempts to stop him, he finally had the bed put away altogether. As my mother reluctantly folded up the coarse-woven quilt, she said, "Your father has suddenly grown bold again, now that you have come home." To me, my father's behavior did not seem to be mere bravado. My elder brother held a post far away in Kyushu. Unless something quite extraordinary happened, he was not a man who could easily take the liberty of seeing our parents' faces. My younger sister had been married off to another province. She, too, was not a woman who could simply be summoned back so that she might arrive in time for an emergency. Of the 3 children, the one most conveniently placed was, after all, only I, who was still a student. And the fact that I, just as my mother had asked, had thrown aside my schoolwork and come home before the holidays was a great satisfaction to my father. It is a pity to make him miss school for so slight an illness. It is your mother who writes letters far too alarmingly. That was what my father said with his mouth, and not only said, he also had the bed that had been spread put away, and showed himself as vigorous as usual. You must not be too careless, and bring it on again. My father received this warning of mine pleasantly, but with the utmost lightness. Oh, I shall be all right, so long as I am careful, as usual. And, in fact, my father did seem to be all right. He moved freely about the house, and was troubled neither by shortness of breath nor by dizziness. Only his complexion was far worse than that of an ordinary man. But as this too was not a symptom that had begun only now, we paid it no particular mind. I wrote a letter to Sensei, thanking him for the loan. I added that when I came up to Tokyo for the new year, I would bring it with me, and asked him to wait until then. And I went on to write that my father's condition was not as grave as I had feared, that at this rate we might feel easy for the time being, and that both the dizziness and the nausea were completely absent. At the end, I added a word of inquiry about Sensei's cold as well, for in truth, I had regarded it as a very slight thing. When I sent that letter, I was in no way expecting a reply from Sensei. After sending it, I talked with my father and mother about Sensei and things concerning him, and imagined, far away, Sensei's study. When you go to Tokyo next time, take him some shiitake mushrooms. Yes, but would Sensei eat dried shiitake, I wonder? They are not especially delicious, but there is no one who particularly dislikes them. To me, it felt strange to think of shiitake together with Sensei. When Sensei's reply came, I was somewhat surprised. And I was especially surprised when I found that its contents contained no special business at all. I thought that Sensei had written back to me simply out of kindness, thinking so, that one brief letter gave me great joy. Indeed, this was certainly the first letter I had ever received from Sensei. When I say the first, it may sound as though there had often been an exchange of letters between Sensei and me, but I should like to make it clear that the truth was by no means so. While Sensei was alive, I received only 2 letters from him. One was this brief reply, of which I now speak. The other was the very long one, which Sensei wrote specially to me before he died. Because of the nature of his illness, my father had to refrain from exertion, and so, even after the bedding had been put away, he hardly ever went outdoors. There was one afternoon, on a day of exceptionally mild weather, when he went down into the garden. But even then, fearing that something might happen, I stayed close beside him, as though supporting him. Even when, in my anxiety, I tried to make him rest his hand upon my shoulder, my father only laughed and would not do it. Chapter 23. As a companion for my father's boredom, I often sat down before the shogi board with him. Both of us were by nature indolent, so while sitting in the kotatsu, we would place the board on top of the turret stand, and every time we moved a piece, we would deliberately draw a handout from under the quilt. To do so, at times, one of the captured pieces would go missing, and neither of us would notice it until the next game began. There was even the comical occasion when my mother found such a piece among the ashes and lifted it out with the fire tongs. If it were go, the board would be too high, and besides, it has legs, so you could not play it on top of the kotatsu. But that is where a shogi board is convenient. You can play so easily like this. It is just the thing for lazy people. Come, let us have one more game. Whenever my father won, he always said, "Come, let us have one more game." And yet, when he lost, he also said, "Come, let us have one more game." In short, whether he won or whether he lost, he was a man who liked to warm himself at the kotatsu and play shogi. At first, because it was novel, this retired old man's amusement held a fair amount of interest, even for me. But as the days went by, the vigor of my youth could no longer be satisfied with so slight a stimulus. Holding in my fist a gold general or a lance, I would from time to time stretch my arm above my head and yawn with complete abandon. I thought of Tokyo, and deep within the tide of blood that swelled through my heart, I heard a pulsation beating on and on. Activity, activity. Strangely enough, from some delicate state of consciousness, that very sound of the pulse seemed to be strengthened by the power of Sensei. In my heart, I compared my father and Sensei. Seen from the world, both were quiet men, so quiet that one might scarcely tell whether they were alive or dead. In the matter of being recognized by others, both stood at zero, and yet my father, who only wished to play shogi, was not enough for me, even as a mere companion for amusement. Sensei, who I knew had never gone about the streets for diversion, had somehow come to influence my mind more deeply than any intimacy born of pleasure and cheerful companionship. Only the word mind sounds much too cold, and so I would rather say my breast. Whether one were to say that Sensei's force had bitten its way into my flesh, or that Sensei's life was flowing within my blood, it would not have seemed to me then the least exaggeration. It was only when I deliberately placed before my eyes the plain fact that my father was truly my own father, while Sensei was, needless to say, a complete stranger, that I was startled, as though I had discovered some great truth for the first time. As I grew sluggish, my father and mother too, almost at the same pace, began to find me less novel than before. This is perhaps a feeling that everyone experiences who returns home for the summer holidays or the like. For about the first week, one is welcomed, petted, and treated as though one could not be cherished enough. But once that peak has been passed, as regularly as by rule, the warmth of the family gradually begins to cool. And, in the end, one comes to be treated rather carelessly, as though it scarcely mattered whether one were there or not. During my stay, I too passed beyond that peak. And besides, each time I returned home, I brought back from Tokyo something strange, something that neither my father nor my mother could understand. In the old phrase, it was as though one were carrying the smell of Christianity into the house of a Confucian scholar. What I brought back did not harmonize with either of them. Of course, I concealed it, yet because it was something already clinging to me, however much I tried not to show it, before I knew it, it caught the eyes of my father and mother. I began to feel discontented. I wanted to return to Tokyo as quickly as possible. Fortunately, my father's illness remained just as it was and showed no sign at all of advancing for the worse, even when, for greater certainty, we deliberately summoned a doctor of some standing from far away and had him examine him with the utmost care. No abnormality was found beyond what I already knew. I decided to leave home a little before the end of the winter vacation. But when I announced that I was leaving, human feeling being a curious thing, both my father and my mother opposed it. "So soon? Are you going back already? It is still too early," said my mother. "You could stay another 4 or 5 days and still be in time, couldn't you?" said my father. But I did not alter the day of departure that I had fixed for myself. Chapter 24. When I returned to Tokyo, the New Year's decorations had already been taken down. The town, left to the cold wind that blew through it, showed nowhere any trace of holiday brightness worth speaking of. I went at once to Sensei's house to return the money. I took along, at the same time, the shiitake mushrooms as well. It seemed a little strange simply to hand them over, so I made a point of saying, "My mother asked me to bring you this," and then placed them before his wife. The mushrooms were packed in a new confectionery box. His wife thanked me politely, and when she rose to carry the box into the next room, she lifted it and perhaps was surprised by how light it was, for she asked, "What kind of sweets are these?" Once one grew familiar with her, his wife would sometimes show in such little things an innocent simplicity, almost childlike. Among the many anxious questions, which both of them repeated, about my father's illness, Sensei said this: "From the way you describe his condition, it does not seem that there is any immediate danger, but the disease is the disease, so one must be extremely careful." Sensei knew many things about kidney disease that I did not know. The special trait of that illness is that a man may be suffering from it and yet remain unaware, quite at ease. An officer I once knew was finished by it in the end, and the way he died was almost unbelievable. Why, the wife who was sleeping at his side had no time at all to nurse him or do anything. In the middle of the night, he merely said that he felt a little unwell and woke her, and, by the next morning, he was already dead, and all the while his wife thought he was only sleeping. Until then, I had been inclined to optimism, but I suddenly became uneasy. Could my father also become like that? One cannot say he could not. What does the doctor say? The doctor says he cannot possibly recover, but he also says that for the time being, there is no cause for alarm. Then that is good. If the doctor says so, the man I have just told you of was one who had remained unaware of it. And besides, he was a rather reckless military man. I was somewhat reassured. Sensei, who had been watching my change of expression, closely added this afterward. And yet, whether in health or in illness, human beings are fragile creatures. There is no knowing when, through what cause, or in what manner one may die. So, you think about such things too, Sensei? Even I, strong as I am, do not fail to think of them from time to time. At the corners of Sensei's mouth, I saw the shadow of a smile. There are people, are there not, who die quite suddenly, naturally, and there are others who die in an instant, before one can even think through unnatural violence. What do you mean by unnatural violence? I do not really know what I mean by it either, but all those who kill themselves must surely be using an unnatural violence. Then, if a man is killed by someone else, that too is by means of unnatural violence, is it not? The one who is killed has not thought about it at all. Yes, when you put it that way, it is so. That day, I went home after that. Even after I returned, my father's illness did not weigh very heavily on me, nor did Sensei's words about dying naturally or dying through unnatural violence leave upon my mind anything more than the shallow impression of the moment. They left no further hold upon my thoughts. Instead, I remembered that the graduation thesis which I had so many times been about to begin, only to draw back my hand, must now at last be taken up in earnest. Chapter 25. As a companion for my father's boredom, I often sat down before the shogi board with him. Both of us were by nature indolent, so while sitting in the kotatsu, we would place the board on top of the turret stand, and every time we moved a piece, we would deliberately draw a hand out from under the quilt to do so. At times, one of the captured pieces would go missing, and neither of us would notice it until the next game began. There was even the comical occasion when my mother found such a piece among the ashes and lifted it out with the fire tongs. If it were go, the board would be too high, and besides, it has legs, so you could not play it on top of the kotatsu. But that is where a shogi board is convenient. You can play so easily like this. It is just the thing for lazy people. Come, let us have one more game. Whenever my father won, he always said, "Come, let us have one more game." And yet, when he lost, he also said, "Come, let us have one more game." In short, whether he won or whether he lost, he was a man who liked to warm himself at the kotatsu and play shogi. At first, because it was novel, this retired old man's amusement held a fair amount of interest, even for me. But as the days went by, The vigor of my youth could no longer be satisfied with so slight a stimulus. Holding in my fist a gold general or a lance, I would from time to time stretch my arm above my head and yawn with complete abandon. I thought of Tokyo, and deep within the tide of blood that swelled through my heart, I heard a pulsation beating on and on. Activity, activity. Strangely enough, from some delicate state of consciousness, that very sound of the pulse seemed to be strengthened by the power of Sensei. In my heart, I compared my father and Sensei. Seen from the world, both were quiet men, so quiet that one might scarcely tell whether they were alive or dead. In the matter of being recognized by others, both stood at 0. And yet, my father, who only wished to play shogi, was not enough for me, even as a mere companion for amusement. Sensei, who I knew had never gone about the streets for diversion, had somehow come to influence my mind more deeply than any intimacy born of pleasure and cheerful companionship. Only the word mind sounds much too cold, and so I would rather say my breast. Whether one were to say that Sensei's force had bitten its way into my flesh, or that Sensei's life was flowing within my blood, it would not have seemed to me then the least exaggeration. It was only when I deliberately placed before my eyes the plain fact that my father was truly my own father, while Sensei was, needless to say, a complete stranger, that I was startled, as though I had discovered some great truth for the first time. As I grew sluggish, my father and mother too, almost at the same pace, began to find me less novel than before. This is perhaps a feeling that everyone experiences who returns home for the summer holidays or the like. For about the first week, one is welcomed, petted, and treated as though one could not be cherished enough. But once that peak has been passed, as regularly as by rule, the warmth of the family gradually begins to cool, and in the end, one comes to be treated rather carelessly, as though it scarcely mattered whether one were there or not. During my stay, I too passed beyond that peak, and besides, each time I returned home, I brought back from Tokyo something strange, something that neither my father nor my mother could understand. In the old phrase, it was as though one were carrying the smell of Christianity into the house of a Confucian scholar. What I brought back did not harmonize with either of them. Of course, I concealed it, yet because it was something already clinging to me, however much I tried not to show it, before I knew it, it caught the eyes of my father and mother. I began to feel discontented. I wanted to return to Tokyo as quickly as possible. Fortunately, my father's illness remained just as it was and showed no sign at all of advancing for the worse, even when, for greater certainty, we deliberately summoned a doctor of some standing from far away and had him examine him with the utmost care. No abnormality was found beyond what I already knew. I decided to leave home a little before the end of the winter vacation. But when I announced that I was leaving, human feeling being a curious thing, both my father and my mother opposed it. "So soon? Are you going back already?" "It is still too early," said my mother. "You could stay another 4 or 5 days and still be in time, couldn't you?" said my father. But I did not alter the day of departure that I had fixed for myself. Chapter 26. The time when I was set free was the early summer season, when upon the branches from which the double cherry blossoms had already fallen, a haze of green leaves had begun before I knew it to stretch itself out. With the heart of a little bird escaped from its cage, I looked out at the wide heaven and earth in a single glance and beat my wings freely. I went at once to Sensei's house. Along the way, my eyes were caught by the hedge of trifoliate orange, where, upon the darkened branches, buds were breaking forth as though they were about to burst into flame, and by the withered trunk of a pomegranate tree, from which glossy, reddish-brown leaves, soft and tender in appearance, were reflecting the sunlight. I felt as though I were seeing such things for the first time in my life. Seeing my happy face, Sensei said, "So your thesis is finished at last? That is excellent. At last, thanks to you, it is done. There is now nothing left at all for me to do," I said. And in truth, at that time, I felt as though all the work that ought to be done by me had already been completed, and that from now on I might boldly spend my days in idleness. Toward the thesis I had written, I felt complete confidence and satisfaction. In front of Sensei, I spoke at length, with great eagerness, about its contents. In his usual way, Sensei said only, "I see," or "Is that so?" But he added not the slightest criticism beyond that. Rather than feeling simply dissatisfied, I felt, to some degree, as though the effect had fallen flat. Even so, that day my spirits were so lively that they were ready to attempt a counterattack upon Sensei's manner, which seemed to me somewhat inert. I tried to draw Sensei out into the great nature that was putting forth its fresh blue-green life again. "Sensei, let us go somewhere for a walk. It feels wonderfully good outside." Where to? I did not care where. I only wanted to take Sensei with me and go out into the outskirts. An hour later, Sensei and I, just as I had wished, had left the city behind and were walking aimlessly through a quiet place that could hardly be called either village or town. From a hedge of spindle trees, I plucked young, tender leaves and made a grass whistle sing. I had a friend from Kagoshima, and by imitating him and learning naturally from him, I had become skillful at blowing this sort of grass whistle. As I kept on blowing it, with some pride, Sensei, pretending not to notice, walked on, looking elsewhere. Before long, a narrow path opened beneath a small rise, thick and rounded as though shut in by young leaves. On the signboard fastened to the gatepost was written, "Such and such garden," so it was immediately clear that the place was not a private residence. Gazing at the entrance, which sloped gently upward, Sensei said, "Shall we go in? It is a gardener's place, is it not?" I answered at once, Winding once through the planted shrubs and going up toward the back, we found a house on the left. Inside the open shoji, all was empty, and not a trace of any person was to be seen. Only the goldfish, kept in a large basin set beneath the eaves, were moving. How quiet it is! I wonder whether it is all right to go in without asking. And the two of us went on again toward the farther end. But there, too, not a single human figure was to be seen. The azaleas were blooming in wild profusion as though they burned. Among them, pointing to one tall shrub of a deep russet hue, Sensei said, "That must be a Kirishima, mustn't it?" There was also a bed of peonies planted over more than 10 tsubo of ground. But since the season had not yet come, there was not a single stalk bearing a flower. Beside this peony bed stood something like an old wooden bench. Upon it, Sensei stretched himself out, flat on his back, his arms and legs spread wide. I sat down at the remaining end and smoked a cigarette. Sensei was looking up at the blue sky, clear and transparent, as if one could see through it. I was absorbed by the color of the young leaves that wrapped me round, and when I looked closely at that color, every single leaf was different. Even on the same maple tree, there was not one that wore upon its branches exactly the same shade. Sensei's hat, which had been thrown over the top of a slender cedar sapling, was blown down by the wind. Chapter 27. I at once picked up the hat, flicking away with my fingernail the red earth that clung to it here and there. I called to Sensei, "Sensei, your hat has fallen." "Thank you." Half raising his body as he took it from me, Sensei, remaining in that posture, which was neither sitting up nor lying down, asked me a strange question. "It is sudden, but does your family have a good deal of property?" "Not enough to call it property." "Well, about how much is there?" It may seem rude to ask, as for how much. There are only some mountains and some rice fields. I do not suppose there is any money at all. This was the first time Sensei had asked anything like a question about the financial condition of my family. As for me, I had not yet asked him a single thing about his own way of living. When I first came to know Sensei, I wondered how it was that he could live in idleness. Even afterward, that doubt never wholly left my breast, but I had always refrained from bringing so naked a question before Sensei, thinking it nothing but ill-bred. My mind, which had been resting its eyes, tired by the colors of the young leaves, happened once more to touch upon that old doubt. "And what about you, Sensei? How much property do you possess? Do I look like a wealthy man?" Sensei had always, as a rule, dressed rather simply, and his household was a small one. Accordingly, his house, too, was by no means large, yet the material comfort of his life was plain even to my eyes, though I had not entered into the inner circle of the household. In short, Sensei's way of living, though it could not be called luxurious, was not one of those pitifully pinched and stiff existences that have no elasticity. It would seem so, I said. Well, I have that much money. Certainly, but I am by no means a wealthy man. If I were, I should build a larger house than this. By this time, Sensei had sat up and was sitting cross-legged upon the bench. When he had finished saying this, he began, with the tip of his bamboo cane, to draw something like a circle upon the ground. When that was done, he next stuck the cane down, straight into the earth. Even so, I was once a wealthy man. Sensei's words were half like a soliloquy, and because of that, I failed at once to follow after them, and merely remained silent. Even so, I was once a wealthy man, you know, Sensei repeated. Then, looking at my face, he smiled. Even then, I said nothing, or rather, I was too awkward to answer. Then, Sensei shifted the subject elsewhere. And how has your father's illness been since then? Since the new year, I had heard nothing about my father's illness. The short letters that came from home, together with the monthly remittance, were, as usual, in my father's hand, but among them there was scarcely any complaint of illness to be found. Moreover, the handwriting itself was firm. The trembling, often seen in this sort of invalid, did not in the least disturb the movement of his brush. He has written nothing at all, so I suppose he is well now. It is good if he is well, but the illness is what it is. So, after all, it is no good, do you think? Still, for the time being, I suppose it is holding its own. He writes nothing at all. Is that so? I listened to Sensei's asking about the property of my family and inquiring after my father's illness, as though they were nothing more than ordinary conversation, the sort of ordinary talk in which a man simply speaks aloud whatever comes into his mind. Yet beneath Sensei's words, there lay a large meaning that joined the two together. I, who had no experience of Sensei's own kind, had, of course, no way of noticing it. Chapter 28. If your family has property, then I think it ought to be properly arranged. While there is still time, though it is none of my business, would it not be better to see that whatever is to come to you is settled properly, while your father is still alive and well? If anything should happen, the thing that causes the most trouble afterward is always the matter of property. Yes, I did not pay very much attention to Sensei's words. I believed that in my family there was not a single person, not I, not my father, not my mother, who entertained any such anxiety. Besides, I was somewhat surprised that what Sensei said should be, for him, so excessively practical. But my usual respect for an elder made me keep silence. If it offends you that I should use words which assume from this very moment your father's death, forgive me, but men do die. However sound a man may be, one never knows when he may die. Sensei's tone was bitter, unusually so. I am not troubled by such a thing at all, I said in explanation. How many brothers and sisters did you have? Sensei asked. And beyond that, Sensei asked how many there were in my family, whether I had relatives, what sort of people my uncles and aunts were, and such things. Then, at last, he said this: "Are they all good people? There do not seem to be any of them who are bad enough to be called bad. They are mostly country people." Why is it that country people are not bad? I was troubled by this pursuit. But Sensei did not give me even the leisure to consider my reply. Country people are, if anything, worse than city people. And then, just now, you said that among your relatives there did not seem to be anyone particularly bad. But do you imagine that there exists in this world a certain type of man called a bad man? There can be no such villain cast in a mold. In ordinary times, everyone is a good person, or at least everyone is an ordinary human being. And then, when the critical moment comes, they suddenly change into bad men. That is what is frightening. That is why one cannot let down one's guard. Sensei did not seem about to stop there. I too was about to say something. Just then, from behind us, a dog suddenly began to bark. Sensei and I both started and turned around. From the side of the bench toward the rear, there grew a thicket of young cedar saplings, and beside them, dwarf bamboo spread thickly enough to cover about 3 tubo of ground. The dog showed its face and back above the dwarf bamboo and barked furiously. Then a child, about 10 years old, came running up and scolded the dog. Still wearing a black cap with a badge on it, the child came around before Sensei and bowed. "Uncle, when you came in, was there no one at the house?" he asked. "There was no one, but my older sister and my mother were over by the kitchen." "Is that so? They were there?" "Yes. Uncle, you ought to have said, 'Today, if I may,' and come in properly." Sensei smiled bitterly. He took out his purse from his breast and pressed a 5-sen white copper coin into the child's hand. "Tell your mother that, won't you? Tell her, please let us rest here for a little while." The child, with a bright, clever look and laughter filling his eyes, nodded. "I am the scout captain today, you know." With that explanation, the child ran down through the azaleas toward the lower ground. The dog, too, with its tail curled high, ran after the child. Before long, 2 or 3 other children, about the same age, also ran in the direction the scout captain had taken. Chapter 29. Because of the dog and the child, Sensei's talk could not continue to its conclusion, and so, in the end, I was left without ever grasping its full meaning. At that time, I had absolutely none of the anxieties about property that so troubled Sensei. By nature, and from the circumstances of my life as well, there was in me then no room to torment my mind with thoughts of profit and loss. When I think of it now, this was no doubt because I had not yet gone out into the world, and also because I had not yet stood before such realities myself. At any rate, to my young self, for some reason, the question of money seemed very far away. Of all that Sensei had said, the one thing I had wanted to hear explained to the very bottom was what he meant by saying that at the critical moment, any human being will turn into a bad man. As a mere phrase, there was nothing in it that I could not understand. And yet, about that sentence, I wanted to know more. After the dog and the child had gone away, the broad garden of young leaves returned once more to its former stillness. And we too, like men bound fast by silence, remained for a while without moving. The lovely color of the sky was by then gradually losing its light. Most of the trees before our eyes were maples, and the light green of the young leaves that had sprouted upon their branches, as though dripping there, seemed to grow steadily darker. From a distant road came the rumbling sound of a cart being drawn. I imagined it to be some villager taking potted plants or something of the sort to a festival fair. The moment Sensei heard that sound, he rose suddenly like a man who had been lost in meditation, and all at once draws breath again. It is time we started back. The days do seem to have grown considerably longer, but even so, while one sits at ease like this, before one knows it, evening has come. Across Sensei's back there clung all the marks of where he had lain upon the bench, face upward, a little while before. I brushed them off with both my hands. Thank you. There is no grease stuck there, is there? It has come off clean. This haori was made only the other day, so if I go home, having soiled it carelessly, my wife will scold me. Thank you. The two of us came again before the house. Halfway down the slope, when we had entered, there had seemed to be no one there. But now, on the veranda, the mistress of the house was winding thread onto a spool, with a girl of 15 or 16 beside her. From next to the large goldfish basin, the two of us bowed and said, "Thank you very much for allowing us to disturb you." The mistress answered, "Not at all. We did nothing for you." And then, after that, she thanked us for the white copper coin given a little while before to the child. When we had come 2 or 3 chos beyond the gate, I at last opened the subject to Sensei. What you said a little while ago, Sensei, that at the critical moment any man may become a bad man. What did you mean by that? Mean. There is no deep meaning. It is simply a fact, not a theory. It may be a fact, and I have no objection to that. But what I wish to ask is what you mean by the critical moment. What sort of situation does it refer to? Sensei burst out laughing, as though, now that the moment had passed, he no longer had any spirit left to explain it with earnestness. Money, my boy. The sight of money will turn even a gentleman at once into a bad man. Sensei's reply was far too commonplace to satisfy me. Just as Sensei himself was no longer in the mood, I too felt something like a collapse of expectation. Composing my face, I set off walking quickly. As a result, Sensei fell slightly behind. From the rear, Sensei called out, "Well now, look at that." At what? Why? At your state of mind. Even it changes at once, with a single answer from me. Looking at my face as I had turned back and stopped to wait for him, Sensei said this. Chapter 30. At that time, in the depths of my heart, I felt a resentment towards Sensei. Even after we began again to walk side by side, I deliberately refrained from asking what I truly wanted to ask. But whether Sensei noticed my attitude or did not notice it, he showed no sign at all of minding it. As usual, he went on with his calm, composed step, inclined to silence. And so I grew a little irritated. I began to feel that somehow, by saying something, I wanted to strike back at him once. "Sensei, what is it?" "A little while ago, you became somewhat excited, did you not, when we were resting in the gardener's yard?" "I have rarely seen you excited, Sensei, but today I felt I had witnessed something unusual." Sensei did not answer at once. I took that both as though I had struck home and as though I had missed the mark. Since there was no help for it, I decided to say no more. Then suddenly, Sensei moved toward the edge of the road. There, beneath a neatly clipped hedge, he gathered up the hem of his garment and relieved himself. I stood there vaguely, waiting while Sensei finished. "Excuse me." Saying that, Sensei began to walk again. At last, I gave up all thought of getting the better of him. The road along which we passed gradually grew livelier. The wide slopes of fields and the open level ground, which until then had appeared here and there, ceased altogether to meet the eye as houses lined both sides of the road. Even so, here and there, at the corners of house lots, one could still quietly see pea vines twined about bamboo poles, or chickens kept enclosed within wire netting. Pack horses returning from the city passed us one after another, without end, because I am the sort of person whose attention is easily stolen by such things. The matter that had been in my heart only a little while before slipped away and was dropped somewhere out of mind. When Sensei suddenly returned to it, I had truly forgotten it. Did I really seem so excited a little while ago? Not so much as all that, but a little. No, it does not matter if I did seem so, for in truth, I do become excited. Whenever the subject of property arises, I am certain to become excited. I do not know how I appear to you, but I am, for all that, a very tenacious man. An insult or an injury received from others, whether 10 years pass or 20 years pass, I never forget it. Sensei's words were more excited than before, but what startled me was by no means their tone. Rather, it was the very meaning with which his words struck my ears. That I should hear such a confession from Sensei's mouth was, for even me, something wholly unexpected. Never before had I so much as imagined such a power of attachment as one feature of Sensei's nature. I had believed him a weaker man than that, and it was in that weakness and in the height that rose from it that I had planted the root of my affection for him. I, who had tried in a passing mood to raise a little shield against Sensei, grew small before these words. Then Sensei said this: I was deceived by others, and I was deceived, moreover, by relatives bound to me by blood. I never forget it. Those people who seem to have been good men in my father's eyes changed the very moment my father died into scoundrels whose want of principle could not be forgiven. The humiliation and the injury that I received from them I have been made to carry from the time I was a child until this very day. Perhaps I shall be made to carry them all the way until I die. I shall never be able to forget it so long as I live. And yet, I have still taken no revenge. When I think of it, what I am doing now goes beyond revenge against particular persons. It is not merely that I hate them. I have learned to hate, in general, the thing called man, the human being that they represent. And I think that is enough. I could not bring even a word of consolation to my lips. Chapter 31. That day's conversation, too, came to an end without developing any further. Rather, I was overawed by Sensei's manner and had no heart to press on. The two of us boarded a streetcar from the edge of the city, but inside the car we scarcely spoke at all. Soon after we got off, we had to part. When we parted, Sensei had changed again. In a brighter tone than usual, he said, "From now until June is the easiest time of all. It may even be the easiest time in your whole life. Make the most of it and enjoy yourself." I smiled and took off my hat. At that moment, looking at Sensei's face, I wondered in what part of his heart he could possibly be harboring hatred for mankind in general. In his eyes, in his mouth, there was nowhere the shadow of world weariness. I confess that on questions of thought, I received great benefit from Sensei. Yet I must also say that there were times when, however much I wished to receive such benefit on those same questions, I was unable to do so. Sensei's talk would sometimes end without becoming clear. The conversation that had taken place between us that day in the outskirts remained in the back of my mind as one example of that lack of clarity. Being a blunt fellow, I finally one day spoke of it openly to Sensei. Sensei was smiling, and I said this: "It does not matter if my head is too dull to grasp your meaning, but when you understand it perfectly and still do not speak plainly, that is what troubles me. I am hiding nothing from you. You are hiding something. I wonder whether you are not confusing my thoughts and opinions with my past. I may be a poor philosopher, but the ideas I have put together with my own mind I do not go about hiding from people. For no reason. There is no need to hide them. But if it is to be required that I must narrate my whole past before you, then that becomes another matter." "I do not think it is another matter," It is because your past gave birth to your thought that I set such store by it. If the two are separated, then for me, they become almost valueless. I cannot be satisfied with being given a doll into which no soul has been breathed. Sensei looked at my face with an expression as if to say he was astonished. The hand with which he held his cigarette trembled slightly. You are bold. I am only earnest. I wish, in earnest, to receive instruction from life itself. Even if it means laying bare my past, the word laying bare struck my ear with a sudden, terrible resonance. I felt, for that instant, as though the man sitting before me now were not Sensei whom I had always respected, but some criminal. Sensei's face was pale. Are you truly earnest? Sensei pressed me. Because of the chain of cause in my past, I have become a man who is suspicious of others. So, in truth, I am suspicious even of you. And yet, you alone I do not wish to suspect. You seem far too simple to be suspected. Before I die, I wish to die trusting at least one single person. Can you become that one person? Will you become him? Are you earnest from the bottom of your heart? If my life itself is earnest, then what I have just said is earnest as well. My voice trembled. Very well, said Sensei. I shall tell you everything of my past, without leaving out a single thing. In return, no, that does not matter. And yet, my past may not prove so useful to you as you imagine. It may be better for you not to hear it. And besides, I cannot speak now, so you must understand that I shall not speak until the proper time comes. Even after I returned to my lodging, I continued to feel a kind of pressure upon me. Chapter 32. My thesis, it seemed, did not appear as good in my professor's eyes as it had in my own estimation. Even so, I passed just as I had expected. On the day of the graduation ceremony, I took out from my trunk an old winter suit grown musty with age and put it on when I stood in the hall. All around me, every face looked overheated. I found myself at a loss, with my own body sealed up beneath the thick broadcloth through which no wind passed. After standing there for a while, the handkerchief in my hand was soaked through. As soon as the ceremony was over, I went straight home and stripped myself naked. Opening the upstairs window of my lodging, I looked out over as much of the world as could be seen through the hollow of the diploma rolled up tightly, like a spyglass. Then I tossed that diploma onto my desk, and, stretching myself out, full length, I lay down in the middle of the room. As I lay there, I looked back upon my own past. Then again, I imagined my future, and this diploma, which stood between the two and drew a line to divide them, seemed to me a strange sheet of paper, as though it had meaning, and yet as though it had none. That evening, I went to Sensei's house, having been invited there to dinner. This was in accordance with our earlier agreement that if I graduated, I should not dine elsewhere that evening, but should take my supper at Sensei's table. As promised, the dining table had been set near the veranda in the guest room. The thick tablecloth, woven with patterns and stiff with starch, beautiful and spotless, reflected the electric light. Whenever I ate at Sensei's house, it was always upon such a white linen cloth as one sees in Western restaurants with chopsticks and teacups laid upon it, and it was invariably fresh from the wash. Pure white. It is the same as collars and cuffs. If one is to use something soiled, it is better to use from the first something colored instead. If it is to be white, then it must be pure white. When he put it so, it was plain enough that Sensei was fastidious. His study, too, was arranged with perfect order. To a careless man, like myself, such traits of Sensei's often stood out very clearly. Sensei is rather particular, isn't he? I once said to his wife, and his wife replied, "Yet with such things as clothes, he does not seem to mind so very much." Sensei, who happened to overhear this, said, "To tell the truth, it is in my mind that I am particular, and because of that, I am always suffering. When I think of it, it is really a very foolish disposition." And he laughed, whether by being particular in mind he meant what people commonly call nervousness, or whether he meant that he was morally scrupulous. I could not tell. It did not seem that his wife fully understood it either. That evening, I sat facing Sensei before the familiar white tablecloth. His wife, with the two of us to right and left, took the seat alone, facing the garden. "Congratulations," said Sensei, raising his cup, "for my sake." To that cup, I did not feel so much joy. Of course, one reason was that my own heart did not possess the kind of soaring delight that would leap up and answer to the word. Yet the way Sensei said it too was by no means light and buoyant, the sort of tone that stirs joy in another. Sensei raised his cup with a smile. In that smile, I found not the slightest trace of ill-natured irony. At the same time, I could not draw from it any true feeling of congratulation either. Sensei's smile seemed rather to say to me, in such a case as this, the world is very fond of saying, "Congratulations." His wife said to me, "How splendid! Your father and mother must be so pleased." At once I thought of my sick father. I felt that I must hurry to take that diploma home and show it to him. "What became of your diploma, Sensei?" I asked. "What did become of it? I wonder, was it still put away somewhere?" Sensei asked his wife. "Yes, I am sure it must be put away somewhere." Neither of them knew very well where Sensei's diploma was. Chapter 33. When the meal began, his wife had the maid, who was sitting nearby, withdraw into the next room and took upon herself the role of serving us. This seemed to be the custom in Sensei's house for guests who were not formal visitors. The first one or two times, I too had felt constrained, but as my visits increased, it became nothing at all for me to hold out my bowl before his wife. Tea? Rice? You do eat a great deal, don't you? At times, his wife, too, would venture to say such things to me without reserve. But that day, the season being what it was, my appetite did not go so far as to give her occasion to tease me so much. No more? You have become very small in your eating lately, haven't you? It isn't that I have become a small eater. It is only that, because of the heat, I cannot eat. After his wife had the maid clear away the table, she had ice cream and fruit brought in afresh. This was made here at home. It seemed that his wife, having no pressing occupation, had enough leisure to treat guests to homemade ice cream. I had my dish filled twice over. Now that you have at last graduated, what do you intend to do next? Sensei had shifted his seat halfway toward the veranda and was leaning with his back against the shoji beside the sill. I had no more awareness than that I had graduated and no purpose at all as to what I should do next. When his wife saw me hesitating to answer, she asked, "A teacher?" When I still gave no reply, she asked again, "Then a government official?" Both Sensei and I burst out laughing. To tell the truth, I have not yet thought of doing anything at all. In fact, so far as occupations go, I am almost in the state of never having thought about such a thing at all. After all, which is good and which is bad, I suppose one cannot know that without first trying it oneself. That is why the choice is difficult. That is true enough. And yet, the truth is, it is only because you have property that you can say such easygoing things. Look at someone who is in difficulties, and you will see that he cannot possibly sit as calmly as you do. Among my friends, there were some who, before even graduating, had already been looking for positions as middle school teachers. Inwardly, I acknowledged the truth of what his wife said. Yet, I answered thus, "Perhaps I have been somewhat infected by Sensei." What a poor way to be infected. Sensei smiled bitterly. "I do not mind if you are infected, but in return, as I told you the other day, see that while your father is still alive, you have a proper share of the property set aside for you. Otherwise, you can never let down your guard." Together with Sensei, I remembered that beginning of May, when, deep in the wide garden of the gardener, in the outskirts, we had spoken among the blooming azaleas, and on the road home from there, I heard once more, in the depths of my ear, those forceful words. Sensei had spoken to me in an excited tone. They were not only forceful, they were rather terrifying words. Yet, because I did not know the facts, they were at the same time words that did not wholly penetrate me. "Madam, does your household have a great deal property? Why ever do you ask such a thing?" Because even when I ask Sensei, he will not tell me. His wife, laughing, looked at Sensei's face. "That is probably because there is not enough to tell you about. But if I am to go home and negotiate with my father for a share, it would serve as a point of reference to know how much a man must have in order to live as Sensei does. So please tell me." Sensei turned toward the garden and sat there quietly smoking his cigarette. Naturally, the one who had to answer was his wife. It is nothing so grand as to deserve to be called a certain amount. Enough, perhaps, to go on living somehow or other like this. That is all, my dear. But never mind that. The important thing is that you must really do something from now on. If you merely lie about idling away your days, like Sensei, I do not merely lie about idling. Sensei turned back only his face a little and denied his wife's words. Chapter 34. That night, I took my leave of Sensei's house a little after 10 o'clock. As I was to leave for home within 2 or 3 days, I spoke a few words of farewell before rising. For some time now, I shall not have the pleasure of seeing you again. You will be back in September, will you not? Said his wife. Now that I had graduated, there was no longer any absolute need for me to return in September. But neither had I thought of coming up to Tokyo in the height of August to spend the hottest part of the summer there. I did not possess what could be called precious time to devote to seeking a position. Well, it will probably be around September. Then farewell for a while. As for us, this summer, we too may perhaps go away somewhere. It seems likely to be terribly hot. If we go, I shall send you a picture postcard. Where are you thinking of going? If you do go. Sensei listened to this exchange with a smiling face. We have not yet decided whether we shall go or not. Just as I was about to rise, Sensei suddenly stopped me and asked, "By the way, how is your father's illness?" I knew almost nothing about my father's health. Since no word had come, I merely supposed that things could not be worse. It is not an illness that can be thought of so easily. Once uremia appears, it is all over. Neither the word nor the meaning of uremia was known to me. When I had spoken with the doctor at home during the winter vacation, I had heard no such technical term at all. "You must truly take great care of him," said his wife as well. "When the poison begins to go to the brain, that is the end. You know, this is no laughing matter." Being inexperienced, I felt uneasy, yet still smiled foolishly. Since it is said to be a disease from which one cannot recover, there is no use, after all, in worrying too much. If one can bring oneself to think so decisively, then that is the end of it certainly. His wife, perhaps remembering her own mother, who had died of the same illness, said this in a subdued tone and lowered her eyes. Then I, too, felt genuinely sorry for the fate that awaited my father. At that moment, Sensei suddenly turned toward his wife. "Shizu, will you die before I do, I wonder?" "Why?" "For no reason. I only ask. Or will it be I who am disposed of before you? In the world, it seems to be taken almost as the natural order that the husband dies first and the wife remains behind. It is not fixed so absolutely as that. Still, the man is, after all, older, is he not? So that is the logic by which he dies first. Then it would follow that I too must go to the other world before you. You are an exception. Am I? Of course. Why, you are so strong. There has scarcely ever been a case of your being ill. However one looks at it, it is I who shall go first. First? Yes, certainly first. Sensei looked at my face. I smiled. But suppose it is I who go first. Then what will you do? What would I do? There his wife faltered. It seemed that an imaginary grief at Sensei's death had for a moment come over her heart, but when she raised her face again, her mood had already changed. What would I do? Why, there would be nothing to be done, would there, my dear, since even old and young are uncertain. And turning deliberately toward me, she said this as though in jest. Chapter 35. I settled myself down again, where I had half risen, and remained with them until their talk came to a pause. What do you think? Sensei asked. Whether Sensei would die first, or whether his wife would go sooner, was of course no question that I could judge. I only smiled. One never knows about a lifespan. Not I either. This, of all things, really is a matter of lifespan. One is born, you know, with the proper number of years already allotted, so there is no help for it. Sensei's father and mother, too, you know, died at almost the same time. On the same day? Not literally, on the same day, of course, but almost the same. Why, one died close upon the other. This was something new to me, and it struck me as strange. How was it that they died so nearly together? His wife was about to answer my question, but Sensei cut her off. Let us not talk about that. It is trivial. Sensei deliberately made the round fan in his hand flutter noisily. Then he looked again at his wife. Shizu, if I die, I shall leave this house to you. His wife burst out laughing. Then please give me the land as well. The land belongs to someone else, so that cannot be managed. But everything I possess, I shall leave to you. Thank you very much. But if I receive nothing but books in foreign languages, what use will they be to me? Sell them to a second-hand bookseller. And how much would they fetch? Yet his talk did not easily part from that distant subject. His own death, and that death was always spoken of on the assumption that it would come while his wife was still alive before him. At first, his wife seemed deliberately to be giving him frivolous answers, as though in play. But before either of us quite noticed it, the heart of a sentimental woman grew heavy. If I die, how many times must you say it? For mercy's sake, that is enough. Please stop saying, if I die. It is ill-omened. If you die, I shall do anything just as you wish, and that should satisfy you, should it not? Sensei turned toward the garden and laughed. But after that, he said no more of the things his wife disliked to hear. As for me, the hour was growing long, and I, too, soon rose to go. Sensei and his wife came out as far as the entrance to see me off. Take good care of your sick father, said his wife. And until September, said Sensei, I made my bow and stepped out beyond the lattice door. Between the entrance and the gate, there stood a thick clump of sweet olive stretching its branches in the night as though to block my way. As I moved on 2 or 3 steps, I looked up at its darkened top, covered in dusky leaves, and thought of the flowers and fragrance of the coming autumn. For a long time already, in my own mind, I had remembered Sensei's house and that sweet olive tree together as things that could not be separated, when, by chance, I paused before that tree and let my thoughts go forward to the next autumn, when I should once more step across the entrance of this house. The electric light that had until then been shining through the lattice suddenly went out. It seemed that Sensei and his wife had at once gone inside. I alone went out into the dark street. I did not return at once to my lodging. There were purchases I had to make before going home, and there was also a need to give relief to my stomach filled with the feast I had eaten. So I merely walked toward the lively part of the town. The town was still in the early part of the evening, among men and women, drifting along in crowds as though they had nothing to do. I happened to meet one of those who had graduated with me that very day. He dragged me by force into a certain tavern. There I was made to listen to the flourish of his talk, frothing like the foam of beer. It was past midnight when I returned to my lodging. If you die, I shall do anything just as you wish, and that should satisfy you, should it not? Sensei turned toward the garden and laughed. But after that, he said no more of the things his wife disliked to hear. As for me, the hour was growing long, and I, too, soon rose to go. Sensei and his wife came out as far as the entrance to see me off. "Take good care of your sick father," said his wife. "And until September," said Sensei. I made my bow and stepped out beyond the lattice door. Between the entrance and the gate there stood a thick clump of sweet olive stretching its branches in the night as though to block my way. As I moved on 2 or 3 steps, I looked up at its darkened top, covered in dusky leaves, and thought of the flowers and fragrance of the coming autumn. For a long time already, in my own mind, I had remembered Sensei's house and that sweet olive tree together as things that could not be separated, when by chance I paused before that tree and let my thoughts go forward to the next autumn, when I should once more step across the entrance of this house. The electric light that had until then been shining through the lattice suddenly went out. It seemed that Sensei and his wife had at once gone inside. I alone went out into the dark street. I did not return at once to my lodging. There were purchases I had to make before going home, and there was also a need to give relief to my stomach filled with the feast I had eaten. So I merely walked toward the lively part of the town. The town was still in the early part of the evening, among men and women drifting along in crowds as though they had nothing to do, I happened to meet one of those who had graduated with me that very day. He dragged me by force into a certain tavern. There I was made to listen to the flourish of his talk, frothing like the foam of beer. It was past midnight when I returned to my lodging. Chapter 36. The next day as well, I went about in the heat, collecting the things I had been asked to buy. When I received the requests by letter, I had thought nothing of them. But when the moment came, they felt extremely troublesome. Wiping away sweat in the streetcar, I found myself resenting those country people who had not the slightest notion of feeling sorry for another person's time and trouble. I had no intention of letting this one summer slip by in idleness. Before returning home, I had already drawn up something like a schedule for my days there, and I had to obtain the books necessary to carry it out. I was prepared to spend half a day on the second floor of Maruzen, standing before the bookshelves in the section most closely related to my own concerns. I examined them one by one, from end to end. Of all my purchases, the one that troubled me most was a woman's han-eri. If I asked a shop boy, he would bring me out as many as I liked, but when it came time actually to choose one, I could do nothing but hesitate. Moreover, the prices were extremely uncertain. When I asked the price, thinking it must be cheap, it turned out to be very expensive. And when, thinking it must be expensive, I refrained from asking it, would instead be surprisingly cheap. There were even some which, however long I compared them, gave me no clue at all as to where the difference in price could possibly come from. I was completely bewildered, and inwardly I regretted not having troubled Sensei's wife about it. I bought a bag. Naturally, it was no more than an inferior Japanese-made article, but even so, its metal fittings shone brightly enough to overawe people in the country. The buying of this bag had been my mother's request. She had written expressly in her letter that after graduating, I was to buy a new bag and return home with all the gifts packed inside it. When I read those words, I burst out laughing. It was not so much that I failed to understand my mother's way of thinking, as that the words themselves appealed to me as something faintly comic. Just as I had said, when taking leave of Sensei and his wife, I left Tokyo 3 days later by train and returned home. Though since winter, I had received various warnings from Sensei about my father's illness, and though I was the one who ought most to have been anxious, for some reason, it did not trouble me very deeply. Rather, I imagined my mother, after my father was no longer there, and felt sorry for her. That being so, it must be that somewhere in my heart I had already resigned myself to the thought that my father was a man destined to die. Even in the letter I wrote to my brother in Kyushu, I said that there was no hope at all of our father ever again becoming the healthy man he had once been. Once I even wrote that although his duties might make it difficult, if he could possibly arrange it, would it not be well for him to come home at least once this summer, if only to show his face? I even used such sentimental expressions as that surely the two old people alone in the country must feel lonely, and that we too, as their children, were remiss beyond excuse. I had written, in truth, exactly as I felt at the time, and yet the feeling that remained in me after writing was not the same as the feeling with which I had written. I thought about that contradiction in the train, and as I went on thinking, I began to see myself as a shallow creature, changeable and light-minded even in my own eyes. The thought displeased me. Then again, I found myself thinking of Sensei and his wife, especially remembering the conversation they had had when I had been invited to dinner 2 or 3 days before. Which of us will die first? I repeated to myself, within my own mouth, the question that had arisen between Sensei and his wife that evening. And I thought that there was no one who could answer such a question with confidence. But if it were clearly known which one would die first, what would Sensei do? What would his wife do? It seemed to me that neither Sensei nor his wife could do anything but remain as they were now, just as I myself could do nothing, though my father, drawing nearer to death, waited in my home province. I felt how helpless human beings are. I felt how helpless is that native shallowness with which human beings are born that leaves them unable to do anything at all. My Parents and I. Chapter 1. When I returned home, what surprised me was that Father's health had not changed very much from the time I had seen him before. "Oh, you've come back, have you? Well then, it is certainly a good thing that you were able to graduate. Just wait a moment. I am going to wash my face." Father had been outside in the garden, doing something there, with the grimy handkerchief which he had tied to the back of his old straw hat as a shield against the sun, fluttering behind him. He went around toward the rear, where the well stood. I, who had regarded graduating from school as something perfectly natural for any ordinary person, felt abashed before a father who rejoiced in it more than I had expected. "It is certainly a good thing that you were able to graduate." Father repeated these words again and again. Inwardly, I compared this joy of my father's with the look on Sensei's face when he had said, "Congratulations," at the dinner table in his house on the night of the graduation ceremony. To me, Sensei, who congratulated me with his mouth while seeming deep down to despise me, appeared rather more refined than my father, who delighted so curiously in something that did not amount to very much. At last I began to feel irritated by the rustic crudeness that sprang from my father's ignorance. Graduating from a university is not such a great thing. Every year there are hundreds of people who graduate. At last I spoke in this way. Then Father made a strange face. It is not simply that graduation itself is a good thing. Of course, graduation is a good thing, but what I mean has a little more meaning than that. If only you understood that. I tried to hear the rest from Father. He seemed unwilling to speak of it, but at length he said this: "In short, it means that it has become a good thing for me. As you know, I am ill. When I saw you last winter, I thought that perhaps I had only until March or April left, and yet by some good fortune, here I still am today. I am still able to live and move about without difficulty, and now you have graduated. That is why I am glad. For a parent, it is surely happier to see the son he has devoted himself to raising leave school while he himself is still alive and well, than to have that son graduate after he is gone. From your point of view, with the grand ideas you have, you may not find it very interesting to hear someone say, "Good, good," over something as small as graduating from a university. But look at it from my side. The position is a little different. In short, your graduation is more of a good thing for me than for you. Do you understand? More than apology, I felt ashamed and sat there with my head bent down. It seemed Father had calmly prepared himself for death while he was still in health, and it seemed as though he had already determined that he would die before I graduated. Without once considering how deeply that graduation would strike Father's heart, I had been utterly foolish. I took my diploma out of my bag and showed it with great care to Father and Mother. The certificate had been crushed by something and had lost its original shape. Father carefully smoothed it out. One ought to carry a thing like this rolled up in one's hand. You should at least put it in something, Mother added from beside us. Father gazed at it for a little while, then stood up and went to the alcove, placing the diploma prominently at the front, where it would immediately catch anyone's eye. Ordinarily, I would at once have said something, but at that moment, I was altogether unlike my usual self. Toward Father and Mother, I felt no impulse at all to oppose them. I said nothing and left everything to Father as he pleased. Once it had taken on the habit of curling, the diploma, made of Toronoko paper, would not easily submit to Father's will. No sooner had he placed it in what seemed a suitable position than it at once, recovering its natural tendency, tried to fall over. Chapter 2. I called Mother aside into the shade and asked about Father's condition. Father seemed so well, going out into the garden and doing things like that. But is it really all right? It seems there is nothing wrong with him now. He has probably gotten mostly well. Mother was surprisingly calm, like women who live among forests and fields, far removed from the city. Mother was completely ignorant in matters of this kind. Even so, I could not help feeling, inwardly, that it was somehow strange that when Father had collapsed before, she had been so startled and had worried so much. But didn't the doctor declare then that his case was hopeless? That is exactly why I think there is nothing so mysterious as the human body. The doctor spoke so gravely about it, and yet here he is, still bustling about. At first, your mother worried too, and thought we should keep him from moving as much as possible. But you know his disposition. He takes care of himself, certainly, but he is stubborn. Once he is convinced that something is good for him, there is no sign at all that he will listen to anything I say. I remembered Father's manner and the way he had behaved when I came home before, when he had forced them to put away the bedding and had shaved himself. Thinking of the words he had spoken then, "It is all right now. Your mother simply makes too much of it," I could not bring myself to blame Mother alone. I was about to say, still those around him must be at least a little careful, but in the end, I held back and said nothing. I only told her, as best I could, what I knew about the nature of Father's illness, but most of it was no more than material. I had learned from Sensei and Sensei's wife. Mother showed no sign of being especially moved. She only said, "Oh, so it was the same illness, after all. How pitiful! How old was that person when he died?" Since there was nothing to be done, I left Mother as she was and turned directly to Father. Father listened to my warnings more seriously than Mother had. "What you say is true, just as you say. But my body is, after all, my own body. And as for how it should be cared for, with regard to this body of mine, I ought, through many years of experience, to understand that better than anyone." That was what he said. Hearing it, Mother gave a bitter little smile. "There, you see," she said, "but Father has at least made up his mind properly, in his own way." The reason he was so delighted that I came home now after graduating is entirely that. He told me himself that he had thought I would probably not graduate while he was still alive, and that now, because I brought my diploma home while he was still in good health, that is what makes him happy. Well, now, he may say so with his mouth, but in his heart he still believes that he is all right. Do you think so? He means to live another 10 years or 20 yet, though from time to time he says uncertain things. Even to me, he says, "At this rate, I cannot have very long to live. When I die, what will become of you? Do you intend to stay alone in this house?" All at once, I imagined this old, spacious country house, after Father was gone and Mother alone, was left behind in it. If Father alone were taken away from this house, could it go on as it was? What would my elder brother do? What would Mother say? And if I thought of such things, could I still leave this soil behind and go on living lightly in Tokyo? With Mother before my eyes, I suddenly remembered, by chance, Sensei's warning. The warning that, while Father was still strong, I should have divided and received whatever was to be divided and received. No, you can rest easy. There has never been a case of a person who goes about saying, "I am going to die. I am going to die," actually dying. As for your father, too, while he keeps saying he will die, there is no knowing how many years he may yet live. More dangerous than that are the strong people who say nothing. I listened in silence to these commonplace words of Mother's, words that seemed to come either from logic or from statistics. I could not tell which. Chapter 3, Part 1. There arose, between Father and Mother, a plan to cook sekihan and entertain guests for my sake. From the very day I came home, I had inwardly feared that something like this might happen. I refused at once. Please do not make such a great fuss. I disliked country guests. They were the sort of people who, if anything at all happened, would all gather together, coming with the air of making eating and drinking their final purpose. Ever since I was a child, I had felt uncomfortable attending upon them at their gatherings, and if they were to come for my sake, I imagined my discomfort would be all the greater. Yet before father and mother, I could hardly bring myself to say that they should not gather such boorish people and make a commotion. So I merely insisted that it was making too much of the matter. You keep saying it is too much, but it is not too much at all. This is not something that will happen twice in a lifetime, and of course one ought at least to entertain some guests. Do not be so reserved. Mother seemed to regard my graduation from the university with almost the same gravity as if I had taken a wife. It would be all right not to invite them, but if we do not, they will only say something again. These were father's words. Father was concerned about their backbiting, and in truth, they were exactly the sort of people who, if things did not go as they expected, in such a case, would at once be ready to say something. The country is troublesome, unlike Tokyo. Father also said, and your father has his standing too, Mother added again. I could not very well insist on my own way. I began to think they might do whatever suited them best. If it is for my sake, then all I mean is, please let it be. If, however, your intention is that you dislike having people say things behind your backs, that is another matter. There is no use in my forcing a claim that would work to your disadvantage. It is difficult when you put it so logically. Father made a bitter face. It is not that your father is saying this is not being done for your sake, but surely you too understand, at least the obligations one owes the world. When it came to this, Mother, being a woman, spoke in a confused and stumbling way. But in place of that, as far as sheer quantity of words was concerned, even Father and I put together were no match for her. When one is educated, one becomes altogether too fond of logic. Father said only this much, yet in this single simple sentence, I saw the whole of the dissatisfaction he ordinarily held toward me. At that time, without noticing the sharpness in my own way of speaking, I thought only that Father's dissatisfaction was itself unreasonable. That night, Father changed his tone again and asked if guests were to be invited, on what day it should be done, to suit my convenience. For him to put such a question, to me, who was doing nothing but idling and sleeping and waking in the old house, with neither convenient nor inconvenient engagements, was the same as his yielding to me. Before this gentle father, I bowed my head without being obstinate. After consulting with him, I fixed the date of the invitation. Before that day had yet come, a great event took place. It was the report of the illness of the Emperor Meiji. This event, which the newspapers quickly spread through all Japan, blew away like dust. The celebration of my graduation, which, after passing through certain turns, within a single country house, had only just been about to settle into shape, it would probably be better for us to refrain. Father, wearing his spectacles and looking at the newspaper, said this. He also seemed, silently, to be thinking about his own illness. I found myself recalling His Majesty, who had come in state to the university for the graduation ceremony, as in every ordinary year, only a short while before. Chapter 4. Within the stillness of that old house, far too spacious for so small a household, I unpacked my trunk and began to open my books. For some reason, I could not settle my mind to turn the pages one by one on the second floor of that dizzying Tokyo boarding house, while listening to the sound of the tram running far away had given a greater tension to my spirit, and I had been able to study there with more comfort. I was apt, before I knew it, to lean against the desk and fall into a light sleep. At times, I would even deliberately bring out a pillow and indulge in a regular midday nap. When I awoke, I heard the cicadas, that cry, as though continuing on from the world of half-sleep, suddenly scraped and disturbed the depths of my ears with its harshness. As I sat listening to it, I sometimes felt sorrow rise in my breast. Taking up my pen, I wrote short postcards or long letters to this friend and that. Some of them remained in Tokyo. Some had returned to distant native places. From some, replies came. From others, no word arrived. Of course, I did not forget Sensei. I decided to send him about 3 sheets, written in a fine hand on manuscript paper, under the subject, as it were, of what I myself had been since returning home. When I sealed it, I wondered whether Sensei was in fact still in Tokyo. Whenever Sensei and his wife left the house together, it was the custom for a woman of about 50, wearing her hair cut short, to come from somewhere and watch the house in their absence. Once, when I asked Sensei who that person was, he replied, "What does she look like to you?" I had mistaken her for one of Sensei's relatives. Sensei answered, "I have no relatives." Sensei kept up no correspondence at all with the people connected to him in his native place. That woman whom I had wondered about, the one who stayed at the house, was not related to Sensei, but was a relative on his wife's side. Whenever I sent mail to Sensei, I would suddenly remember the figure of that woman, with her narrow sash tied loosely behind her back. If this letter were to arrive after Sensei and his wife had gone somewhere to escape the summer heat, would that old woman with the short-cropped hair have enough thoughtfulness and kindness to forward it at once to wherever they had gone? So I wondered, and yet I knew perfectly well that there was nothing of any real necessity written in the letter. I was simply lonely, and so I had counted on receiving a reply from Sensei. But that reply never came in the end. Father no longer wanted to play shogi as much as he had when I came home the previous winter. The shogi board, left gathering dust, had been pushed aside into a corner of the alcove, especially after the news of His Majesty's illness. Father seemed to sit wrapped in thought. Every day he waited for the newspaper to come and read it first before anyone else. Then he would purposely bring the paper he had finished to wherever I was. Look here. There are detailed reports again today about His Majesty. Father always referred to the Emperor as His Majesty. It is a fearful thing to say, but His Majesty's illness must be something rather like mine. A deep cloud of anxiety hung over Father's face when he said this, and in my own heart, at such words, there flashed again the fear that Father might collapse at any moment. But it will be all right. Even a worthless fellow like me is still managing to go on like this. While father himself offered this assurance of his own soundness, he nevertheless seemed to foresee a danger that might at any moment fall upon him. Father really is afraid of his illness. As mother says, he does not seem to mean to live another 10 or 20 years. Mother looked embarrassed when she heard me say this. Try urging him to play shogi again. I took the shogi board down from the alcove and wiped away the dust. Chapter 5. Father's strength gradually declined. That old straw hat, with the handkerchief attached to it, which had so surprised me, came naturally to be neglected. Whenever I looked at it, resting on top of the black smoke-stained shelf, I felt sorry for father. So long as he could still move about lightly, as he used to, I worried, wishing he would only be a little more careful. When he came instead to sit still in one place, I felt again that the former state had, after all, been the healthier one. I often spoke with mother about father's health. It is all in his mind. Mother said, in mother's head, the illness of His Majesty and father's illness were linked together. I could not think it was only that. It is not merely in his mind. Is his body really all right? It seems to me that not only his spirits, but his health itself is steadily getting worse. As I said this, I began inwardly to consider once more whether I should perhaps call some competent doctor from a distance and have father examined. This summer must be dull for you too. You have finally graduated, and yet we have not even been able to celebrate for you. Your father's condition is as you see it, and then there is His Majesty's illness as well. Really, it would have been better to invite the guests at once, as soon as you came home. I had returned home on the 5th or 6th of July, and father and mother had first begun to speak of inviting guests to celebrate my graduation about a week after that, and the day finally chosen had been set more than another week ahead. Having come back to the unhurried country where time imposed no restraint, I was, because of that, as good as saved from the unpleasant pain of unwelcome social obligations. But mother, who did not understand me, seemed not to notice that at all. When the news of the emperor's death was announced, father held the newspaper in his hand and said, "Ah, His Majesty too has at last passed away, and I as well." Father did not finish what was to follow. I went into town to buy black bunting. With it, I covered the ball at the top of the flagpole, and with it, I fastened a strip 3 sun wide to the tip of the pole, letting it project diagonally from beside the gate out toward the road. The flag and the black streamer as well hung limp in the windless air. The roof of the old gate at my house was thatched with straw. The color of the straw, beaten by rain and wind and blown upon over the years, had especially faded, taking on a pale gray cast, and even its uneven patches here and there caught the eye. I stepped outside the gate alone and looked at the black streamer, the white Marinsu ground, and the red of the rising sun dyed into that field. I also looked at the way they stood out against the dirty straw of the roof. I remembered that Sensei had once asked me, "What sort of appearance does your house have? Is it very different in character from my native place?" I wanted to show Sensei this old house where I had been born, and yet I was ashamed to show it to him. I went back alone into the house again. Coming to the place where my desk stood, I read the newspaper and imagined what distant Tokyo must be like. My imagination gathered itself into a single scene, that greatest city in Japan, moving restlessly in the dark, and in the midst of that anxious, murmuring city, which had no choice but to keep moving, even in its darkness, I saw Sensei's house like a single point of light. At that time, I did not notice that this light, too, was being naturally drawn into a silent whirlpool. I did not, of course, notice that before long. That light also stood with the fate before it of being suddenly extinguished. I thought I might write a letter to Sensei about this latest event, and I took up my brush. I wrote about 10 lines, then stopped. What I had written, I tore into small pieces and threw into the wastebasket. I thought there was no use writing such things to Sensei, and judging from past experience, he did not seem at all likely to send a reply. That was why I wrote letters, and I wrote them because I hoped a reply would come. Chapter 6. About the middle of August, I received a letter from a certain friend. In it he wrote that there was an opening for a teaching position at a middle school in the provinces, and asked whether I would go. This friend, out of economic necessity, was the sort of man who went about looking for such positions himself. This opening, too, had first come to him, but since he had been able to arrange for something better in another district, he had taken the trouble to let me know of this one, meaning to pass on to me what was left over. I wrote back at once and declined. I said that among our acquaintances there were surely some who were making strenuous efforts to obtain a teaching post, and that it would be better to turn it over to one of them. After sending my reply, I told father and mother about the matter. Neither of them seemed to object to my having refused it. Even without going to such a place, there will still be better openings, surely. Behind those words of reassurance, I read the excessive hopes they placed in me. My unsuspecting father and mother seemed to expect from me, freshly graduated as I was, a position and an income beyond what was fitting. An appropriate opening? These days, there are not so many desirable openings to be had. Besides, my elder brother and I studied different things, and we belong to different times, so it is a little unfair to think of the two of us in the same way. But now that you have graduated, you must at least be able to stand on your own. It puts us in a difficult position, too. If someone asks, "And what is your second son doing now that he has graduated from the university?" and I cannot answer, then I, too, am made to feel small. Father's thinking had never known what it was to go out beyond the old native place where he had long lived. Asked by this person and that from the same native place how much salary a university graduate might be able to earn, or told, well, perhaps about 100 yen a month. Would it be? Father wished to settle me somewhere in a way that would not look bad before such people. I, who thought with the great city as my base, must have seemed to father and mother a strange creature, walking with my feet pointed toward the sky. And I myself, too, at times actually felt like such a creature. Before father and mother, between whose world and mine the gulf was too wide, I remained silent, for openly declaring my own thoughts. Why don't you ask that gentleman you are always calling Sensei for help? At a time like this, of all times, Mother could interpret Sensei in no other way than that. But that Sensei was a man who had urged me, when I returned home, to have the property divided while father was still alive. He was not a man who would say, "Now that you have graduated, I will help arrange a position for you." "And what does this sensei do?" father asked. "He does nothing," I answered. For a very long time, I had thought I had already told father and mother that sensei did nothing. And father, I felt sure, ought to have remembered it. What can it mean that he does nothing? If he is a person you respect so highly, one would suppose he was doing something. Saying this, father mocked me. In father's way of thinking, those who were of use went out into the world, obtained suitable positions, and worked. He seemed to conclude that a man who did nothing was idle merely because he was, after all, worthless. Even a man like me, though I do not draw a salary, is not simply spending all his time in idleness. Father said that too. Even then, I still remained silent. If he is as great a man as you say, surely he will find some opening for you. Have you tried asking him? Mother asked. No, I answered. Then nothing can be done, can it? Why do you not ask him? You may write a letter, if nothing else. Yes. I gave that half-hearted reply and rose from my seat. Chapter 7. Father was plainly afraid of his illness, yet he was not the sort of man to trouble the doctor with tiresome questions each time he came. The doctor, too, holding back out of reserve, said nothing definite. Father seemed to be thinking about what would come after his death. At the very least, he seemed to imagine what our household would be like after he was gone. There is good and bad in giving children an education. After all the pains one takes to educate them, those children never come back home again. In that case, one might as well say that education is simply a means of separating parents and children. As a result of his education, my elder brother was now in a distant province, and by the fate of having been educated, I too had firmly resolved to live in Tokyo. The complaint of father, who had raised such children, was by no means unreasonable, and the picture he formed of mother left all alone in the country house where they had lived for so many years could not but have been a lonely one. Father believed absolutely that our house was something that could not be moved, and mother, living inside it, he likewise believed was something that could not be moved so long as life remained in her. To leave behind, after his own death, this solitary mother, all alone in our vast empty house, was a terrible anxiety to him. And yet, in telling me to seek a good position in Tokyo and pressing me toward it, there was a contradiction in father's mind. I found that contradiction strange, and at the same time, I was glad that thanks to it, I would be able to go out again to Tokyo. Before father and mother, I had to make it appear as though I were seeking such a position with all the effort I could. I wrote a letter to Sensei, describing in detail the circumstances of the family. I asked him if there were anything he could do with his own strength to arrange something for me. I wrote this letter while thinking that Sensei would probably pay no attention to my request. I wrote it also while thinking that even if he did mean to pay attention, there was likely nothing he could do, being the narrow man of the world that he was. And yet, I wrote it believing that a reply to this letter would certainly come from Sensei. Before sealing it and sending it, I said to Mother, "I have written to Sensei, just as you told me. Please read it." Mother, just as I had imagined, did not read it. Is that so? Then send it quickly. In such matters, one ought to do things promptly oneself, without waiting for others to remind one. Mother still thought of me as though I were a child, and in truth, I myself felt somewhat like a child. But a letter alone will not be enough. In any case, nothing can really be done until September, when I go to Tokyo. That may be so, but then again, there is no knowing whether some unexpectedly good opening may not turn up, so it is always better to ask as early as possible. Yes, at any rate, a reply is sure to come, and when it does, we can talk again. I trusted Sensei, who was punctilious in matters of this sort. I waited eagerly for his reply to arrive, but in the end, my expectation was disappointed. Even after a week, there was no word at all from Sensei. He has probably gone somewhere to escape the summer heat. I had to use words that sounded like an excuse when I spoke to Mother, and those words were not only an excuse to Mother, they were an excuse to my own heart as well. Unless I forced myself to assume some circumstance or other and defend Sensei's conduct, I grew uneasy. At times, I forgot Father's illness. There were moments when I thought I might as well go quickly to Tokyo at once. Father himself, too, sometimes forgot his illness. Though he worried about the future, he took no measures whatever for that future. I let pass the chance to speak to Father about the division of the property as Sensei had advised me to do. Chapter 8. At the beginning of September, I was at last about to go out again to Tokyo. I asked Father to continue, for the present, to send me money for my studies, as he had done until now. If I stay here like this, I cannot obtain the kind of position you speak of. I spoke as though I were going to Tokyo in order to obtain the very position Father desired. Of course, only until I find an opening, I added. In my heart, I thought that such an opening would never, in the end, fall upon my head. But Father, who knew little of circumstances, persisted in believing exactly the opposite. Well, it will only be for a short while, so I shall somehow manage it for you, but it cannot go on for long. As soon as you obtain a suitable position, you must become independent. Once a man has finished school, by rights, from the very next day, he ought not to be living at another's expense. Young people nowadays seem to know only how to spend money and never to think at all about how to earn it. Father said various other things besides. Among them were words like, "In the old days, parents were supported by their children, but nowadays, parents are only consumed by them." I listened to all these things in silence. When I thought the lecture was finally over, I quietly rose from my seat. Father asked me when I meant to leave. For me, the sooner the better. Have your mother choose the day. Very well. At that time, before Father, I was unexpectedly docile. I tried as much as possible to leave the country without opposing his temper. Father stopped me again. When you go to Tokyo, the house will grow lonely again. After all, there are only your mother and me. And that would be all right if only I were in good health. But in my condition, there is no saying what may happen suddenly or when. I comforted Father as best I could and returned to the place where my desk stood. Sitting there among my books scattered in disorder, I looked over again and again. In my mind, Father's anxious manner and his words. At that time, I heard again the cry of the cicadas, but the sound was not the same as I had heard all through the earlier part of the season. It was now the cry of the tsukutsukuboshi. When I returned home to the country in summer and sat still in the midst of the cicadas' voices, hot as though they were boiling, I often fell into a strangely sorrowful mood. My melancholy always seemed to sink into the depths of my heart together with the fierce sound of those insects. At such times, I would always remain still, alone, gazing at myself. Since I came home that summer, the tone of my melancholy had gradually changed, just as the cry of the abura zemi gives way to the cry of the tsukutsukuboshi. So too it seemed to me that the fates of the people around me were slowly beginning to move within some great wheel of transmigration. As I repeated to myself Father's lonely manner and his words, I found myself again thinking of Sensei, who did not send a reply even when I wrote to him. Sensei and Father, in the fact that they gave me impressions utterly opposite to one another, were easy to bring together in my mind, both in comparison and in association. I knew almost everything there was to know about Father. If I were to leave Father, then what remained between parent and child was only the lingering sorrow of affection. But much about Sensei was still unknown to me. Even the past of which he had promised he would one day speak, I had not yet had the chance to hear. In short, Sensei was still dim to me, unless I passed through that dimness and reached a brighter place. My mind could not be at rest. For my connection with Sensei to be broken would have been, for me, a great pain. I had Mother choose the day and fix the date on which I was to leave for Tokyo. Chapter 9. Just as I was on the point of finally leaving, I think it was the evening of 2 days before, Father suddenly collapsed again. At that time, I was fastening up the trunk into which I had packed my books and clothes. Father had gone to take his bath. Mother, who had gone to wash Father's back, called me in a loud voice. I saw Father naked being held from behind by mother. Even so, when he was brought back to the sitting room, father said he was already all right. To be safe, I sat by his pillow and cooled his head with a wet towel. It was not until around 9 o'clock that I finally managed to eat a merely nominal supper. By the next day, father seemed stronger than I had expected. Without listening to those who tried to stop him, he even walked to the privy himself. It is all right now. Father repeated again the very same words he had spoken to me when he collapsed at the end of the previous year. That time, as he had said, he really had turned out to be more or less all right. This time, too, I thought perhaps it might be so, but the doctor did no more than warn us that caution was essential, and no matter how closely I pressed him, he would not speak plainly. Because of my anxiety, even when the day fixed for my departure arrived, I could not bring myself to leave for Tokyo. Shall I wait and see how things go? A little longer? I asked Mother. Please do, Mother begged. Mother, while she saw Father well enough to go out into the garden or step down to the back door, would remain calm, yet whenever such a thing happened, she would again worry and fret beyond all necessity. Weren't you supposed to leave for Tokyo today? Father asked. Yes, I have put it off for a little while, I answered. Because of me? Father asked again. For a moment, I hesitated. If I said yes, it would be as though I were certifying the seriousness of Father's illness. I did not want to make Father's nerves oversensitive, but Father seemed to read my mind. Very well, I am sorry, he said, and turned his face toward the garden. I went into my room and looked at the trunk left lying there. It was still tightly bound so that it could be carried out at any time without the least trouble. I stood blankly before it, wondering whether I should untie the cords again. In that unsettled feeling of having risen halfway from my seat, without quite standing, I passed another 3 or 4 days. Then Father collapsed again. The doctor ordered absolute bed rest. What are we to do? Mother said to me in a small voice, so Father could not hear. Her face looked utterly helpless. I made ready to send telegrams to my elder brother and to my sister. Yet Father, lying there, seemed to be suffering from almost nothing at all. To see him talking, it was altogether as though he had merely caught a cold. What was more, his appetite was greater than it ordinarily was. Even when those around him cautioned him, he would not easily listen. If I am going to die anyway, I must at least eat something good before I die. To me, Father's words, something good, sounded at once comic and deeply tragic. Father did not live in circumstances where things thought good could be put into his mouth. At night, he would have them roast hard rice cakes for him and crunch away at them. Why is it that I crave things so much? Perhaps, after all, there may still be some sound part left in me. Mother, in her disappointment, placed her hope instead in that very thing. And yet, using that old-fashioned word, crave, which was employed only in illness. She meant no more than that he wanted to eat everything. When my uncle came to pay a visit, father would not let him go, but kept him there for a very long time. The chief reason was that he felt lonely and wanted him to stay longer. But it also seemed to be one of his purposes to complain that mother and I would not let him eat as much as he wished. Chapter 10. Father's illness continued in much the same condition for more than a week. During that time, I sent a long letter to my elder brother in Kyushu. As for my sister, I had mother write to her. Inwardly, I thought that this would probably be the last message sent to the two of them concerning father's health. So in both letters, I added that if it should truly come to the final point, I would send a telegram and that they were to come then. My brother held a busy position. My sister was pregnant. For that reason, until father's danger was directly upon us, we had no freedom to summon them. Yet it would also have been painful if, after making all the effort to come, they should be told that they had not arrived in time. About the moment at which I should send the telegram, I felt a responsibility unknown to others. When it comes to anything that definite, I cannot tell myself. But at least you should understand that the danger may come at any time. The doctor, whom we had brought from the town, where the railway station was, said this to me. After consulting with mother, I decided, through that doctor's arrangement, to engage a nurse from the hospital in town. Father made a strange face when he saw the woman in white who came to his pillow and greeted him. Father had long been aware that he was suffering from a mortal illness, and yet he did not notice death itself, which was drawing near before his eyes. When I get better, I shall go to Tokyo once more for a visit. A man never knows when he may die. Whatever one wants to do, it is best to do it while one is still alive. Mother, having no choice, would humor him, saying, "In that case, you must take me with you too." At times, again, he would become terribly lonely. When I die, do take good care of your mother. I had a certain memory attached to the words, "when I die." The night I graduated, when I was leaving Tokyo, Sensei had repeated them again and again to his wife. I remembered Sensei's face, with its faint smile, and the way his wife had covered her ears, saying it was ill-omened. The words, "when I die," spoken on that occasion, had been a simple supposition. What I now heard was a fact that might come to pass at any moment. I could not learn from the wife how to behave towards Sensei. Still, at least with words, I had to divert father somehow. "You must not speak so weakly. When you get better, are you not supposed to come and visit Tokyo with mother beside you? When you come next time, you will surely be astonished. Even the new tram lines alone have increased enormously, and once the trams begin to run, the streets change of themselves, and on top of that, there are the city improvements. There is scarcely a single moment, day or night, when Tokyo stands still. Because I had no choice, I went on saying, even things that need not have been said. Father listened to it all with an air of satisfaction. Since there was an invalid in the house, there naturally came to be more people going in and out. Relatives living nearby came to visit in turns at the rate of about one person every 2 days. Among them were some who lived comparatively far away, and with whom, in ordinary times, we had little contact. There were those who went away saying, "I wondered how it might be, but at this rate, he will be all right. He can talk freely, and, after all, his face has not grown thin at all." The household, which, when I first returned, had been quiet almost to the point of desolation, gradually began to grow more and more restless through all this. Meanwhile, Father's illness, lying still in the midst of it, did nothing but move in an unhappy direction. At last, after consulting with Mother and my uncle, I sent telegrams to my elder brother and to my sister. My brother sent back word at once that he was coming. From my sister's husband, too, there came notice that he would set out. When my sister had been pregnant before, she had miscarried, and her husband, who had long since written that this time he intended to make her take every care so that it should not become a habit, might perhaps come himself in place of my sister. Chapter 11. Even in the midst of this restless uncertainty, I still had enough leisure to sit quietly. At times, there even came hours when I could open a book and read 10 pages in succession. The trunk of mine, once tightly fastened, had somehow been undone. Before I knew it, I took various things out of it as need arose. I looked back on the schedule I had resolved upon in my heart when I left Tokyo, the tasks I meant to carry out throughout that summer. What I had done did not amount to even a third of that plan. I had often, even before now, repeated disappointments of this sort. Yet there had seldom been a summer in which things failed to proceed as I had intended, to such a degree as this one. Though I thought this must be the common lot of human life, I was nevertheless oppressed by an unpleasant feeling. Sitting beneath this discomfort, I thought on one side of Father's illness. I imagined what would come after Father died, and at the same time, on another side, I thought of Sensei. At the two ends of this disagreeable state of mind, I saw the images of two men, entirely different in position, education, and character. While I had left Father's pillow and was sitting alone among my books in disorder, my arms folded, Mother appeared. "Why don't you take a little nap? You must be very tired, too." Mother did not understand my state of mind, nor was I any longer such a child as to expect it of her. I simply thanked her. Mother still remained standing at the entrance to the room. "And Father?" I asked. "He is sleeping well now," Mother answered. Mother suddenly came in and sat down beside me. "Has your sensei still written nothing?" she asked. Mother believed what I had told her before. At that time, I had assured her that there would certainly be a reply from Sensei. Yet even then, I had not in the least expected that any reply would come, such as Father and Mother desired. Though I understood the matter, I had fallen into the same result, as if I had deceived Mother. Try writing him once more. Mother said, no matter how many letters I might write, that would be of no use if it would comfort Mother. I was not the sort of man to begrudge the trouble. Yet to press Sensei on such a matter was painful to me, far more than being scolded by Father or putting Mother out of humor. I feared being looked down on by Sensei. There was even a suspicious thought in me that perhaps the reason I had received no reply until now to that request was of that very kind. There is no difficulty in writing a letter, but with a matter like this, nothing can ever be settled by post. I would have to go to Tokyo in person and ask directly, going about myself. But with your father in that condition, there is no knowing when you will be able to go to Tokyo. That is why I shall not go. Until matters are settled, one way or the other, whether he recovers or does not recover, I intend to remain here properly, as I am. That is only natural. Who could leave behind a gravely ill man who may at any moment be beyond help and go off to Tokyo as he pleased? At first, in my heart, I pitied Mother, who knew nothing, but I could not understand why she had brought up such a matter at such a restless time as this, seeing that I, setting Father's illness aside, still had enough room in my heart to sit quietly or to read. I wondered whether Mother, too, forgetting the sick man before her eyes, had enough space in her breast to think of other things. Then she said, the truth is, I was thinking how relieved your father would be if your position were settled while he is still alive. At this rate, it may very well not be in time. But even so, as things still are, his speech is clear and his mind is clear. So while he is still like this, do your duty as a son and give him something to be glad of. Poor me. I was in a position where I could not perform such filial duty. In the end, I did not send even a single line to Sensei. Chapter 12. When my elder brother returned, Father was lying in bed reading the newspaper. From ordinary times, Father had always had the habit of glancing through the newspaper before anything else. But after taking to his bed, he wanted to read it all the more, out of sheer boredom. Neither Mother nor I strongly opposed him, and we let the invalid have his way as much as possible. If he has strength enough for that, then it is a very good sign. I came thinking he must be much worse, but he seems remarkably well, does he not? My brother said things like this while talking with Father. To me, that tone, too lively by far, sounded rather discordant. Even so, when he left Father's presence and sat facing me alone, he was instead subdued. Should he really be allowed to read the newspaper? I think not either, but he will not consent unless he is allowed, so there is nothing to be done. My brother listened silently to my explanation. After a while, he said, "Can he really understand it?" It seemed that my brother had observed that Father's powers of comprehension, because of the illness, had grown much duller than in ordinary times. That much is certain. I sat by his pillow for about 20 minutes just now and talked with him about various things, but there was not the least disorder in the way he spoke. At this rate, it may be that he will perhaps hold out for quite a while yet. The opinion of my sister's husband, who arrived shortly after my brother, was even more optimistic than ours. Father was asking him this and that about my sister. Since her condition is what it is better that she does not carelessly get on a train and jolt about. If she forces herself to come and see me, that will only make us worry here. He also said, when I get well, it will make no difference. I shall come out myself after a long while to see the baby's face. When General Nogi died as well, Father was the first to learn of it from the newspaper. This is terrible, terrible, he said. We, who knew nothing of it, were startled by those sudden words. Afterward, I told him that, at that moment, I felt a chill, thinking at last his mind had truly gone wrong. My brother said to me later, I too, in truth, was astonished. My sister's husband added, in words that showed he felt the same. The newspapers of those days were indeed filled, day after day, with articles such as country people waited for eagerly. I sat by Father's pillow and carefully read them aloud. When there was no time to read them there, I quietly brought them to my own room and went through every line. For a long time, my eyes could not forget the figure of General Nogi in his military uniform, nor that of his wife dressed in garments like those of a court lady, while a sorrowful wind blew even into the far corners of the countryside, shaking the drowsy-looking trees and grasses. I suddenly received a telegram from Sensei. In a place where even the sight of a man in Western clothes would set the dogs barking, a single telegram itself was a great event. Mother, when she received it, indeed looked startled and deliberately called me out to a place where no one else was. What is it? She said, and stood beside me, waiting for me to open it. The telegram said simply that he wished to see me for a moment and asked whether I could come. I tilted my head. It must surely be about that position you asked him to help with. Mother guessed for me. I too thought that perhaps it might be so. Yet even so, it also seemed a little strange. In any case, having summoned even my brother and my sister's husband, I could not possibly leave Father's illness behind and go off to Tokyo. After consulting with Mother, I decided to send a telegram in reply, saying that I could not go. In words as brief as possible, I added that Father's illness was falling into a critical state. Even then, I was not satisfied, so that very day I wrote out the detailed circumstances in a letter and sent it by post. Mother, firmly convinced that it was only about the position I had asked for, said, when the timing is truly bad, there is nothing to be done, and looked regretful. Chapter 13. The letter I wrote was quite a long one. Both Mother and I thought that this time, surely, Sensei would send some sort of reply. Then, on the second day, after I had mailed the letter, another telegram arrived, addressed to me. It contained nothing but the words, that I need not come. I showed it to Mother. He is probably intending to write something in a letter. Mother seemed, to the very end, to interpret Sensei as a man who would arrange some means of livelihood for me. I, too, thought that perhaps it might be so, but judging from Sensei's usual ways, it somehow seemed strange. Sensei will find me a position. To me, that appeared almost impossible. In any case, my letter cannot yet have reached him, so this telegram must certainly have been sent before that. I said this obvious thing to Mother. Mother, after pondering it with an air of reason, answered, "Yes, that is so." And yet it was plain that the fact that Sensei had sent this telegram before reading my letter was of no use whatever in helping us understand him. That day, the chief doctor was just expected to bring the hospital director from town, so Mother and I had no further chance to speak of this matter. The two doctors, after consulting together, gave Father an enema and then went away. Ever since Father had been ordered to absolute bed rest by the doctor, both his bowels and his urine had been attended to, where he lay, by other hands. Fastidious by nature, Father at first loathed this exceedingly, but since his body would not serve him, he had no choice and, unwillingly, relieved himself in bed. Whether it was that the illness itself gradually dulled his mind, or something else, as the days passed, he ceased to mind such slovenly evacuation. At times, he even soiled the quilts or the bedding, and while those beside him drew their brows together, he himself remained quite unconcerned. To be sure, the amount of urine, owing to the nature of his illness, had grown extremely small. The doctor worried over that. His appetite, too, gradually declined. Even when he occasionally desired something, it was only the tongue that desired it, scarcely more than a little passed below the throat. He no longer had the strength to take up the newspapers he loved so much. The old spectacles beside his pillow remained shut up for a long time in their black case, when a man named Saku-san, who had been Father's close friend since childhood, and who now lived about 1 ri away, came to pay a visit. Father said, "Ah, is that Saku-san?" and turned his clouded eyes toward him. "Saku-san, you have done well to come. You are strong, Saku-san, and I envy you. I am finished now. Why, you have had both your children graduate from the university. Even if you fall ill a little, there is nothing to complain of. Look at me. My wife is dead. I have no children. I merely go on living like this. That is all. Even if I am healthy, what pleasure is there in it? It was 2 or 3 days after Saku-san came that Father was given the enema. Father was delighted, saying that thanks to the doctor, he felt greatly relieved, as though he had gained a little courage with regard to his own life. His spirits improved. Mother, who was beside him, whether carried away by that or in order to encourage the sick man, spoke of the telegram from Sensei as though my position in Tokyo had already been arranged. Just as Father hoped, sitting there, I felt awkward and uneasy, but since I could not interrupt Mother's words, I listened in silence. The invalid's face brightened with pleasure. "That is excellent," said my sister's husband as well. "What sort of position is it? Do you still not know?" my brother asked. By then, I had lost the courage to deny it, giving some ambiguous reply, the meaning of which I myself did not understand. I rose from my seat on purpose. Chapter 14. Father's illness had advanced to the very edge of waiting for the final blow, and there, it seemed, it hesitated for a while. Those in the house went to bed each night, thinking, "Will the sentence of fate be given today? Will it be given today?" Father felt no pain anywhere severe enough to torment those beside him. In that respect, nursing him was rather easy. For the sake of caution, one of us at least would remain awake in turn, but the others could withdraw to their own bedding at a proper hour, without harm. Once, when for some reason I could not sleep, I mistakenly thought I heard, faintly, something like a groan from the invalid. I got out of bed in the middle of the night and went, just to be sure, to Father's pillow. That night, it was Mother's turn to stay awake. Yet Mother herself had fallen asleep, her arm bent beneath her head for a pillow. Beside Father, Father too lay quiet, like someone gently set down behind deep sleep. I crept back on silent feet to my own bed. I slept inside the mosquito net with my brother. My sister's husband alone, perhaps because he was being treated as a guest, rested by himself in a separate room. It is hard on Seki, too, to be kept here so many days and unable to return. Seki was that man's surname. But he is not so busy a man, and that is why he can stay here like this. More than Seki, it must be harder on you, brother, now that it has dragged on so long. Even if it is hard, nothing can be done. This is not like other matters. Lying there with my bed beside his, I talked with my brother in this way before sleep. In my brother's mind and in my own breast, there was the thought that Father could not, in any case, be saved. There was also the thought, if he cannot be saved anyway? We were like children waiting for a parent to die. But as children, we hesitated to put that into words. And each of us understood very well what the other was thinking. Father still seems to think he will recover, my brother said to me. And in truth, there were moments when it did seem so. Whenever someone from the neighborhood came to inquire after him, Father would insist on seeing the person, and when he did, he would always speak with regret of not having been able to invite them to celebrate my graduation. At the same time, he would sometimes add something about what he would do once his illness was cured. It is just as well that the celebration for your graduation came to nothing. When my time came, it was miserable enough. With these words, my brother prodded my memory. I recalled, with a bitter smile, the disorderly scene of that time, stirred up by drink, the sight, too, of Father forcing food and sake upon people, went unpleasantly before my eyes. We were not brothers especially close in affection. When we were little, We quarreled often, and I, being younger, was always the one who ended by crying. The difference in the courses we studied after entering school had also arisen entirely from a difference in our natures. While I was at the university, and especially after I came into contact with Sensei, I used to look at my brother from a distance and think of him as animal-like. I had not seen him for a long time, and besides, he had been far away. In time and in distance, he was never a near presence to me. Yet now, when after so long we had come together like this, a gentle feeling between brothers rose naturally from somewhere within us. The circumstances themselves were also a great cause of it. There, by the pillow of the father common to us both, that father who was about to die, my brother and I shook hands. "What will you do from now on?" my brother asked. In answer, I put to him a question that was quite different from his. What, after all, is to become of the family's property? I do not know. Father has still said nothing at all. But even if you speak of property as money, it cannot amount to very much. Mother, for her part, was also troubled about the reply from Sensei. Has the letter still not come? Chapter 15. Who in the world is this Sensei? Sensei you keep talking about? My brother asked. Didn't I explain it the other day? I answered. Although I myself had asked him a question, I felt irritated with my brother, who forgot what others told him almost as soon as he heard it. I did hear it, certainly, but what my brother meant in the end was that even when he heard, he could not understand. From my point of view, there was no need to force him to understand. Sensei, and yet I was angry. I thought again that my brother was showing that familiar side of himself because I respected someone to the extent of calling him Sensei. My brother assumed that the man must necessarily be someone of renown. At the very least, he supposed he must be something like a university professor, a man without a name, a man who did nothing. Where could the value of such a person lie? In this respect, my brother's way of thinking was exactly the same as father's. But whereas father jumped at once to the conclusion that a man was idle because he could do nothing, my brother let fall a tone implying that if a man had abilities enough to do something and yet loafed about, then he could only be a worthless fellow. An egoist is no good. To mean to live without doing anything is a shameless way of thinking. A man must make the utmost use of whatever talents he has. Otherwise, it is false. I wanted to turn to my brother and ask him back whether he really understood the meaning of the word egoist that he was using. Still, if thanks to him you get a position, then that will at least be a good thing. Father, too, seems pleased, does he not? Afterward, my brother said this. As long as no clear letter came from Sensei, I could neither believe it nor muster the courage to say it aloud. Now that mother, through her quick assumption, had gone and spread it to everyone in that way, I could no longer suddenly deny it. Without waiting to be urged by Mother, I kept looking out for a letter from Sensei, and I prayed that in that letter there might somehow be written the matter of a livelihood, of food and clothing, just as they all imagined, before my father, who was nearing death, before my mother, who prayed that he might be given even a little peace of mind, before my brother, who spoke as though a man were not human unless he worked, before my sister's husband, my uncle, my aunt, and the rest. I had to trouble my nerves over something to which I myself was not the least attached. When Father vomited a strange yellow matter, I remembered the danger of which Sensei and his wife had once spoken to me. Looking at Mother's face as she said, "He has been lying down so long like this, his stomach is bound to go bad as well," I found tears rising to my eyes before that woman who knew nothing. When my brother and I met in the sitting room, he said, "Did you hear?" What he meant was, had I heard what the doctor had said to him as he was leaving? Even without waiting for an explanation, I understood perfectly what he meant. "Have you any intention of coming back here and managing the house?" my brother asked, looking at me. I made no answer. "Mother alone will not be able to do anything," my brother said again. My brother looked upon me as though I were someone who might just as well smell the scent of the earth and rot away here. "If all you want is to read books, you can do that perfectly well in the country too. And besides, there would be no need to work, so it would suit you exactly." "It would be more proper for you to come back, brother," I said. How could I possibly do such a thing? My brother rejected it in a single breath. Within him, there was overflowing the will to go out into the world and work from now on. "If you refuse, then perhaps we must ask Uncle to look after things. But even then, Mother will have to be taken in by one side or the other. Whether Mother herself would move from here or not is already a very great question. Even before Father had died, we brothers spoke together in this way about what would come after his death." Chapter 16. Father began at times to wander in his speech. "I have failed, General Nogi. I am truly ashamed beyond words. Yes, I too shall follow immediately after." He would suddenly let fall such words as these. Mother was frightened by them. She wanted, as much as possible, to gather us all by Father's pillow. To the invalid, too, who when in his right mind was always feeling lonely, this seemed to be his wish, especially if he looked about the room and did not see Mother. Father would always ask, "Where is Omitsu?" Even when he did not ask, his eyes told it. I often rose and went to call Mother. When Mother came into the sick room, leaving whatever task she had been doing unfinished, and said, "Do you want something?" there were times when Father merely gazed at her face and said nothing at all. Then again, he would speak of something entirely unrelated. At times, he would suddenly say some gentle thing like, "Omitsu, you too have taken much care of me." Before such words, Mother would always fill with tears. And after that, she seemed always to remember by contrast the father of former days, when he had still been strong. He says such pitiful things now, but in those days he could be very harsh indeed. Mother told us how father had once struck her across the back with a broom. My brother and I, who had heard that story many times before, received mother's words now in a wholly different mood, as though they were some memorial of father. Although father gazed at the shadow of death dimly reflected before his eyes, he still spoke nothing resembling a last testament. Shouldn't we ask him about anything that ought to be known while there is still time? My brother said, looking at me. Yes, perhaps. I answered, I thought it doubtful whether it would be right for the sick man if we ourselves were to bring up such a thing. Unable to decide, the two of us ended by consulting Uncle. Uncle, too, only tilted his head. If there is something he wishes to say, it would be a pity for him to die without saying it, and yet to press him from our side may also be wrong. In the end, the matter trailed away without conclusion. Then, before long, a stupor came over him. Mother, who as usual knew nothing, mistook it for ordinary sleep and was rather pleased. If only he can sleep peacefully like that, it is easier for those beside him too. She said, at times father opened his eyes and suddenly asked what had become of someone or other. That someone was always limited to a person who had been sitting there only a little while before. Within father's consciousness, there seemed to be dark places and bright places. Like a white thread, sewing through darkness, appeared to continue at intervals across a certain distance. It was no wonder that mother mistook that stupor for ordinary sleep. Before long, his tongue began to grow more and more tangled. Even when he tried to say something, the end of it would trail off indistinctly, so that often we could not make out what he meant. And yet, when he began to speak, he raised his voice so strongly that one would never have thought him a dying man. We, of course, had to raise our voices more than ever, bringing our mouths close to his ear. Does it feel good when your head is cooled? Yes. With the nurse beside me, I changed father's water pillow and then placed a fresh ice bag, newly filled with ice, upon his head, while the sharply broken, jagged fragments of ice settled within the bag. I held it gently in place outside father's bald brow. At that moment, my brother came in along the corridor and silently placed a piece of mail in my hand. Stretching out my free left hand to receive it, I was immediately struck by something strange. Compared with an ordinary letter, it was far heavier. It had not even been put in a normal envelope, nor was it of a size that could have fit into one. It had been wrapped in handshi paper, and the sealed edge had been carefully pasted down. The moment I took it from my brother's hand, I saw at once that it was registered mail. Turning it over, I found Sensei's name written there in his modest hand. Since my hands were occupied and I could not open it at once, I slipped it, for the moment, into my breast. Chapter 17. That day, The invalid seemed particularly bad. When I rose from my seat, meaning to go to the privy, my brother, whom I met in the corridor, challenged me in the tone of a sentry. "Where are you going?" His condition seems a little strange, so we must stay near him as much as possible. I thought so too. Leaving the letter still in my breast, I returned again to the sick room. Father opened his eyes and asked Mother the names of the people standing there in a row. As Mother explained, one by one, that one is so-and-so, this one is so-and-so, Father nodded each time. When he did not nod, Mother would raise her voice and press him again. "It is so-and-so. Do you understand? I am truly obliged for all your kindness." Father said this. Then he fell once more into a stupor. Those gathered around his pillow watched the invalid in silence for a while. Before long, one of them rose and went out into the next room. Then another rose. I too, as the third, finally left my place and came to my own room. I had one purpose: to open the postal packet I had just put into my breast. There was no reason why I could not have done it by the sick man's pillow. But the amount written in it was far too great. There was no possibility of reading it through. There, at a sitting, I stole a special moment for that purpose. I tore open the tough wrapping paper as though scratching it apart. What came out looked like manuscript, written neatly within ruled lines, vertical and horizontal, and it had been folded into quarters for convenience. In sealing, I bent back the stiff Western paper, which had taken a fold, and flattened it so that it would be easy to read. My heart was startled at the thought of what this great quantity of paper and ink was about to tell me. At the same time, the sick room troubled my mind. I had a foreboding that before I finished reading this writing, indeed, before I even had much time to begin, Father would certainly have some change, or at the very least, I would surely be called by my brother or my mother, or else my uncle. I could not bring myself to read calmly what Sensei had written. Restless and uneasy, I read only the first page. That page was written as follows: "When, at that time, you pressed me about my past, I, who had not the courage to answer, believe that I now possess the freedom to tell it plainly before you. But that freedom is no more than a worldly freedom, one which, while I wait for your return to Tokyo, will once more be lost. Accordingly, if I do not use it while I am able, I shall forever lose the chance to teach you my past as an indirect experience within your own mind. If that happens, then the words I promised you so firmly at that time will become nothing but a lie. I have therefore been compelled to set down with the brush what ought to have been spoken by word of mouth." When I had read that far, for the first time, I understood clearly why this long document had been written. As for some means of food and clothing, some position for me, I had believed from the outset that Sensei had no thought of writing about such a thing. But why had Sensei, who disliked taking up the brush, come to write out that matter at such length and show it to me? Why could he not wait until I returned to Tokyo? Now that freedom has come, he speaks, yet that freedom, in turn, must again be lost forever. Repeating this within my heart, I struggle to understand its meaning. Suddenly, I was seized by uneasiness. I tried to go on, reading further. At that very moment, from the direction of the sick room, I heard my brother's loud voice calling me. Startled again, I sprang to my feet. I rushed down the corridor toward the place where they all were. I was prepared for the final moment to have come at last upon Father. Chapter 18. Before I knew it, the doctor had come into the sick room with the intention of making the patient as comfortable as possible. He was about to try another enema. The nurse, to recover from the fatigue of the previous night, was sleeping in another room. My brother, unused to such things, had risen and was moving about in confusion. When he saw my face, he said only, "Give me a hand for a moment," and then took his seat again. I took my brother's place and held the oiled paper beneath Father's body. Father's condition seemed to ease a little. The doctor, who remained by the pillow for about 30 minutes, confirmed the result of the enema, then said he would come again, and went home. As he left, he made a point of telling us to call him at once if anything should happen. I left the sick room, which still seemed as though something might happen at any moment, and tried once more to read Sensei's letter. But I could not feel calm in the least. The moment I sat down before the desk, I felt certain that again my brother would call me in a loud voice, and I trembled at the fear that if I were called this time, it would be the end. I turned the pages of Sensei's letter without meaning. My eyes saw the carefully ordered characters set within their ruled frames, but I had no leisure to read them. I scarcely had even the leisure to pick out fragments. I opened the pages, one after another, all the way to the last, then was about to fold them again and lay them as they had been upon the desk. At that moment, by chance, a single line near the conclusion caught my eye. By the time this letter falls into your hands, I shall no longer be in this world. I shall, beyond doubt, be dead. I started. It felt as though my breast, which until then had been fluttering in agitation, suddenly hardened. All at once, I turned the pages back in the other direction, and I read backward at the rate of about one sentence to a page. In that instant, trying to know what I had to know, I attempted to pierce through the flickering letters with my eyes. What I wished to know then was only whether Sensei was alive or dead. Sensei's past, that dim past which he had once promised to tell me of, such a thing was utterly useless to me now. Turning the pages backward, I impatiently folded up this long letter, which did not readily grant me the knowledge I needed. Once more, I went to the door of the sick room to see Father's condition. The scene by the sick man's pillow was unexpectedly quiet. I beckoned Mother, who sat there with a weary face full of helplessness, and asked, "How is he?" Mother answered, "He seems to be holding on a little for now." I leaned my face before Father's eyes and asked, "Well, after the enema, do you feel a little better?" Father nodded. Quite distinctly, he said, "Thank you." Father's mind was not nearly so clouded as I had thought. Again, I withdrew from the sick room and returned to my own room. There, looking at the clock, I examined the train timetable. Suddenly I stood up, retied my sash, and thrust Sensei's letter into my sleeve. Then I went out from the back entrance to the front. Like a man beside himself, I ran to the doctor's house. I meant to ask him plainly whether Father would hold out for another 2 or 3 days. I meant to beg him to keep him alive somehow, by injections or by anything at all. Unluckily, the doctor was away. I had no time to stand there waiting for his return. I had no composure to do so. At once, I had a rickshaw hurried to the station. Leaning a scrap of paper against the wall of the station, I wrote a letter in pencil to Mother and my brother. The letter was very brief, but thinking it better than running off, without a word, I asked the rickshaw man to deliver it quickly to the house. Then, with the momentum of my desperate resolve, I leapt aboard the train for Tokyo. In the roaring, thundering third-class carriage, I took Sensei's letter once more from my sleeve and at last read it through from beginning to end. Part 3. Lower, Sensei and His Testament. Chapter 1. This summer I received 2 or 3 letters from you. I remember that the one in which you wrote, asking me to help you because you wish to secure a respectable position in Tokyo, was certainly the second one that came into my hands. When I read it, I thought I should like to do something for you. At the very least, I thought I ought not to leave it unanswered. But to confess the truth, I made no effort at all in response to your request. As you know, for a man like me, it is more fitting to say, not merely that my circle of acquaintances is narrow, but that I live entirely alone in this world. I have no room at all to undertake such efforts. But that is not the real issue. The truth is, I was at that time tormented by the question of what I ought to do with myself. Should I go on existing as I was, like a mummy left behind among living men, or else? In those days, whenever I repeated that phrase, or else, within my heart, I shuddered, like a man who has come at a run to the edge of a precipice, and suddenly peers down into a valley whose bottom cannot be seen. I was a coward. And, like many cowards, I suffered in just that measure. Regrettably, it would scarcely be an exaggeration to say that at that time you hardly existed for me at all. To go a step further, your position, your means of livelihood, such things were utterly meaningless to me. I did not care in the least. I was in no state to concern myself with them. I had merely placed your letter on the writing stand, and as it was, I went on sitting with folded arms, lost in thought. Why should a man who has property enough at home, even before graduating or failing to graduate, struggle and rush about crying, "Position, position"? That was all the glance I gave you, far away as you were, and I gave it with a bitter feeling. I tell you this as an excuse, because I was bound to answer you, and yet did not. I am not using rude words intentionally in order to anger you. I believe that if you read on, you will understand my true meaning well enough. At any rate, I remained silent where I ought to have said something. So I wish to ask your pardon for the sin of this negligence before you. After that, I sent you a telegram. To put it plainly, at that time, I wanted a little to see you. And then, as you wished, I wanted to tell you my past. For your sake, you sent a reply telegram, refusing, saying that you could not come up to Tokyo now. I was disappointed, and for a long time, I kept gazing at that telegram. It seemed that a telegram alone did not satisfy you either, for afterward, you sent me another long letter. From it, I understood clearly the circumstances that made it impossible for you to come to Tokyo. There was no reason whatever for me to think you a rude man. How could you leave home with your dear father ill? How could you possibly do such a thing, setting aside your father's sickness? It is rather my own attitude, as though I had forgotten the life and death of your father. That was improper. The truth is, when I sent that telegram, I had forgotten your father entirely. And yet, while you were still in Tokyo, it was I who warned you so earnestly that his illness was grave and that you must take the greatest care. I am this sort of contradictory human being, or perhaps more than my brain. It is my past pressing down upon me that has transformed me into such a contradictory man. Even in this matter, I fully acknowledge my own self. You must forgive me. When I read your letter, the last letter that came from you, I thought I had done a bad thing, so I considered sending you a reply to that effect, and I even started to take up my pen, but I stopped without writing a single line. If I were to write at all, I wanted rather to write this letter to you, and because to write this letter the time was still a little too early, I stopped. That is why I again sent only a brief telegram, saying simply that there was no need for you to come. Chapter 2. After that, I began writing this letter. For a man like me, who is not accustomed in ordinary life to taking up the pen, it was a heavy pain that events and thoughts would not move forward as I wished them to. I was on the verge of abandoning this duty of mine toward you, yet no matter how much I thought I would stop and laid the pen aside, it was useless. Before an hour had passed, I wanted to write again. Seen from your side, this may appear to be a trait in me that places great weight on the fulfillment of duty. I do not deny that either. As you know, I am a solitary man, almost without dealings with the world. And so, if I look about me, to right and left, before and behind, there is no duty worthy of the name that has spread its roots in any direction around me. Whether by intention or by nature, I had been living a life in which I cut such obligations down as much as possible. But I did not become this way because I was indifferent to duty. Rather, because I was too keenly sensitive and lacked the strength to endure stimulation, I came, as you see, to pass my days in this negative fashion. Therefore, once I have made a promise, it is most unpleasant to me not to carry it out, even if only to avoid this disagreeable feeling toward you. I must take up again the pen I laid aside. Besides that, I want to write apart from duty. I want to write my past. My past is my experience alone, so it may safely be called my possession alone. To die without giving it to another might be called a loss. I, too, have something of that feeling. Yet if I were to give it to one who could not receive it, then I would rather bury my experience together with my life. Indeed, if there did not exist here one man called you, then my past would have remained my past alone and would never have become, even indirectly, another person's knowledge. Among the many millions of Japanese, it is to you alone that I wish to tell my past, because you are earnest, because you said that in earnestness you wish to draw living lessons from life itself. I shall cast, without reserve, the shadow of a dark life over your head. But do not be afraid. Fix your gaze steadily upon what is dark, and from within it take what may serve you. When I say mine is dark, I mean, of course, dark in an ethical sense. I am a man born ethically. I am also a man raised ethically. The ethical ideas I hold may differ considerably from those of the young people of today. But however mistaken they may be, they are my own. They are not rented garments, borrowed in haste for the occasion. And so I believe they may perhaps offer some guidance to you who are still about to grow. You will remember well how often you directed arguments toward me about the problems of modern thought, and you will remember equally well my attitude toward them. I did not go so far as to despise your opinions, but I could never reach the point of paying them respect. Your ideas had no background, and you were far too young to possess a past of your own. At times, I laughed. You often showed me a face that seemed dissatisfied. At last, you pressed me to unfold my past before you like a picture scroll. At that moment, for the first time, I respected you in my heart, because you showed the resolve to see something living from inside me without hesitation, because you tried to split open my heart and drink the warm blood that flowed from it. At that time, I was still alive. I hated to die, so I put it off to another day and rejected your demand. Now, with my own hand, I am trying to tear open my own heart and splash that blood across your face. If, when my heartbeat stops, a new life can come to dwell within your breast, I shall be satisfied. Chapter 3. When I lost my parents, I was still not yet 20. I seem to remember that my wife once spoke to you of it. They died of the same illness, and just as she made you suspect, they died one after the other, so close together that it was almost as if they had died at the same time. The truth is, my father's illness was the dreadful typhoid fever. It was passed on to my mother, who remained beside him and nursed him. I was the only son born between the two of them. There was a fair amount of property in the house, and I was raised rather generously. When I look back upon my past, I think that if my parents had not died then, if at least one of them, my father or my mother, either one, had remained alive, I might have been able to keep that easy, untroubled spirit until this day. After the two of them were gone, I was left behind, stunned, and vacant. I had no knowledge, no experience, and no judgment. When my father died, my mother was unable to remain at his side. When my mother died, she had not even yet been told that my father was dead. Whether she had sensed it, or whether, as those around her said, she truly believed that my father was recovering, I do not know. My mother only entrusted everything to my uncle, pointing, as it were, to me who was standing there. She said, "Please, this child, I beg you, in every way." Before that, with my parents' permission, I had already been supposed to leave for Tokyo. So my mother seemed to mean to mention that as well. And when she added only, "to Tokyo," my uncle at once took up the rest and answered, "Very well, you must not worry at all." Perhaps my mother was a woman with a constitution strong enough to endure a fierce fever. My uncle said, "She is a firm one," and praised her to me. But whether this was truly my mother's last testament or not, when I think of it now, I cannot tell. Of course, my mother knew the dreadful name of the illness my father had contracted, and she also knew that it had been passed on to her. Yet whether she believed beyond that this illness would surely take her life, there, I think, there still remains plenty of room for doubt. And besides, the words my mother spoke when her fever was high, however coherent and clear they may have seemed, often left behind not the slightest trace of shadow in her own mind as memory. So, but that is not the issue. It is only that this habit of mine of loosening things apart, or else turning them round and round to look at them from every side, was already fully present in me, even in those days. I think I must tell you that from the very beginning, and as an example of it, I think that a description like this, which seems to bear little relation to the matter immediately before us, may in fact be of some use, so please read with that understanding. I think that this disposition, extending in an ethical way to the acts and conduct of individuals, made me afterward more and more inclined to doubt the moral sense of others. And since it certainly lends a great positive force to my anguish and my suffering, I ask you to remember it. If the story strays from its proper course, it becomes harder to follow. So let me turn back again. Even so, in writing this long letter, I think that compared with others who might be placed in the same position as mine, I am perhaps a little calmer. Even the sound of the streetcar that begins to be heard when the world has gone to sleep has now ceased. Outside the storm shutters, without my noticing when it began, the pitiful voice of insects is faintly sounding in a tone that quietly calls back again the autumn of dew. My wife, who knows nothing, is sleeping innocently and peacefully in the next room. As I take up the pen, each letter, each stroke, sounds at the tip of it as it is formed. Rather, I am facing this paper in a composed state of mind, because I am unaccustomed. The pen may slip off to one side, but it does not seem that my thoughts are in confusion and that my writing runs wild in disorder. Chapter 4. At any rate, left behind all alone, I had no path open to me except to rely on this uncle, just as my mother had told me to do. And my uncle, for his part, took everything upon himself and looked after all matters for me. He also arranged things so that I could go to Tokyo as I had wished. I came to Tokyo and entered the higher school. The students of the higher school in those days were far more savage and rough than they are now. Among those I knew, there was one who, in the middle of the night, quarreled with a workman and wounded the other man's head with a wooden clog. Since it happened after he had been drinking, in the frenzy of their blows, he ended up having his school cap taken away by the other man. Now, on the inside of that cap, his name was plainly written on a white, diamond-shaped piece of cloth. That made the matter troublesome, and he very nearly came to the point where the police would inquire at the school about him. But his friends went to a great deal of trouble, and in the end managed to settle it without letting it become public. If one were to tell you, who have grown up in the refined atmosphere of the present day, of such violent conduct, it would no doubt strike you as absurd. I, too, in truth, find it absurd. Yet in return, they possessed a certain simple and honest quality that students of today do not have. At that time, the money I received each month from my uncle was far less than the school funds your father now sends you. Of course, prices must also have been different. Even so, I felt not the slightest want. More than that, among the many classmates I had, I was by no means in such a pitiful position, financially speaking, as to envy others. Looking back now, I suppose I was rather one to be envied by them, for besides the fixed remittance I received every month, I was often able to ask my uncle for money for books. I had liked buying books even in those days, and for other incidental expenses as well, and could go on spending it more and more, just as I pleased. Knowing nothing, I not only trusted my uncle, but always, with a heart full of gratitude, respected him as someone to whom I was indebted. My uncle was a man of affairs. He even became a prefectural assemblyman. Perhaps because of that connection, I seem to remember that he also had ties to a political party. He was my father's own younger brother, yet in that respect, in terms of character, he seemed to have developed in a direction quite altogether different from my father. My father was a man of nothing but sincerity, one who carefully preserved the estate handed down to him from his ancestors. For his pleasures, he practiced the tea ceremony and flower arrangement. He also liked to read collections of poetry. He seemed as well to have many tastes in such things as calligraphy, painting, and antiques. Our house stood in the country, but from a town about 2 ri away, the very town where my uncle lived. Dealers in curios would sometimes come all that distance, bringing hanging scrolls, incense burners, and the like, simply to show them to my father. If one were to describe my father in a word, one might perhaps call him a man of means. He was a country gentleman with comparatively refined tastes. So, in temperament, there was a great gulf between him and my open, energetic uncle, and yet the two of them got on together strangely well. My father often praised my uncle, speaking of him as a dependable man, far more capable in action than himself. He would also say that one who, like himself, had inherited property from his parents must inevitably become blunted in his native powers. That is, because he had no need to struggle against the world. My mother heard these words. I heard them too. It seems to me that my father said them rather with the intention of making them a lesson for me. You too must remember this well, my father said then, deliberately looking me in the face. That is why I have not forgotten it even now. How then could I possibly have doubted my uncle, who was trusted so deeply and praised so highly by my father? Even without that, he was an uncle I had every reason to take pride in. And for me, after my father and mother had died, and I had to depend on him for everything, he was no longer merely a source of pride. He had become a person necessary to my very existence. Chapter 5. When I first returned home, making use of the summer vacation, the house where I had lived, left empty by the death of my parents, had been taken over by my uncle and aunt, who were now living there as its new master and mistress. This had already been agreed upon before I left for Tokyo, since I, the one lone person left behind, was no longer in the house. There was no other course but to do as much. At that time, my uncle seemed to be connected with various companies in the town. From the standpoint of his work, he said with a laugh that it would be far more convenient to continue living in his former residence than to move to my house, which stood 2 rise away. These were the words that slipped from my uncle's mouth when, after my father and mother had died, we were discussing how the estate should be managed and how I should go up to Tokyo. My house had a long history, and because of that, it was known to some extent among the people of the neighborhood. I think it must be the same in your native place, in the country, for a house of lineage and standing to be destroyed or sold while there is still an heir is a grave matter. If it were the me of today, I would think little of such a thing. But in those days, I was still a child. I had decided to go to Tokyo, yet the house had to be left as it was, and I was greatly troubled over what should be done. My uncle, with no other choice, consented to move into my empty house, but he said he would be inconvenienced unless he were allowed to keep his residence in town as it was, and to have the convenience of going back and forth between the two. Of course, I could raise no objection. I was thinking only that any conditions would do, so long as I could go to Tokyo. Childish as I was, even after leaving my native place, I still looked back toward the old home with the eyes of my heart full of longing. Naturally, I looked toward it with the heart of a traveler who knows that his own home still remains there, the home to which he must return. The feeling that when vacation came, I would have to go back was strong in me, no matter how much I had come away yearning for Tokyo. After studying earnestly and playing happily, I often dreamed of that home in my native place, to which I thought I would be able to return in the holidays. While I was away, I do not know how my uncle moved back and forth between the two houses, but when I arrived, all the members of the family were gathered together under one roof. Children who went to school, I suppose, were ordinarily living in the town residence, but they too, because it was vacation, had been brought back to the country, half for play. They were all delighted to see my face, and I too was pleased to see that the house, more lively and cheerful than it had been, even when my father and mother were alive, had taken on such a bustling brightness. My uncle turned out his eldest boy, who had occupied the room that had once been mine, and put me there instead. There were by no means few rooms in the house, so I declined, saying I would be satisfied with some other room. But my uncle would not listen. "It is your house," he said. "I spent that whole summer with my uncle's family, with no unpleasantness whatever, except that from time to time I remembered my dead father and mother. And then I returned again to Tokyo. There was only one thing that happened that summer, which cast, rather, a dim shadow upon my heart. It was that my uncle and aunt, speaking with one voice, urged marriage upon me, though I had only just entered the higher school. That must have been repeated 3 or 4 times altogether. At first, I was merely astonished by its suddenness. The second time, I refused clearly. By the third, I was finally obliged to ask them in return what their reason was. Their intention was simple. They wanted me to take a wife early, come back to this house, and succeed my dead father. I had thought that it was enough for the house if I simply came back, whenever school was in recess, to succeed my father, and to take a wife, because a wife was needed for that. Both of these, as reasoning, sound plausible enough, especially to me, who understood the conditions of the countryside. They were easy enough to understand. It may be that I did not absolutely dislike the idea, but to me, who had only just gone out to Tokyo for study and discipline, it appeared far away in the distance, like something seen through a telescope. And, without giving my consent to my uncle's wish, I finally left my house once more. Chapter 6. I let the matter of the marriage proposal slip from my mind just as it was. When I looked at the faces of the young men around me, there was not one among them who seemed settled into household life. They were all free, and every one of them seemed solitary. Among such easy-going people, if one had gone behind the surface, there may perhaps have been some who, compelled by family circumstances, had already taken a wife. But childish as I was, I never noticed such things. And perhaps, on the side of those who are placed in such special conditions, they too, out of regard for those around them, carefully refrained, as much as possible, from speaking of such private matters so remote from student life. When I think of it afterward, I myself already belonged to that number. Yet I did not even understand that, and simply, with a childlike cheerfulness, went on along the path of study. At the end of the school year, I once more tied up my trunk and returned to the country, where my parents' graves were. And there, just as in the year before, inside my own house where my father and mother had once lived, I again saw the unchanged faces of my uncle and aunt and their children. There I breathed once more the scent of my home country. To me, that scent was still, just as ever, something dear and nostalgic. And, as a change to break the monotony of a school year, it could not but have been welcome. Yet, within that very atmosphere, the same atmosphere that had raised me up, my uncle suddenly thrust the question of marriage again right before my face. What he said was only a repetition of the persuasion of the year before. The reasons, too, were the same as before. Only, when he had urged me last time, there had been no actual object in view. Now, however, he had firmly seized upon the principal person herself, and so I was troubled all the more. That person, the one in question, was my uncle's daughter, that is, a girl who was my cousin. If I would take her as my wife, my uncle said, it would be convenient for both sides. He also said that while my father was still alive, he had spoken of such a thing. I, too, thought that it would indeed be convenient if it were done that way, and I thought it entirely possible that my father had spoken to my uncle in such a manner. But this was something I noticed for the first time only after my uncle had spoken of it. It was not something I had understood beforehand, before being told. So I was startled. Startled though I was, I understood all the better for that very reason, that there was nothing unreasonable in my uncle's wish. Am I simply careless? Perhaps I am. Or perhaps that may be so. But most likely, the chief cause was that I had always been indifferent toward this cousin. From childhood, I had constantly gone to visit my uncle's house in town. Not only did I go there often, I frequently stayed the night as well. And from those days, this cousin and I had been close. You too must know that there are no examples of love arising between brother and sister. Perhaps I am extending this publicly accepted fact too freely of my own accord, but I think that between a man and a woman who have always been in contact and have grown too familiar, the fresh sensation necessary for the birth of love is lost, just as one can smell incense only at the instant it is first kindled, just as one tastes wine at the very moment one begins to drink it, so too I can only think that in the impulse of love there exists, within time, such a perilous single point. Once one has passed through that point without any stirring, then the more accustomed one becomes, the more only familiarity increases, while the nerves of love grow more and more numb. No matter how I reconsidered it, I could not bring myself to think of making this cousin my wife. My uncle said that if I insisted, the marriage might be postponed until my graduation. But since there is also the proverb that says, "What is good should be done quickly," he added that, if possible, he would like at least to have the ceremonial marriage cups exchanged while there was still time. To me, who had no wish in the matter itself, it was all the same, whichever way it was done. And, again, I refused. My uncle looked displeased. My cousin cried. It was not because she was sad at not being joined to me. It was because, as a woman, it was painful for her to have a marriage proposal rejected. Just as I did not love my cousin, it was equally well known to me that my cousin did not love me. And once again, I went up to Tokyo. Chapter 7. The third time I returned home was at the beginning of summer. A year after that, I could never wait for the school examinations to end before fleeing Tokyo. That was how dear my native place was to me. You too must remember, the place where one was born has a different color in its air. Its earth has a fragrance all its own, and the memories of one's father and mother float there with a finer closeness. To be wrapped in it for 2 months, July and August, out of the whole year, and to lie still there, like a snake gone into its hole, was for me the warmest and most comforting feeling in the world. Simple as I was, I believed there was no need to trouble my head very much over the matter of marrying my cousin. What I disliked, I would refuse. And once refused, nothing would remain afterward. That was what I believed. So although I had not bent my will to suit my uncle's wishes, I remained rather calm. During that whole year, I had never once remembered feeling burdened by the matter, and I returned home with my usual vigor. But when I arrived, my uncle's attitude had changed. He no longer tried, as before, to gather me into the warmth of his heart with a pleasant face. Even so, spoiled and easygoing as I had been raised, for the first 4 or 5 days after my return, I did not notice it. Then, at some chance moment, I suddenly began to feel that something was strange. And then I found that the strangeness was not only in my uncle. My aunt was strange as well. My cousin was strange as well. Even my uncle's son, who had finished middle school and written to me that he meant to enter the higher commercial school in Tokyo, and with whom I had exchanged letters about the matter, even he was strangely changed. By my nature, I could not help thinking, why had my own feelings suddenly changed like this? No, why had they changed toward me like this? It suddenly occurred to me that perhaps my dead father and mother had washed my dull eyes and made me see the world clearly at last. Somewhere in the depths of my heart, even after my father and mother had left this world, I had still believed that they loved me just as they had while they were alive. Even in those days, it is true, I was not by nature a man blind to reason, and yet lumps of inherited superstition still lay hidden with strong force in my blood. They are perhaps still hidden there, even now. I went alone into the hills and knelt before the graves of my father and mother. Half in mourning and half in gratitude, I knelt there, and with the feeling that my future happiness might still somehow be held in the hands of those lying beneath that cold stone, I prayed to them to guard my fate. You may laugh, and I too think it could not be helped if you laughed, but I was that kind of man. My world changed as quickly as one turns over the palm of the hand. Yet for me, this was not the first such experience. I must have been 16 or 17 when I first discovered that there existed beautiful things in this world. At that time, I was startled all at once. I doubted my own eyes. Again and again, I rubbed them again and again, and in my heart, I cried out, "Ah, beautiful." At 16 or 17, whether one is male or female, one reaches the age when, as people say, the senses awaken. As my senses awakened, I was at last able to see woman as the representative of all the beautiful things in this world. Toward the opposite sex, whose existence I had never before noticed in the least, the eyes of my blindness were suddenly opened. From that moment on, my heaven and earth became something entirely new. It must have been exactly the same when I became aware of my uncle's changed attitude. I became aware of it all at once. There had been no forewarning, no preparation. It came suddenly. Suddenly, my uncle and his family appeared before my eyes as though they were entirely different beings from what they had been before. I was astonished, and I began to feel that if things were left just as they were, I had no way of knowing what would become of my future. Chapter 8. I came to feel that unless I gained detailed knowledge of the family property, which until then I had left entirely in my uncle's hands, I could not answer to my dead father and mother. My uncle, just as he always described himself as a busy man, did not sleep each night in the same place. He would spend 2 days at the house, then 3 in the town, going back and forth between the two, passing each day with an unsettled expression. And he used the word busy. At a time when no suspicion had yet arisen, I too actually thought that he must indeed be busy. And besides, I interpreted it with a certain irony, as though perhaps one was not in the current fashion unless one made a display of being busy. But once I had acquired the intention of having a long conversation with him about the property, and looked at this show of busyness through that purpose, I could no longer take it as anything but an excuse for avoiding me. I did not easily get an opportunity to catch hold of him. I heard a rumor that my uncle kept a mistress in town. I heard that rumor from a certain friend who had once been my classmate in middle school. That my uncle might keep a mistress was in itself not in the least beyond belief for such a man. But I was startled, because while my father was still alive, I had never once heard such a report enter my ears. My friend told me various other rumors about my uncle as well. One of them was that, though for a time people had thought him to be on the verge of failure in business, within the last 2 or 3 years, he had suddenly recovered and risen again. That too was one of the things that dyed my suspicions more deeply. At last, I entered into a confrontation with my uncle. Confrontation may be a somewhat improper word, but as the talk developed, its natural course descended of itself to a place that could hardly be described by anything else. My uncle tried, to the very end, to treat me as a child, and I, from the first, faced him with eyes of suspicion. There was no possibility that it could be settled calmly. Regrettably, I am now pressing too urgently onward to be able to write here in detail the full course of that dispute. The truth is, what lies ahead of this is something still more important. My pen has long been wanting to arrive there as quickly as possible, and I am only just managing to hold it back. Since I have forever lost the chance to meet you and speak quietly face to face, and since I am not only unaccustomed to the art of taking up the pen, but must also spare precious time, I have no choice but to omit even things I wish to write. You may still remember that once I told you there is no such thing in the world as a villain made from the beginning. I told you that many good men, when the crucial moment comes, suddenly become evil, and that one must not be careless. At that time, you warned me that I was excited, and then you asked in what sort of case a good man changes into an evil one. When I answered only, in a word, money, you looked dissatisfied. I remember your dissatisfied face very well. I confess to you now that at that time I was thinking of this uncle as an example of how an ordinary man, at the sight of money, suddenly becomes wicked, as an example that there may exist in this world nothing worthy of trust. I thought of this uncle with hatred in my heart. My answer may have seemed insufficient to you, who sought to press onward into the depths of the world of ideas. It may have seemed commonplace, and yet, to me, it was a living answer. For in fact, was I not excited? I believe that to speak an ordinary doctrine with a heated tongue is more alive than to utter something new with a cool head, because the body is moved by the force of blood, because words do not merely carry vibrations through the air, but can work more strongly upon something stronger still. Chapter 9. In a word, my uncle defrauded me of my property. It was done easily enough during the 3 years I was away in Tokyo, leaving everything in my uncle's hands and remaining perfectly at ease. I was, in the worldly sense, a complete fool. From a standpoint higher than the worldly one, perhaps I might be called a pure and noble man. When I look back upon the self I was then, and think how I was not born more wicked, I cannot bear the bitterness I feel toward my own excessive honesty. And yet somehow there also rises in me a desire to return once more to that natural self I was born with, and try living again in that way. Remember this: the man you know is the man after he has been soiled by dust. If one calls a person senior because he has spent more years being stained and dirtied, then I am certainly your senior. If I had married my uncle's daughter, as my uncle wished, would the result, materially speaking, have been advantageous to me? I think that is hardly even worth asking. My uncle tried, through calculation, to force his daughter upon me. More than kindly arranging for the convenience of both houses, he turned the marriage matter toward me, driven by a baser and more vulgar self-interest. I did not love my cousin, but neither did I dislike her. Yet when I think of it afterward, it gives me some slight satisfaction that I refused. Whether I was to be cheated or not, in the end, it would probably have been the same. But as to the manner in which I was to be made use of, if I did not take my cousin as my wife, then, in at least one point, they were not able to carry things entirely according to their own design. In that sense, my own will was allowed to stand, if only a little, but that is almost too trifling to be worth making an issue of, especially to you, who have no connection with the matter, it must look like an absurd piece of stubborn pride. Other relatives stepped in between my uncle and me. Those relatives, too, I did not trust in the least. Not only did I not trust them, I looked upon them almost as enemies. The moment I realized that my uncle had deceived me, I became convinced that all the others would surely deceive me as well. My reasoning was simple. If even my uncle, whom my father had praised so highly, was like this, then what could be expected of the others? Even so, they gathered together for me everything that belonged to me. When reckoned in money, it amounted to far less than I had expected. As for me, there were only two courses open, either to accept it in silence or else to bring a public suit against my uncle. I was furious, and I was also in doubt. I feared, too, that if it became a lawsuit, it would take a long time before it was settled. Since I was still in the midst of my studies, I thought it would be a great suffering to have precious time, so important to a student, taken away from me. After much thought, I asked an old friend from my middle school days, who still lived in the town, to arrange things so that all I had received might be turned into money. My old friend advised me, saying it would be better not to, but I would not listen. It was then that I resolved to part from my native place for good. In my heart, I swore that I would not look again upon my uncle's face. Before leaving home, I went once more to the graves of my father and mother. I have never seen those graves again since then, and surely the chance to see them will never come again. My old friend arranged matters exactly as I asked, though in truth that was only, well, after I had returned to Tokyo. In the country, even if one tries to sell fields and farmland, they do not sell easily, and when the time comes, there is always the danger that people will take advantage of your weakness and force the price down. So the amount of money I received was far below their true market value. To confess the truth, my property came to no more than a small amount of government bonds, which I carried with me in my pocket when I left home, and the money this friend later sent on to me. As an inheritance from my parents, it must certainly have been greatly diminished, and since it was not I myself who had actively reduced it, that made the feeling all the worse. And yet, for living as a student, it was more than enough. To tell the truth, I could not even spend half of the interest that came from it. It was this student life of mine, with its margin of ease, that brought me at last into a situation I had never once imagined. Chapter 10. Since I was under no hardship for money, I began to think that perhaps I might leave the noisy boarding house and set up a place of my own. But to do that would mean the trouble of buying household furnishings. There would also be the need for an old woman to look after things, and that old woman would have to be honest, or it would not do. And if I left the house unattended, it would have to be the sort of place that gave no cause for worry. For all these reasons, it seemed uncertain whether such a thing could be carried out on a mere passing impulse. One day, with the idle thought that I might at least go and look for a house, I went out walking, went down the Hongo Plateau toward the west, then climbed straight up the Koishikawa slope in the direction of Denzuen. After the streetcars began to run there, the whole appearance of that area changed completely. But in those days, on the left, there was the earthen wall of the artillery arsenal, and on the right, there stretched an open space, neither quite a field nor quite a hill, covered all over with grass. I stood there in the grass and gazed absent-mindedly at the cliff on the far side. Even now it is not a bad view, but in those days, the whole character of that western side was entirely different. The fact alone that deep green foliage spread out as far as the eye could reach was enough to soothe the nerves. Suddenly, I thought, there might perhaps be a suitable house somewhere nearby. So I crossed the grassy plain at once and made my way northward, along a narrow street. Even now that neighborhood has not quite become a fine district and still feels rough and uneven. So at that time, the rows of houses there were exceedingly shabby. I passed through alleys, turned corners into side streets, and wandered round and round. At last, I tried asking the wife at a penny candy shop whether there might be a small house for rent somewhere in the area. She said, "Well now," and tilted her head for a while, but seemed unable to think of any place at all, saying only, "A house for rent." Well, I gave it up as hopeless, and was just about to leave. Then she said again, "Would a private boarding house do?" At that, my mind changed a little. I began to think that boarding alone in a quiet private house might actually be preferable, since it would spare me the trouble of keeping a place of my own. So I sat down there in the candy shop and had the woman tell me the details. It was a house where the family, or rather the surviving family, of a certain military man was living. The husband, the woman said, had died somehow during the Sino-Japanese War, or at about that time. Until about a year before, they had apparently been living near the officers' academy in Ichigaya, but there had been stables there, and the estate was too large, so they sold it and moved here. Yet now, because the place felt lonely, with so few people in it, they had asked her to let them know if there should be some suitable person who might board there. I made sure, from what the woman told me, that in the house there lived no one but the widow, her one daughter, and a maid. In my heart I thought it would be quiet and exceedingly suitable. And yet, going suddenly into such a household, someone like me, under the label of an unknown student, might at once be refused. That anxiety, too, arose in me. I even thought, perhaps I should not go. But I was not dressed in so shabby a way as to disgrace the name of student. And besides, I was wearing the university cap. You will laugh, no doubt, and say, "What of a university cap?" And yet, university students in those days, unlike now, were held in considerable esteem by the world. In that situation, I found, in that square cap, something like confidence. So, just as the candy shop woman had told me, I went to visit the house of that military man's survivors without any introduction at all. I met the widow and told her the reason for my visit. She asked me all manner of questions about my background, my school, my field of study, and so on. Then, having no doubt seized upon something somewhere that assured her I was reliable, She at once gave me her answer that there would be no objection at all, and that I might move in whenever I pleased. The widow was a proper woman. She was also a decisive woman. I was impressed, thinking that perhaps all officers' wives were like this. I was impressed, but I was also surprised. With such a temperament, I wondered, where could the loneliness possibly be? Chapter 11. I moved into that house at once. I rented the sitting room where I had first spoken with the widow. It was the best room in the whole house. This was at a time when houses of the sort called superior boarding houses had begun to appear here and there around Hongo. So I already understood well enough what the finest room was like that a student might hope to occupy. And the room that had newly become mine was far more splendid than any of those. At first, just after moving in, it seemed to me almost too much for a student like myself. The room was 8 tatami mats in size. Beside the alcove, there were staggered shelves, and on the side opposite the veranda, there was a built-in closet, 1 ken wide. There was not a single window, but in its place, bright sunlight poured well in from the south-facing veranda. On the day I moved in, I saw flowers arranged in the alcove of that room, and beside them a koto leaning there. I liked neither of them. I had grown up beside a father who delighted in poetry, calligraphy, and sencha, and so from childhood I had possessed something of a Chinese taste. Perhaps because of that, I had acquired, without noticing it, the habit of despising such glossy, showy decorations. Most of the objects my father had collected while he was alive had been made a complete wreck by that uncle of mine, but even so, a few still remained. When I left home, I had entrusted them to an old middle school friend, and from among them I had selected 4 or 5 scrolls that seemed interesting, rolled them bare, and put them in the bottom of my trunk. The moment I moved in, I meant to take them out and hang them in the alcove for my own pleasure. But when I saw the koto and the flower arrangement I have just described, I suddenly lost heart. Later, when I learned for the first time that those flowers had been arranged as a courtesy for me, I smiled bitterly to myself. The koto, of course, had already been there before, so no doubt, having nowhere else to put it, they had simply left it, leaning there as it was. If I tell such a story, the shadow of a young woman will naturally pass through your mind. Even before I moved in, indeed from the very first, before ever I entered the house, that sort of curiosity had already begun to stir in me. Whether it was because such unclean thoughts had already, beforehand, spoiled the naturalness in me, or because I was still unused to dealing with people. When I first met the young lady of the house, I gave a stumbling, awkward greeting. In return, the young lady herself also flushed red. Until then, from the widow's appearance and manner, I had imagined everything about the daughter, but that imagination was not at all favorable to her. Since the wife of a military man was like this, then the daughter of such a wife would be like that, in such a sequence. My conjectures had stretched farther and farther. But the instant I saw the young lady's face, every one of those conjectures was utterly swept away. And into my mind, newly, there came the scent of the opposite sex, something I had never even imagined before. After that, I no longer disliked the flowers arranged before the alcove, nor did the koto, leaning in that same alcove, seem an obstruction any longer. Then, whenever the flowers began to wither, with regular punctuality, they would be replaced, and the koto, too, was often carried away to the crooked room that bent like the shape of a carpenter's square. There, while sitting in my own room, with my cheek resting on my hand, over the desk, I would listen to the sound of that koto. I could not really tell whether her playing was skillful or not, but seeing that she never attempted anything very intricate, I supposed she was probably not especially good. I thought it was perhaps much the same level as her flower arrangement. As for flowers, I could understand them well enough myself, and the young lady was by no means particularly accomplished. Even so, without the least embarrassment, all sorts of flowers kept adorning my alcove. To be sure, the way they were arranged was always the same whenever I looked, and as for the vase, there was never once an example of its changing. Yet, when it came to the music, it was stranger still than the flowers. She merely plucked the strings, one note at a time, and never once let me hear the full sound of her own voice. It is not that she never sang, but she gave only the smallest voice, as though she were whispering a secret. And if she was scolded, the voice disappeared altogether. I was delighted to gaze at these clumsy flowers and to incline my ear toward the unappetizing sound of the koto. Chapter 12. At the time I left my native place, my state of mind had already become world-weary. The notion that others could not be relied upon seemed by then to have soaked into my very bones. I began to think of my uncle, my aunt, and the other relatives, whom I regarded with hostility, as though they were the representatives of all mankind. Even when I boarded the train, I found myself quietly watching the manner of the people beside me. If someone happened to speak to me from across the way, I felt all the more inclined to heighten my guard. My heart was gloomy. At times, it grew oppressively heavy, as though I had swallowed lead. And yet, just as I have said, my nerves had at the same time grown sharply pointed. I think this was also a major reason why, after coming to Tokyo, I wanted to leave my boarding house. One may say that it was only because I was under no hardship for money that I felt inclined to set up a place of my own. That is true enough. But if I had remained the person I had once been, then even if I had found some ease in my purse, I would never willingly have chosen such troublesome arrangements. Even after moving to Koishikawa, I was for some time unable to give this strained state of mind any rest. I looked around me so constantly and so nervously that I was ashamed of myself. Strangely enough, only my head and my eyes were active, while my mouth, by contrast, grew less and less willing to move. I sat silently before my desk, watching the people of the house as keenly as a cat. At times, I poured such vigilant attention upon them that I almost felt sorry for them. I am like a pickpocket who steals nothing. That is how I thought of myself, and there were even times when I grew disgusted with my own nature. You will no doubt find it strange. How, being such a man, did I still have room to come to like the young lady of that house? How did I have room to take pleasure in gazing at her clumsy flower arrangements? How did I have room to listen gladly to the equally clumsy sound of her koto? If you ask me that, I can only say that both things were facts, and because they were facts, I can do nothing but tell them to you as facts. As for the interpretation, I leave that to you, who possess a mind. I will only add one thing. I came to doubt mankind where money was concerned, but where love was concerned, I had not yet come to doubt mankind. Therefore, however strange it may seem to others, or however contradictory it may seem, even when I think of it myself, both things existed together peacefully enough. Since I always called the widow Oku-san, I shall no longer call her the widow, but Oku-san from here on. Oku-san described me as a quiet man, a gentle man. She also praised me, saying that I was studious, yet of my uneasy eyes and my restless darting manner, she said nothing at all. Whether she did not notice it, or whether she held back, out of reserve, I cannot clearly tell. At any rate, it seemed as though she paid no attention to it whatever. More than that, on one occasion, she spoke of me as a generous-natured person, using a tone of voice that seemed almost respectful. At that time, honest as I was, I flushed a little and denied what she had said. Then Oku-san explained, "In all seriousness, you say so only because you do not notice it yourself. It seems that, at first, Oku-san had not intended to take in a student like me at all. Apparently, she had meant to rent the room to some man employed at a government office, or something of that kind, and had asked someone nearby to help arrange it. Perhaps the thought had already entered some corner of her mind that a person whose salary was not abundant, and who had no choice but to lodge in a private house, would naturally be a certain kind of man. Oku-san compared me with that imagined lodger she had pictured in her heart, and praised me by saying that I was the more generous one. Certainly, compared with a person who had to live in such pinched circumstances, I may indeed have seemed generous in money matters, but that was not a question of temperament. So, for my inner life, it was almost the same as having no relation to me at all. Yet Oku-san, being a woman, tried to extend that judgment over my whole self, and to apply the same word everywhere. Chapter 13. Oku-san's attitude naturally began to affect my state of mind. Before long, my eyes no longer darted about as they had before. I even began to feel as though my heart itself had truly settled in the place where I sat. In the end, it was perhaps because Oku-san and the others in the house, from the very beginning, paid no attention at all to my suspicious eyes and my distrustful manner, that they gave me so great a happiness. My nerves, receiving no reflection back from the other side, gradually grew calm. Since Oku-san was a woman of understanding, it may be that she deliberately treated me in just that way. Or perhaps, as she herself openly said, she had really observed me and judged me to be broad and easy in nature. My restlessness may have been only a phenomenon inside my head and may not have shown itself so much outwardly. If that was so, then perhaps Oku-san herself had simply been deceived by appearances. As my heart grew calm, I gradually became closer to the people of the household. I came to exchange jokes with Oku-san and with the young lady as well. There were days when I was called to the room on the other side because tea had been prepared. There were also evenings when I bought sweets myself and invited the two of them into my room. I felt as though all at once the range of my human relations had widened. Because of that, there were many times when the hours that should have been devoted to my important studies were used up instead. Yet, strangely enough, that interruption did not trouble me in the least. Oku-san, of course, was a woman with time on her hands. The young lady went to school, and on top of that, studied flower arrangement and the koto, so I assumed she must surely be busy. But that too, unexpectedly, was not the case. She always seemed to have all the time in the world. And so, whenever the three of us happened to see one another, we would gather together and pass the time talking about ordinary things. The one who came to call me most often was generally the young lady. Sometimes she would come round the veranda at a right angle and stand before my room. At other times, she would pass through the tea room and show herself from behind the sliding door of the next room. She would come there and stop for a moment. Then, without fail, she would call my name and ask, "Are you studying?" Most of the time, I was sitting at my desk with some difficult book spread open before me, staring down at it. To anyone at my side, I must indeed have looked like a diligent student, but in truth, I was not studying books with such earnestness as all that. My eyes rested on the page, yet all the while I was merely waiting for the young lady to come and call me. If I waited and she did not come, then there was nothing for it but for me, myself, to rise. And so I would go to the room across the way and ask from my side, "Are you studying?" The young lady's room was a 6-mat room adjoining the tea room. Sometimes Oku-san was in the tea room, and sometimes she was in her daughter's room. That is to say, though the two rooms were divided, it was almost the same as if they were not. The mother and daughter went back and forth between them, occupying both without clearly belonging to either one. When I called from outside, the one who answered, "Please come in," was always Oku-san. Even when the young lady was there, she hardly ever replied herself. Now and then, there also began to be occasions when the young lady, having come alone to my room, for some reason, would remain there, sit down, and fall into conversation. At such times, my heart would be seized by a strange uneasiness, and I could not think that the uneasiness came only from sitting face to face with a young woman, I would begin to feel restless and unsettled. It was the unnatural attitude by which I seemed to betray myself to myself that tormented me. Yet the other party, by contrast, was perfectly at ease. She was so little embarrassed that one might well have doubted whether this could truly be the same girl who could scarcely raise her voice properly when she practiced the koto. Sometimes, even when it went on so long that her mother called her from the tea room, she would answer only yes, and would not easily rise from where she sat. And yet, the young lady was by no means a child. My eyes understood that well. There were even clear signs that she conducted herself in such a way as to make it understood. Chapter 14. After the young lady left, I would draw a breath of relief, and at the same time, I would feel both unsatisfied and somehow remorseful. Perhaps I was womanish. To you young people of today, I may seem even more so, but most of us in those days were much like that. Oku-san rarely went out. Even when she did occasionally leave the house, she never did so in a way that left the young lady and me alone together. Whether that too was accidental or deliberate, I could not tell. It is strange for me to say it myself, but when I watched Oku-san's manner closely, she somehow seemed to want to bring her daughter and me nearer to one another. And yet, in certain cases, she also seemed to be quietly on guard against me. Since I was encountering such a situation for the first time, it often made me feel deeply uncomfortable. I wanted Oku-san's attitude settled one way or the other. From the standpoint of reason, it could only be a plain contradiction. But the memory of having been deceived by my uncle was still fresh in me, and I could not help inserting one step further of suspicion. I supposed that in this attitude of Oku-san's, one side must be true and the other false, and I could not decide which was which. Not only could I not decide, I could not even understand what possible meaning there was in acting in so strange a way. When I tried to think out a reason and could not, there were times when I endured it by smearing the blame over that single word, woman. In the end, it is only because she is a woman, I told myself. Women, after all, are foolish creatures. Whenever my thinking came to a dead end, it always fell here. Yet even though I looked down on women so much, I could never, no matter what, look down on the young lady. My reasoning would not move at all in her presence. It was as though it had become wholly useless before her. Toward her, I felt a love almost akin to faith. You may find it strange to see me apply to a young woman a word I use only for religion, but even now, I believe it firmly. I firmly believe that true love is not so different from the religious spirit. Each time I saw the young lady's face, I felt as though I myself were becoming beautiful. Whenever I thought of her, it seemed to me that a noble feeling at once passed into me. If that mysterious thing called love has two ends, and if at its higher end there works a sacred feeling, while at its lower end there moves sexual desire, then my love had certainly seized that higher extreme. Of course, as a human being, I had a body that could not part from flesh, and yet the eyes with which I looked at her and the heart with which I thought of her carried no odor of the flesh at all. As I grew resentful toward the mother, and at the same time deepened in love toward the daughter, the relation among the three of us gradually became more complicated than it had been when I first came to board there. Even so, that change was almost entirely inward and scarcely showed itself outwardly at all. Before long, through a certain accidental occasion, I began to feel that perhaps I had misunderstood Oku-san all this time. I began to think again that neither side of her contradictory attitude toward me was false. And more than that, I came to think that the two did not alternately rule Oku-san's heart, but that both were always present in her breast at the same time. That is to say, although it seemed like a contradiction that Oku-san should try as much as possible to bring her daughter closer to me and at the same time be on guard against me, I came to see that when she exercised that caution, it was not that she forgot her other attitude, nor that she reversed it. Even then, she still continued, just as before, to wish to bring the two of us together. I interpreted it to mean only this, that she disliked the thought of the two of us drawing closer beyond what she herself recognized as proper, because not even the first sprout of a desire to approach the young lady from the side of the flesh had arisen in me. I thought then that hers was an unnecessary fear, but from that time on, I no longer felt inclined to think ill of Oku-san. Chapter 15. When I gathered together the various signs in Oku-san's manner, I became certain that I was fully trusted in this house. More than that, I even discovered evidence that this trust had existed from our very first meeting. To a heart like mine, which had begun to suspect others, this discovery struck with almost, I thought that, compared with men, women must possess that much more intuition. At the same time, I thought that perhaps it is for this very reason that women are deceived for the sake of men. When I think of it now, it is almost absurd that I, who observed Oku-san in that way, was at the same time letting the same kind of intuition work so strongly toward the young lady. For though I had sworn in my heart never again to trust others, I trusted the young lady absolutely, and yet I found it strange that Oku-san trusted me. I did not speak very much about matters in my native place. Above all, I said nothing about this recent affair. Even to let it rise in my mind already gave me a certain discomfort. So I tried, as much as possible, to hear only Oku-san's side of things, but she would not allow that. At every turn, she wanted to know the circumstances of my home in the country. In the end, I told her everything when I said that I would never return to my native place again, that even if I returned, there was nothing there for me except only the graves of my father and mother. Oku-san showed every sign of being deeply moved. The young lady wept. I thought I had done well to tell them. I was glad. After hearing all about me, Oku-san put on an expression that almost seemed to say, without saying it outright, that her intuition had indeed proved correct, and from then on, she treated me as though I were some young relative of her own. I did not resent it. Indeed, I might almost say that I found it pleasant. And yet, before long, my suspicious nature began to rise again. What first made me begin to suspect Oku-san again was something very slight. But when small things are added one upon another, suspicion gradually sends out roots. For some reason or other, it suddenly came into my mind that perhaps Oku-san, in the same sense as my uncle, was trying to bring the young lady close to me. Then, the woman who until now had seemed kind, all at once appeared before my eyes as a cunning schemer. I bit my bitter lips. From the beginning, Oku-san had openly said that, because the house was lonely and empty, she kept a lodger and looked after him. I never thought that was a lie. Even after we grew close, and I heard from her many intimate confidences, it still seemed to me that there was no falsehood in that. Yet their general financial condition was by no means what one would call abundant, and, when considered from the standpoint of advantage, forming some special tie with me, would by no means have been a loss to their side. So I raised my guard again. But what could come of it when I, who loved the daughter with the very strength I have already told you of, set myself on guard against her mother? I laughed at myself alone. There were even times when I cursed myself, saying, "What a fool!" But if that contradiction had been the only one, then however foolish I might be, I could still have borne it without great pain. My torment first truly began only when I was struck by the question of whether the young lady too, like Oku-san, might be a schemer. When I thought that the two of them must be arranging everything after consulting together, behind my back I was suddenly seized with a suffering awe. I could hardly endure. It was not mere displeasure. It was a feeling of being driven into a complete dead end, as if there were no escape at all. And yet, on the other hand, I still believed in the young lady firmly and without doubt. Thus I stood between belief and bewilderment, unable to move in the least. To me, both were imagination, and yet both were truth. Chapter 16. I continued as before to attend school. Yet the lectures of the men standing at the lectern seemed to reach me as though from far away. My studies were the same. The printed characters that entered my eyes vanished like smoke before they could sink to the bottom of my heart. On top of that, I grew silent. 2 or 3 friends misunderstood this and told others that I seemed to be absorbed in meditation. I made no effort to correct their misunderstanding. Rather, I was glad of it, as though someone had kindly lent me a convenient mask. Even so, there must have been times when I could not bear it, for now and then I would suddenly grow wild and boisterous, to the astonishment of them all. My lodging was a house with few visitors. It seemed, too, that they had not many relatives. Now and then, a school friend of the young lady would come to visit, but it was the usual thing for them to speak in such very small voices that one could hardly tell whether anyone was there at all, and then go home. Even I did not realize that this reserve was shown out of consideration for me. Those who came to visit me were by no means great rough fellows, yet there was not one among them so restrained as to feel awkward before the people of the house. In such matters, I, the lodger, was like the master of the house, while the young lady herself, who ought to have been the important one, stood almost in the position of a dependent. But I write this only because it came back to my mind. In truth, it is a point that hardly matters. There was only one thing there, however, that was not without importance. From the tea room, or else from the young lady's room, a man's voice would suddenly be heard, and unlike the voices of my own visitors, that voice would be extremely low, so low, indeed, that I could not understand at all what was being said, and the less I could understand, the more it gave a kind of agitation to my nerves. As I sat there, I would begin to feel strangely irritated. First I would wonder, is it some relative or merely an acquaintance? Then I would begin to ask myself whether it was a young man or someone older. Sitting where I was, there was no way such things could become known. Yet neither could I rise, go there, slide open the shoji, and look. My nerves did not so much tremble as beat in great waves and torment me. After the visitor had gone, I never failed to ask the man's name. The answers of the young lady or of Oku-san were always very simple, and though I showed them a dissatisfied face, I had not the courage to pursue the matter until I was satisfied. Of course, I had no right to do so. At one and the same time, I displayed before them the pride born of my upbringing that told me I must value my own dignity, and also the covetous, hungry look that was in fact betraying that very pride. They laughed, whether it was not mockery but came from kindness, or whether they only meant to make it look like kindness. I was so completely deprived of composure that I could not at once find room even for interpretation. And after it was over, I would go on repeating within myself again and again, I was made a fool of. Was I not made a fool of? I was a free man. Whether I left school halfway through, or went anywhere and lived in any manner, or married any person from any place, I stood in a position where I need consult no one at all. There had already been countless times when I resolved to make up my mind and speak to Oku-san about taking the young lady as my wife. And yet, every single time, I hesitated, and in the end, never brought it to my lips. It was not because I was afraid of being refused. If I were refused, I do not know how my fate might change, but in return, I would at least come to stand in a place different in direction from where I had stood before, and the convenience would arise of looking out upon a new world. So I could, if I chose, have summoned that much courage, but I hated the thought of being drawn in. More than anything, it enraged me to be made use of by another's hand. Having been deceived by my uncle, I had resolved that whatever might happen, from then on, I would never again be deceived by anyone. Chapter 17. Seeing that I did nothing but buy books, Oku-san told me I ought to have some clothes made. In truth, I owned nothing but cotton garments, woven in the country. Students in those days did not wear silk garments against their skin. Among my friends, there was one whose family, some Yokohama merchant's house, or something of the sort, lived in a rather showy style. Once, a habutai silk vest was delivered to him. When everyone saw it, they laughed. The man grew embarrassed and made all sorts of excuses, but instead of using the carefully sent vest, he threw it to the bottom of his trunk. Then all the others gathered round him and deliberately made him wear it. As luck would have it, lice got into the vest. My friend must have thought it a fine opportunity. He rolled up the now notorious vest, and while out on a walk, threw it into the great muddy ditch at Nezu. I was walking with him then, and stood on the bridge, laughing as I watched what he did. Yet nowhere in my heart did even the slightest feeling arise that it was a waste. Compared with those days, I too had become a good deal more grown, and yet I still had not gained enough judgment to think of having proper clothes made for myself. I had the odd notion that until I graduated and the time came to grow a beard, there was no need to trouble myself about clothing. So I told Oku-san that books were necessary, but clothes were not. Oku-san knew how many books I bought. She asked whether I read them all. Among the things I bought were dictionaries, of course, but there were also some books which, though I certainly ought to have looked through them, had not even had their pages cut open. So I was hard put to answer her. Then it struck me that if one was going to buy things one did not really need anyway, it was all the same, whether they were books or clothes. Besides, under the pretext that I was already receiving so much care from them, I wanted to buy some sash or cloth that might please the young lady. So I entrusted everything to Oku-san. Oku-san would not say that she would go alone. She ordered me to come with her, and she said that the young lady, too, must come along. Raised as we had been in an atmosphere different from that of today, we had no habit as students of walking about much with young women. In those days, I was even more the slave of custom than I am now, so I hesitated somewhat, but at last I made up my mind and went. The young lady was dressed with great care. Her complexion was naturally fair, and because she had put on a generous amount of white powder, she stood out all the more. People in the street stared openly as they passed, and whenever they looked at the young lady, they would unfailingly turn their gaze and look at my face as well. It was a strange feeling. The three of us went to Nihonbashi and bought what we had meant to buy. Even in the very act of buying, their minds kept changing in one direction and then another, so it took much longer than expected. Oku-san would deliberately call me by name and ask, "What do you think?" Now and then, she would drape a length of cloth vertically from the young lady's shoulder down across her breast and tell me to step back 2 or 3 paces and have a good look. Each time, I would speak up as though I had every right to judge, saying, "That one won't do," or "That one suits her very well," or something of the sort. In this way, time passed, and by the time we returned, it was the hour for supper. As thanks to me, Oku-san said she would treat me to something good, and led me into a narrow side street where there was a Yosei theater called Kiharadana. The alley itself was narrow, and the eating place too was narrow. Since I knew nothing at all of the geography of that district, I was almost astonished at Oku-san's knowledge. We returned home after night had fallen. The next day was Sunday, so I remained shut up in my room the whole day through. When Monday came and I went to school, I was teased bright and early in the morning by one of my classmates. He asked me, with deliberate exaggeration, when I had taken a wife. Then he praised my wife, saying she was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. It seemed he had seen the 3 of us going out together to Nihonbashi, somewhere along the way. Chapter 18. When I returned home, I told Oku-san and the young lady about that incident. Oku-san laughed, yet she looked at my face and said that it must surely have been troublesome for me. At that moment, inside myself, I thought, so this is how a man is made to feel, that a woman has taken an interest in him. Oku-san's eyes held enough meaning to make me think so. At that time, perhaps I ought simply to have confessed directly what I myself was thinking. But by then, there was already stuck to me that murky lump called hesitation and doubt. I was just about to speak, and then suddenly stopped, and I deliberately shifted the angle of the conversation a little. I pulled out the essential matter, myself, from the middle of the question, and instead, I sounded out Oku-san's mind about the young lady's marriage. Oku-san plainly told me that there had indeed been 1 or 2 such talks, but she explained that, as the girl was still young enough to be attending school, they on their side were not especially in a hurry. Though Oku-san did not say it aloud, she seemed to place considerable weight on her daughter's looks. She even let slip something like this, that if they wished to decide the matter, they could do so at any time. And then, the fact that she had no child other than this daughter also seemed to be one reason why she was reluctant to let her go easily. There were even moments when I felt she might still be wavering between giving her in marriage or bringing in a husband. As we talked, I felt that I had gained various kinds of knowledge from Oku-san, and yet, because of that very thing, I fell into much the same result, as if I had missed my chance. About myself, in the end, I could not open my mouth and say a single word. At a suitable moment, I broke off the conversation and tried to return to my own room. The young lady who until just before then had been beside us, laughing and saying things like, "Oh, how terrible," had at some point moved away to a corner of the room, with her back turned toward us. As I was about to rise, I turned and saw that figure from behind. One cannot read a person's heart from a back alone. What the young lady thought about this matter, I had no way of knowing. She was sitting before a cupboard. From a gap where the cupboard door stood open about a foot, it seemed that she had drawn out something, placed it upon her knees, and was looking at it. My eyes found, at the edge of that opening, the cloth we had bought the day before yesterday. Both my kimono and the young lady's were laid together in a corner of the same cupboard. When I rose from my seat, without saying anything, Oku-san suddenly took on a more formal tone and asked me what I thought. The way she asked it was so abrupt that I almost had to ask in return, "What is it that you want to know what I think about?" When it became clear that she meant whether it would be wiser to settle the young lady's future as soon as possible, I answered that it would probably be better to go as slowly as possible. Oku-san said that she too thought so. Into the situation that existed between Oku-san, the young lady, and myself, there now had to come one more man. The result of that man's becoming a member of this household brought about an extraordinary change in my fate. If that man had not crossed the course of my life, then perhaps there would never have arisen any need for me to leave behind, for you, such a long letter as this. It was as though, helplessly, I had stood before the passing of a demon, and without noticing it, had my entire life darkened by the shadow of that instant. To confess the truth, it was I myself who dragged that man into the house. Naturally, Oku-san's permission was necessary, so at first I concealed nothing, told her everything openly, and asked her, but Oku-san said no, though on my side there were fully sufficient reasons why I had to bring him there. On Oku-san's side, for saying no, there was not a shred of sound logic at all. And so I forced through what I believed to be the right course. Chapter 19. I shall refer to this friend here by the name of K. K and I had been close since childhood, and when I say since childhood, you will understand without my saying it that there was a tie of the same native place between us. K was the son of a Shinshu priest. He was not, however, the eldest son, but the second, and so he was given in adoption to the household of a physician. The region where I was born was one in which the power of the Honganji sect was very strong. So, compared with others, Shinshu priests seemed to be materially rather well favored. To give one example, if a priest had a daughter and that daughter came of age, the parishioners would consult among themselves and marry her off to some suitable place. Of course, the expense did not come from the priest's own pocket. For that reason, Shinshu temples were for the most part well off. The house where Kei was born also lived in reasonable comfort. But whether they had enough means to send a second son to Tokyo for study, I do not know. Nor do I know whether the adoption arrangement was settled because, through it, there would be a way for him to go out and study. That, too, is unknown to me. At any rate, Kei was adopted into a doctor's house. That was while we were still in middle school. I still remember now how surprised I was when the teacher, calling the roll in class, suddenly called Kei by a different family name. Kei's adoptive family, too, was quite wealthy. It was from them that Kei received his school funds and came to Tokyo. He did not come out at exactly the same time as I did, but once he arrived in Tokyo, he immediately entered the same boarding house as I had. In those days, it was common enough for 2 or 3 people to line up their desks and sleep and live in the same room. Kei and I too shared one room together. Perhaps we were like animals captured alive in the mountains, clinging to one another inside a cage while glaring out at the world beyond. The two of us feared Tokyo and feared the people of Tokyo, and yet, inside that 6-mat room, we spoke as though we were looking down upon all under heaven, but we were earnest. We truly meant to become great men. Kei, in particular, was strong. Born in a temple, he was forever using the word shojin, spiritual discipline, single-minded striving, and all his conduct and all his movements seemed to me to be describable by that one word alone. In my heart, I always stood in awe of Kei, even while we were still in middle school. Kei troubled me with difficult questions about religion and philosophy, whether this came from the influence of his father or from the atmosphere belonging to the house in which he was born, that is, to the temple, that special kind of building. I cannot tell. At any rate, he seemed to possess a character far more priest-like than that of ordinary priests. Originally, Kei's adoptive family had sent him to Tokyo, meaning to make him a doctor. Yet stubborn as he was, he had come to Tokyo already determined that he would not become one. I pressed him, asking whether that was not the same thing as deceiving his adoptive father and mother. Boldly, he answered that it was. He said that, for the sake of the way, such a thing did not matter. At that time, the word way, which he used, was probably not even well understood by Kei himself. And of course, I cannot say that I understood it either. Yet to us, being young as we were, that vague word rang nobly. Even if we did not understand it, still, under the rule of an exalted feeling, there could be nothing base in the spirit that sought to move in that direction. I agreed with Kei's argument. How much force my agreement had for Kei, that I do not know. Single-minded as he was, it is easy to suppose that no matter how strongly I might have opposed him, he would still have carried through exactly what he intended. And yet, even as a boy, I believed I understood well that in such a case, if I gave him the cheering voice of agreement, some measure of responsibility would naturally come to rest on me. Even if, at that time, I did not have so much readiness of mind, still, if the time should come when I must look back upon the past with adult eyes, I agreed with him in such a tone that it would be only proper for me to bear, on my own side, whatever portion of responsibility fell to my share. Chapter 20. Kei and I entered the same department. With a composed face, And with money sent from his adoptive family, Kei set out along the road he himself desired. There is no other way to see it than that both feelings were in his heart at once. The reassurance that they would never find out, and the boldness that even if they did, he did not care. Kei was calmer than I was. In the first summer vacation, Kei did not return home. He said he was going to rent a room in a temple at Komagome and study there. I came back in early September, and true enough, he had shut himself away inside a shabby temple near the Great Cannon. His room was a narrow chamber just beside the main hall, but he seemed pleased that there, at last, he could study exactly as he wished. At that time, I think I recognized that his way of living was gradually becoming more and more priest-like. He wore a rosary around his wrist. When I asked what it was for, he showed me, with his thumb, the motion of counting one bead, then another. It seemed that he counted the circle of beads many times a day, but what it meant, I did not know. If one counts one bead at a time, something made into a perfect circle, then, however far one goes, there is no end. In what kind of place and with what kind of feeling did Kei stop the fingers that moved from bead to bead? It is a trifling thought, yet I have often wondered it. I also saw a Bible in his room. Until then, I remembered often hearing the names of Buddhist sutras from his lips, but as for Christianity, there had never once been an occasion when he questioned me about it, or answered about it. So I was a little surprised. I could not help asking him why. Kei said there was no reason. He also said that if this was a book so many people revered, then naturally one ought to read it. And he added that if he had the chance, he intended to read the Quran as well. He seemed to take great interest in the words Muhammad and sword. In the second summer, he finally returned home after being urged to do so from the country. But it appears that even after returning, he said nothing at all about his course of study. And at home, too, they failed once again to notice it. You, having received a school education, will understand this well, but the world at large is astonishingly ignorant about student life and school regulations. Things that are nothing to us do not reach the outside world at all. We, on the other hand, because we breathe only the air within, are too apt to imagine that everything in school, great and small alike, must surely be known throughout the world. Perhaps Kei, in that respect, understood the world better than I did, for he came back again with the same composed face. Since I had left home at the same time as he, the moment we boarded the train, I asked him at once how it had gone. Kei answered that it had made no difference. The third summer was the very year when I resolved to leave forever the place where my father and mother were buried. At that time, I urged Kei to return home, but he would not agree. What was the use, he said, of going home every year only to do nothing? He seemed determined to stay where he was and continue his studies. So in the end, I had no choice but to leave Tokyo alone. I will not repeat here how full of upheaval those 2 months I spent in my native place were for my fate, for I have already written it before, carrying in a single breast resentment, melancholy, and the loneliness of isolation. I saw Kay again when September came, and then I found that his fate too, like mine, had taken a dark turn. Without my knowing it, he had sent a letter to his adoptive family, and from this side had confessed his deception himself. He said that he had been prepared for that from the very beginning. Perhaps he had even hoped to make them say, since things had come to this, there was no other course left but to let him do what he wished. At any rate, it seems he had no intention of deceiving his adoptive father and mother, even after entering the university. Or perhaps he had seen clearly that even if he tried to go on deceiving them, it could not continue for very long. Chapter 21. When Kay's adoptive father saw the letter, he was greatly enraged. He immediately sent back a severe reply, saying that he could not continue to send school funds to one so outrageous as to deceive his parents. Kay showed it to me, and almost at the same time, he also showed me a letter he had received from his birth family. It too contained words of stern rebuke, hardly less severe than the first, perhaps because there was added to it the obligation of making amends. To the adoptive family, they wrote there as well that they too would have nothing more to do with him. Whether because of this affair, Kay would be restored to his original family register, or whether some other compromise would be arranged so that he might remain as he was with the adoptive family, that was a problem still to come. But the immediate matter that had to be faced somehow was the monthly money necessary for his studies. I asked Kay whether he had any plan about that. He answered that he intended to become a teacher at a night school or something of the sort. Compared with the present, the world in those days was surprisingly less pressed, so opportunities for side work were not as scarce as you might imagine. I thought that, with such work, Kay would probably manage well enough. And yet, I had my own responsibility. When Kay chose to go along the path he himself wished against the hopes of his adoptive family, it was I who had approved him. Even so, I could not simply sit by with folded hands. So then and there, I at once offered him material assistance, but Kay rejected it without a second thought. From his character, it was natural that he should find it far more agreeable to support himself than to stand under the protection of a friend. He said that, having entered the university, if he could not somehow manage even himself alone, then he was no man. In order to fulfill my responsibility, I could not bear to wound Kay's feelings. So I let him do as he wished, and I drew back. Before long, Kay found the kind of work he had wanted. But for a man like him, who begrudged every hour, there was no need even to imagine how painful this labor must have been. Without slackening his studies in the least, he took on this new burden and drove himself forward. I worried about his health, but stout-hearted as he was, he only laughed and paid no attention whatever to my concern. At the same time, the relation between him and his adoptive family grew more and more entangled. Now that he had no margin of time, he lost the opportunities he had once had to talk with me as before. So in the end, I never heard the whole course of the matter in detail. But I did know this much, that the resolution of it was becoming more and more difficult. I also knew that someone had stepped in between them and tried to mediate. That person wrote to Kei, urging him to return home. But Kei replied that it was utterly impossible and would not yield. That stubbornness of his, Kei said merely that he could not return during the school term, and that there was nothing for it. But seen from the other side, it must have appeared nothing but stubbornness, and that too seemed to make the situation still more bitter. By injuring the feelings of his adoptive family, he also came to incur the anger of his birth family. When I, in my anxiety, wrote letters to both sides to try to reconcile them, it had already become useless. My letters were buried away without drawing even a single word of reply. I, too, became angry. Until then, from the course of events, I had sympathized with Kei. But after that, I came to feel that even setting aside all questions of right and wrong, I would still take Kei's side. At last, Kei finally resolved to be restored to his original register, the school money that had been spent on him by his adoptive family. In return, his birth family also said that since they too would no longer concern themselves, he was free henceforth to do as he pleased. In old terms, one might perhaps call it disowning him, or perhaps it was not quite so severe as that. Yet Kei himself understood it in that way. Kei was a man without a mother. One side of his character may surely be seen as the result of having been raised by a stepmother. I often think that if his real mother had still been alive, then perhaps the relation between Kei and his family might not have become so utterly estranged. His father, needless to say, was a priest, and yet, in the strictness of his sense of duty, one cannot help wondering whether he was not rather more like a samurai. Chapter 22. After Kei's affair had reached a temporary settlement, I received a long letter from the husband of his elder sister. The family into which Kei had been adopted was related to this man, and Kei had told me that when he was first placed there, and again when he was restored to his original family register, this man's opinion had carried considerable weight. The letter asked me to let him know how Kei had been faring since then. It added a request as well, saying that his sister was deeply worried and that they wished to receive a reply as soon as possible. Kei cared more for this sister, who had married into another house, than for the elder brother who had inherited the temple. All of them, of course, were brother and sister born of the same mother, but between this sister and Kei, there was quite a difference in age. So when Kei was a child, this sister, more than his stepmother, must have seemed to him like his true mother. I showed the letter to Kei. He said nothing, but he confessed that his sister herself had already sent him 2 or 3 letters of much the same meaning. Kei had replied each time he said that there was no cause for anxiety. Unfortunately, this sister had married into a household without much to spare. So, however much she may have sympathized with Kei, there was no way she could materially help her younger brother. I wrote back to Kei's brother-in-law in much the same spirit as Kei. In that letter, I expressed in strong words that if the worst came to the worst, I would somehow see to everything, so they should set their minds at ease. This, of course, was entirely my own decision. Naturally, there was kindness in it, a desire to give reassurance to the sister who was worried about what would become of Kei. But there was also a trace of stubborn pride in me, directed toward Kei's birth family and his adoptive family, whose conduct toward me could be taken only as contempt. Kei was restored to his original register during his first year. From then until about the middle of his second year, for roughly a year and a half, he supported himself by his own strength alone. But this excessive labor gradually began to show its effects upon both his health and his spirit. No doubt, the constant turmoil of the question of leaving or not leaving his adoptive family was also helping to wear him down. He became more and more sentimental. At times, he would say things as though he alone were standing in the world, bearing all its unhappiness upon himself. And if I contradicted him, he would flare up at once. Then, too, it seemed to him that the light lying across his future was slowly receding farther and farther from his eyes, and that made him restless. When one first begins study, it is natural for everyone to set out on the new journey with great ambitions. But once a year passes, then two, and graduation begins to draw near, it is only natural for most men to realize suddenly how slow their own steps have been, and thereupon to fall into disappointment. In that sense, Kei's case was no different. Yet, compared with ordinary men, the violence of his impatience was far greater. At last, I came to think that the one thing above all was to calm his mind. I told him he must stop taking on extra work, and I advised him that for the present, it would be wiser, for the sake of a greater future, to ease his body and spend some time at rest. Since Kei was so stubborn, I had long expected that he would never readily listen to anything I said. Yet, when I actually tried, I found it more difficult than I had imagined to persuade him, and it nearly wore me out. Kei insisted only that scholarship was not his true goal. His true aim, he said, was to cultivate the power of will and become a strong man. And from that, he concluded that he must remain as much as possible in narrow and trying circumstances. To an ordinary person, it would sound like sheer perversity. And more than that, although he was living in trying circumstances, his will was not growing the least bit stronger. Indeed, he was almost becoming a victim of nervous exhaustion. Since there was no help for it, I began to show him an attitude as though I entirely agreed. At last, I even declared plainly that I too meant to go forward through life in just such a way. To be sure, these were not words wholly empty for me, for when one listened to Kei, he had such force that one was gradually drawn in that direction as well. At last, I proposed that Kei and I should live together and together follow the road of self-improvement. I even dared to kneel before him So intent was I on bending his stubborn will, and in the end, after much struggle, I finally brought him to live in my house. Chapter 23. My room had attached to it a 4-mat chamber, something like an anteroom. To go up from the entrance and reach the place where I stayed, one absolutely had to pass through that 4-mat room. So, from the practical point of view, it was an extremely inconvenient space. It was there that I put Kay. At first, to be sure, I had thought to place 2 desks in the same 8-mat room and let us share the adjoining chamber. But Kay said that even if it was cramped, he preferred being alone, and he chose that room for himself. As I have said before, Oku-san was at first opposed to this arrangement of mine. If this had been a boarding house, then 1 lodger would be convenient, 2 more convenient still, and 3 more profitable. But since this was not a business, she said it would be better, if possible, not to do such a thing. When I answered that Kay was certainly not the sort of man who would cause trouble, she replied that even if he caused no trouble, she disliked having a person whose character she did not know. When I pressed her, asking whether the same had not also been true of me, who was now lodging there, she would not stop insisting that my character had been clear to her from the very beginning. I smiled bitterly. Then Oku-san changed the direction of her reasoning again. She said once more that bringing such a man there would be bad for me and that I should stop. When I asked why it would be bad for me this time, she smiled bitterly instead. The truth is, I myself had no absolute need to live with Kay. Yet I thought that if I laid out before him, in the form of money, the monthly cost of living, he would surely hesitate when the time came to accept it. He was a man with that much independence of spirit. So I meant to bring him into my house, and then, without his knowing it, quietly place into Oku-san's hands enough for 2 men's food. But I had no intention whatever of telling Oku-san a single word about Kay's financial situation. I spoke only about Kay's health. I said that if he were left alone, he would only grow more and more obstinate and twisted. And then I added to that, telling her of Kay's poor relations with his adoptive family, of how he had become separated from his birth family, and of many other things besides. I told her that I meant to take Kay in with the resolve of embracing a man who was close to drowning, and of passing into him the warmth of my own body. With that in mind, I asked both Oku-san and the young lady to care for him kindly and warmly. Only after coming this far did I finally manage to persuade Oku-san. Kay, however, hearing nothing of any of this from me, knew nothing whatever of how it had all come about. And I, on the contrary, felt satisfied by that. And when Kay came lumbering in and moved his things, I received him with a face that showed nothing. Oku-san and the young lady kindly helped to put away his luggage and arrange his things. Interpreting all of that as coming from their goodwill toward me, I was pleased in my heart, even though Kay, for his part, still wore his same heavy, sullen look. When I asked Kay how he liked his new lodging, he said only one thing: "It is not bad." From my point of view, it was far more than merely not bad. The place where he had been living until then was a north-facing filthy room that smelled damp and foul. The food, too, was as poor as the room itself. After moving into my house, Kay had almost the look of a man transplanted from a dark valley to a lofty tree. That he showed no sign of thinking much of it came partly from his stubbornness, but partly also from his convictions. Raised on Buddhist teachings, he was apt to think that making much of comforts in food, clothing, and shelter was almost a kind. Having read too many lives of ancient eminent monks and holy men, he had a tendency at every turn to want to separate spirit from flesh. There may even have been times when he felt that by whipping the flesh, the radiance of the spirit would increase. I made it my policy not to oppose him any more than necessary. What I tried to do was to bring ice out into the sunlight and let it melt. I thought that once it had melted and turned into warm water, the time would surely come when he himself would awaken to himself. Chapter 24. As a result of being treated in that way by Oku-san, I gradually became more cheerful. Because I was conscious of that, I then tried to apply the same thing to Kay as well. I knew well, from having associated with him for so long, that Kay and I were considerably different in character. Yet, just as my own nerves had lost some of their sharpness after entering this household, so too I thought that if Kay were placed here, his heart also might one day grow calm. Kay was a man of stronger determination than I. He probably studied twice as much as I did. On top of that, the quality of mind he had been born with was far superior to mine. Later, our fields of study differed, so I cannot speak with certainty. But while we were in the same class, whether in middle school or in higher school, Kay always ranked above me. I was constantly aware that in whatever I did, I could never equal Kay. And yet, when I forcibly drew Kay into my own house, I believed that I understood the principles of things better than he did. As I saw it, he did not seem to understand the difference between endurance and patience. I especially want to add this for your sake. So, listen carefully. Whether of body or of spirit, all our powers, under the stimuli of the outer world, may develop or may be destroyed. But in either case, it is of course necessary to strengthen those stimuli little by little. If one does not think carefully, there arises the danger that one may keep advancing in a terribly harmful direction, while neither oneself nor those around one notice it at all. If one listens to the explanation of doctors, there is nothing so lazy as the human stomach. If one eats nothing but gruel, then before one knows it, it loses the power to digest anything harder. That is why doctors say one should practice eating everything. But I do not think this means merely becoming accustomed. It must rather mean that as the stimuli are gradually increased, the resisting power of the nutritive functions gradually grows stronger. If instead the power of the stomach were to weaken little by little, one can easily understand what the result would be, just by imagining it. Kay was a greater man than I, and yet he had not noticed this point at all. It seems he believed only that if one became accustomed to hardship, then at last that hardship would become nothing at all. He appears to have believed firmly that if one repeated suffering again and again, then by the merit of repetition alone, one would someday arrive at the moment when that suffering ceased to matter. When I tried to persuade Kay, this was the point I wanted above all to make clear to him. But if I had spoken of it, he would surely have resisted, and I thought he would certainly have brought up examples of men from former times. If that happened, then I too would have had to state clearly the points in which those men and Kay differed. If Kay had been the sort of man to accept that, all would have been well. But by his nature, once an argument went that far, he did not easily turn back. He went farther still, and just as he advanced, with words he would begin to realize them in action. When he became like that, he was a terrible man. He was great. He advanced while destroying himself with his own hands. Seen from the result, his greatness amounted only to this, that he was great in the sense of shattering his own success. Even so, he was by no means ordinary. Knowing his temperament well, I was in the end unable to say anything. Besides, as I have already mentioned, it seemed to me that he was suffering to some extent from nervous exhaustion. Even if I had succeeded in persuading him, he was certain to become violently agitated. I was not afraid of quarreling with him, but when I looked back upon my own condition, in which I myself could not endure the feeling of solitude, it was more than I could bear to place my close friend in that same condition of loneliness, and to go a step further, to push him down into an even lonelier state, was more hateful still. So even after he moved into my house, for some time I refrained from offering him any criticism. That sounded like criticism. I decided only to watch quietly the effect that his surroundings might have upon him. Chapter 25. I went behind the scenes and the young lady to speak with Kay as much as possible, for I believed that the life of silence through which he had passed until then was the very thing that had begun to weigh upon him. Just as unused iron rusts, it seemed to me that rust had formed upon his heart as well. Oku-san laughed, saying that he was a man with no way to get hold of, and the young lady, taking the trouble, would even give me examples and explain them in detail. If they asked him whether there was fire in the brazier, he would answer that there was not. And if they then said they would bring some, he would refuse, saying he did not need it. If they asked whether he was cold, he would say, "I am cold, but I do not need it," and after that would answer no more. I could not merely smile bitterly. I felt sorry for them, and so I had no choice but to patch things up somehow, with a few words then and there. To be sure, it was springtime, so there was no great need to warm oneself by the fire. Even so, I thought it was not unreasonable for them to say that he gave no handle by which one might approach him. So I made it my effort, as much as possible, to place myself in the center and try to establish some connection between the two women and Kay. Sometimes, when Kay and I were talking, I would call in the people of the house. At other times, when the people of the house and I happened to be together in one room, I would draw Kay out and bring him there. In whatever way best suited the moment. I tried to bring them into contact. Of course, Kay did not much like this. At times, he would suddenly rise and leave the room. At other times, no matter how often I called him, he would not come out for a long while. He would say, "What pleasure could there be in such pointless chatter?" I only laughed, but in my heart, I understood very well that because of this, Kay despised me. From one point of view, perhaps I truly deserved his contempt. It may well be said that the place where his eyes were fixed was far higher than mine. I do not deny that, but for the eyes alone to be high while all the rest does not balance with them is nothing but an easy form of deformity. Above all else, at this moment, I thought it was my first duty to make him more human. No matter how much his mind might be filled with images of great men, if he himself did not grow great, it would be of no use at all. This was what I had come to discover. And so, as the first means of making him more human, I devised a way to seat him first beside the opposite sex. Then, after exposing him to the atmosphere that arose from that, I tried to renew the blood in him which had begun to rust. This attempt gradually succeeded. What had at first seemed unlikely to blend began little by little to come together into one whole. It seemed that Kay, bit by bit, was awakening to the fact that there was a world outside himself. One day he said to me something to the effect that women were not things to be despised so lightly. At first, it seems that Kay had been demanding from women, just as from me, knowledge and learning, and when he failed to find them there, he immediately gave way to contempt. Until then, he had not known that one must change one's standpoint according to sex, but had observed all men and women alike with the same gaze. I said to him that if we two alone, as men, were to go on exchanging words forever, then the two of us would do no more than extend straight ahead in a single line. He answered that it was true. At that time, I was already more or less carried away over the young lady, so perhaps that is why such words came naturally to my lips. But of the hidden matter behind them, I did not reveal to him a single word. To watch Kay's heart, which until then had built itself a wall of books and shut itself up inside, gradually begin to open, that was for me more delightful than anything, since from the first I had set all this in motion for just that purpose. I could not help feeling the joy that came with my own success. Instead of telling Kay himself, I spoke of what I had intended to Oku-san and to the young lady. Both of them, too, seemed pleased. Chapter 26. Kay and I were in the same department, but since the subjects we specialized in were different, there were naturally differences in the times when we went out and when we returned. If I came back earlier than he did, I merely passed through his empty room. If I came back later, it was my habit to exchange a brief greeting and then enter my own room. Kay would lift his usual eyes from his book and glance once at me as I opened the sliding door. Then he would invariably ask whether I had just returned. Sometimes I would only nod without answering. At other times, I would merely say yes and pass on. One day, I had business in Kanda and came home much later than usual. I hurried up to the gate and slid open the lattice door. At that very moment, I heard the young lady's voice. I was certain the voice came from Kay's room. If one goes straight in from the entrance, the tea room and the young lady's room lie in a row, and if one turns left from there, then come Kay's room and my room. Since I had been living there for so long, I could tell very well where a voice came from and whose voice it was. I immediately shut the lattice again. At the same time, the young lady's voice also ceased at once. While I was taking off my shoes, from about that time, I had already become modern enough to wear elaborate lace-up shoes. While I crouched there, undoing the laces, not a single voice came from Kay's room. I found it strange. I thought that perhaps I had simply been mistaken. Yet when, as usual, I went to pass through Kay's room and opened the sliding door, the two of them were indeed sitting there together. Kay, as always, said, "So, you have just come back?" The young lady, too, without rising, greeted me by saying, "You're home?" It may have been only my imagination, but that simple greeting sounded slightly stiff to me. It struck my ear as though somewhere it had missed the natural tone. I asked the young lady where Oku-san was. There was no special meaning in my question. The house had somehow seemed quieter than usual, that was all, and so I asked. Oku-san was in fact out. The maid, too, had gone out with her. So, the only ones left in the house had been Kay and the young lady. I tilted my head a little. For all the long time I had been cared for there had never yet been an instance in which Oku-san left the house empty, leaving only the young lady and me behind. I asked the young lady again whether some urgent matter had arisen. The young lady only laughed. I disliked women who laughed at such a moment. If one says that this is merely a common trait in young women, perhaps that is all. But the young lady, too, was one who liked to laugh at foolish little things. However, seeing my expression, she immediately returned to her ordinary look. "It is not anything urgent," she answered seriously. There was only a little errand, so she went out. As a lodger, I had no right to press the question further, so I fell silent. Before I had even changed my clothes and properly taken my seat, Oku-san and the maid had both come home. Soon the time came when we all sat face to face at the supper table. When I had first come to lodge there, I was treated entirely as a guest, and each time we ate, the maid brought my tray to me. But before I knew it, that custom had disappeared, and it had become the habit for me to be called into the other room at mealtime. When Kay newly moved in, I insisted that he too be treated in the same way as I was. In return, I presented Oku-san with a light dining table made of thin boards, its legs neatly folding in. Nowadays, it is the sort of thing used in every house, But in those days, there were almost no families who lined up around such a table to eat their meals. I had gone expressly to a furniture shop in Okonomizu and had it made according to my own design. It was there, at that table, that I heard from Oku-san the explanation that the fishmonger had not come at the usual time that day, so she had had no choice but to go into town to buy something for us to eat. When I thought that, certainly, since she had lodgers in the house, that was only reasonable, the young lady looked at my face and burst out laughing again. But this time, Oku-san scolded her, and she stopped at once. Chapter 27. About a week later, I again passed through the room where Kay and the young lady were talking together. At that time, the instant the young lady saw my face, she burst out laughing. I ought, perhaps, to have asked at once what there was to laugh at. Instead, I simply kept silent and came on to my own room. And because of that, Kay too was no longer able, as he always did, to call out and ask whether I had just come home. The young lady seemed at once to slide open the shoji and go into the tea room. At supper, the young lady said that I was a strange person. Even then, I did not ask why I was strange. I only noticed that Oku-san turned upon her a look almost like a warning glare. After the meal, I took Kay out for a walk. The two of us went round by the back of Denzuen, circled along the road by the botanical garden, and then came out again at the foot of Tomizaka. As walks go, it was by no means a short one, and yet what we said during all that time was very little. By nature, Kay was a man even more taciturn than I, and I, too, was not one for many words. Still, as we walked, I tried as much as possible to start conversations with him. My questions were chiefly about the family in whose house we lodged. I wanted to know how he regarded Oku-san and the young lady, but he gave me nothing but answers, so vague that one could not tell whether they belonged to the sea or to the mountain. And though those answers lacked all substance, they were, at the same time, extremely brief. He seemed to be paying far more attention to the subject of his specialization than to the two women. To be sure, the examinations of our second year were then close at hand, so from the standpoint of an ordinary man, he was perhaps the more student-like student. And besides, he went on speaking of Swedenborg this way and that, and astonished me, who knew so little. When we both got through our examinations successfully, Oku-san was pleased and said that now there was only 1 year left, and the graduation of the young lady, who might almost be called Oku-san's only pride, was also coming soon in turn. Kay said to me that women leave school knowing nothing at all. He seemed not to count in the least the sewing, the koto, or the flower arrangement which the young lady was practicing outside her studies. I laughed at his carelessness, and once again, before him, I repeated that old argument that a woman's value does not lie in such things. He did not particularly argue back, but neither did he show any sign of saying, "Indeed, that is so." That pleased me, because his manner, as though saying only, seemed to show that he still despised women, because it seemed that the young lady, whom I knew as the very representative of women, counted for nothing at all in his eyes. Looking back now, I can see that my jealousy of Kay had already begun to sprout fully at that time. I asked Kay whether he would like to go somewhere during the summer vacation. Kay gave me to understand that he did not wish to go. Of course, he was not in a position to go wherever he liked by his own free will. Yet if only I invited him, he was still free enough to go anywhere without difficulty. I asked him why he did not wish to go. He said there was no reason at all. He said it simply suited him better to stay at home and read books. When I insisted that it would be better for his health to go to a summer place and study somewhere cool, he answered that in that case I should go alone. But I could not bring myself to leave Kay behind here by himself. Even as it was, to watch Kay and the people of the house gradually becoming closer was already not a very pleasant feeling to me. If one asks why the thing I had wished for from the beginning should now make me feel so bad, then that is the end of it. I must simply have been a fool. At last, unable to bear the endless argument between the two of us, Oku-san stepped in between. And so, in the end, the two of us decided to go together to Boshu. Chapter 28. Kay was not a man who often went traveling. Boshu, too, was my first experience. Knowing nothing at all, the two of us landed at the first place where the boat arrived. I believe it was called Hota. How much it has changed by now, I do not know, but in those days it was a dreadful fishing village. First of all, everywhere smelled of fish, and then, when one went into the sea, the waves would knock one down and at once skin the hands and feet. Stones as large as fists were forever being rolled back and forth. I soon grew sick of it, but Kay said neither that it was good nor that it was bad. At least his expression alone remained perfectly calm. And yet, every time he entered the sea, there was never an occasion when he did not come away with some sort of injury. At last, I persuaded him, and we left there for Tomiura. From Tomiura, we moved again to Nago. All along that coast, even in those days, the places were chiefly where students gathered, so anywhere there was for us a perfectly suitable place for sea bathing. Kay and I often sat upon the rocks along the shore and gazed out at the color of the distant sea, or down into the bottom of the nearer water. The water seen from atop the rocks was especially beautiful. Little fish, red, blue, and other colors not commonly seen in the market, could be clearly pointed out, swimming here and there through the transparent waves. I would often sit there and spread out a book. Kay, more often than not, did nothing but remain silent. I could not tell at all whether he was sunk in thought or entranced by the scenery, or painting in his mind some image of his own liking. From time to time, I would lift my eyes and ask Kei what he was doing. Kei would answer with a single phrase only, that he was doing nothing. There were many times when I thought how pleasant it would be if the one sitting motionless beside me there were not Kei, but the young lady. If it had only gone that far, it would still have been all right. But at times, I would suddenly begin to suspect that perhaps Kei too was sitting there on the rocks with the same wish as mine. Then, all at once, I would come to hate the sight of myself sitting there calmly with a book spread open. I would suddenly spring up, and then I would let out a great shout with no restraint at all. I was incapable of anything so mild as reciting with seeming pleasure some proper poem or song. I could only howl like a savage. Once, all at once, I seized him from behind by the collar. I asked Kei what he would do if I pushed him straight into the sea. Just like that, Kei did not move. Still facing away from me, he answered, "That would be just right. Do it." I at once released my hand from the back of his neck. By that time, Kei's nervous exhaustion seems already to have grown considerably better, and in inverse proportion, I myself was becoming more and more oversensitive. Seeing Kei more composed than I envied him. And I hated him as well, because no matter what, he showed not the slightest sign of taking me seriously. To me, that appeared like a certain kind of confidence, and yet, even when I admitted that confidence in him, I could never find satisfaction in it. My suspicion wanted to go one step farther and make clear its true nature. Had he once again recovered the feeling of the light that lay before him in the road, he must go forward, on, whether in scholarship or in work. If it were only that, then no conflict of interest could possibly arise between Kei and me. On the contrary, I would only have felt glad that all my efforts in caring for him had not been in vain. But if his peace of mind concerned the young lady, then I could never forgive him. Strangely enough, he appeared to be entirely unaware of any sign that I loved the young lady. Of course, I myself had never behaved in any deliberate way that would make it obvious to Kei's eyes. Kei was, by nature, a dull man in matters of that kind. From the very beginning, I had felt secure that if it were Kei, there would be no danger, and it was because of that I had deliberately brought him into the house. Chapter 29. I resolved at last to confess my heart to Kei. To be sure, this resolution had not first arisen at that moment. Even before we set out on the journey, I had already formed that intention within myself. Yet I could neither seize the proper opportunity nor create it for myself. In such matters, my skill failed me. Looking back now, it seems to me that all the people around me in those days were in some way strange. There was not one who would speak openly and directly about women. No doubt among them there were many who had no such story to tell. Yet, even if they had, it seemed to be the rule to remain silent. From the standpoint of you who now breathe a relatively freer air, this will surely seem strange. Whether it was the lingering influence of moralism or a kind of bashfulness, I leave that judgment to your understanding. Kay and I were on terms where we could speak of anything. Now and then, questions of love or passion did come up between us, but they always fell away into abstract theory. Even those subjects were rarely discussed. For the most part, we were occupied with talk of books, of learning, of future work, of ambition, and of self-cultivation. However close two men may be, once things have hardened to such a degree, one cannot suddenly break the tone. The two merely grow closer while remaining hard. Since I first resolved to confess to Kay about the young lady, I do not know how many times I suffered from a gnawing impatience and distress. I felt that I wanted to break through some single place in Kay's mind and blow into it. A softer air, what must seem to you utterly laughable, was in truth, for me then, a most difficult trial. Even on that journey, just as when I was at home, I remained a coward. Though I watched Kay constantly, with the intention of seizing some opportunity, I could do nothing at all about his strangely exalted attitude. As I saw it, the whole region surrounding his heart might as well have been coated thick with black lacquer. The blood I wished to pour into him could not send a single drop into that heart, but was wholly repelled and thrown back. At times, his manner seemed so strong and so lofty that I even grew reassured. And then, repenting in my heart of my suspicions, I apologized to Kay within that same heart. While apologizing, I saw myself as an exceedingly base person, and suddenly felt a miserable disgust. Yet, after a little while, the old suspicion would return again and strike back more strongly than before. Since everything was derived from suspicion, everything turned to my disadvantage. Even in appearance, Kay seemed to me more likely than I to be liked by women. His nature, too, not fussy and cramped as mine was, seemed likely to please the opposite sex. There was in him something vague, almost absent-minded, and yet at the same time something sure and manly. Even in that, he appeared to stand above me. As for learning, though our specialties differed, I was of course aware that I was no match for Kay, and when all of the good points on his side began to glitter at once before my eyes like this, then the slight reassurance I had felt would immediately vanish, and I would fall back again into my old uneasiness. Kay, seeing how restless I was, said that if I disliked it so much, I might as well return to Tokyo for the time being. But when he said that, I suddenly no longer wanted to return. Perhaps, in truth, I simply did not want to let Kay return to Tokyo. The two of us went round the tip of Boshu and came out on the farther side. Under the blazing sun, we suffered terribly, trudging on and on, deceived again and again by those long Kazusa Rai, groaning as we walked. I scarcely understood at all what meaning there was in walking like that. Half in jest, I said as much to Kei. Kei answered that since we had feet, we walked, and when the heat grew fierce, he would say, "Let us go into the sea," and plunge into the water, wherever he pleased. Then, after that, the strong sun would beat down on us once more, and our bodies became so languid that they felt utterly worn out. Chapter 30. As we walked in this way, the body's natural balance began to give way under the heat and the fatigue. It was not illness exactly. Rather, it felt as though my soul had suddenly moved and taken up lodging inside another man's body. While speaking with Kei, as I always did, I somehow began, somewhere within, to separate from my usual state of mind. Both my affection for him and my hatred of him took on a special character, as though they belonged only to the journey. In other words, because of the heat, the sea, and the walking, the two of us must have entered into a new relation different from the one before. At that time, we were like two peddlers traveling the road together. No matter how much we talked, it was unlike our usual talk, and we never touched those difficult matters that require the use of the mind. In this fashion, we went all the way at last to Choshi. Yet even now, I cannot forget that there was, on the road, one single exception. Before we had yet left Bashu, the two of us went at Kominato to see the Tai no Ura. Many years have passed since then, and it was not something that interested me deeply, so I do not remember it clearly. But as I recall, they said it was the village where Nichiren had been born. There was a legend that on the day of Nichiren's birth, 2 sea bream were cast up upon the shore, and because of that, the fishermen of the village, from that time on to the present, had refrained from catching sea bream, so that the bay was full of them. We hired a little boat and deliberately went out to see those sea bream. At that time, I was intent only on watching the waves, and in those waves, the slightly purplish color of the moving sea bream held my eyes without tiring as one more curious spectacle. But Kei, it seems, could not take as much interest in it as I did. Rather than the fish, he appears to have been imagining Nichiren himself in his mind. There was just there a temple called Tanjoji. Since it was the village where Nichiren was born, they must have named it the Temple of Birth, or something of that sort. It was a splendid temple complex. Kei said that he wanted to go there and meet the head priest. To tell the truth, we were dressed in a very strange fashion. Kei in particular, because the wind had blown his hat into the sea, had bought a sedge hat and was wearing that. As for our clothes, both of ours were naturally grimy and had grown rank with sweat. I said we had better not go to meet any priest, but Kei was stubborn and would not listen. If I disliked it, he said, I could wait outside by myself. So I had no choice but to go with him to the entrance, though in my heart I was certain we would be refused. But priests, it turns out, can be surprisingly courteous. We were shown into a wide and splendid room, and were received at once. By that time, my way of thinking had grown rather different from Kei's, so I felt little urge to pay much attention to the conversation between the priest and Kei, but Kei seemed to be asking eagerly about Nichiren. I still remember that when the priest said that Nichiren was even called Grass Nichiren because he was so skillful in cursive writing, Kei, whose own handwriting was poor, made a face that seemed to say, "What nonsense! How trivial!" Kei must have wanted to know not such things as that, but a Nichiren of deeper meaning. Whether the priest satisfied Kei on that point is doubtful, but when we left the temple grounds, Kei began at once to speak to me again and again about Nichiren. I was too hot and too exhausted to care about such things, so I gave him only vague replies from the edge of my lips. Then even that grew trouble silent. I believe it was the following night, or perhaps the next, that after reaching our inn, eating our supper, and coming to the point just before bed, we suddenly began to argue over difficult questions. Kei had not been pleased that when he had spoken the day before about Nichiren, I had not really responded. He said that a man without spiritual aspiration was a fool, and began somehow to press me down as though I were a shallow and frivolous fellow. But in my own breast there still lay the matter of the young lady, heavy and unresolved. So I could not simply accept his words, which were close to contempt, with a laugh. And so, for my own part, I began to defend myself. Part 4. Lower, Sensei, and His Testament. Chapter 31. At that time, I kept using the phrase, human-like. Kei said that within this phrase, human-like, I was hiding all my own weaknesses. Certainly, when I think of it now, Kei was right. But to me, who had begun to use that phrase, in order to make him understand what it meant not to be human-like, my point of departure was already one of resistance, so I had no room in me to reflect upon it. I only pressed my own argument. All the more. Then Kei asked me what it was in him exactly that I was seizing upon and calling not human-like. So I told him, "You are human-like. Perhaps you are even too human-like, and yet, with only the tip of your tongue, you say things as though you were not human, and you try to act as though you were not human." When I said this, he merely answered that because his cultivation was still insufficient. Perhaps he appeared so to others. He made no attempt at all to refute me. Rather than feeling that my spirit had been taken out of the argument, I instead felt sorry for him. I ended the discussion there at once. His own tone, too, gradually sank. He said, with a kind of desolation, that if only I knew the men of former times as he knew them, I would not make such an attack. The men of former times, of whom Kei spoke, were, of course, neither heroes nor men of bold worldly deeds. He meant those so-called men of harsh discipline and suffering, who tormented the flesh for the sake of the spirit and scourged the body for the sake of the way. Kei stated plainly to me that it was deeply regrettable that I could not understand how much he himself was suffering for that sake. Then Kay and I simply went to sleep, and from the next day on, we returned again to the ordinary attitude of two peddlers on the road, walking on, with groans, streaming with sweat. Yet, all along the way, I kept recalling now and then what had happened that night. A burning sense of regret rose in me, that though the finest opportunity had been given to me, I had pretended not to see it and let it pass by. Instead of using such an abstract phrase as human-like, I thought I ought simply to have confessed to Kay, a far more direct and simple matter. The truth is, the very reason I had invented such a phrase at all was because at the foundation of it, there lay my feelings for the young lady. And so, rather than blowing into Kay's ears some theory distilled out of the facts, it would surely have profited me more to expose before his eyes the original thing itself, just as it was. I confess here that the reason I could not do that was because the friendship between us, whose fundamental tone had been shaped by our companionship in scholarship, had acquired a certain natural inertia, and I lacked the courage to break through it decisively. You may call it too much pose, or say that vanity was my undoing. Either would do, but the meaning I give to pose or vanity is a little different from the ordinary one. If only that meaning reaches you, I am satisfied. We returned to Tokyo, burnt black by the sun, and when we returned, my own mood had changed again. The petty theories of what is human-like and what is not human-like had almost entirely vanished from my mind, nor was there left in Kay any sign at all of a man of religion. Perhaps nowhere in his heart at that time did there dwell any such questions as spirit and flesh. The two of us, with faces like men of another race, stood turning our eyes round and round over Tokyo, which seemed so busy. Then we came to Ryogoku and ate gamecock, even in that heat. Kay then said, with the momentum of it, that we ought to walk all the way back to Koishikawa. In physical strength, I was stronger than Kay, so I agreed at once. When we arrived home, Oku-san was astonished at the sight of us. The two of us had not merely grown dark. By walking senselessly so much, we had also become terribly thin. Even so, Oku-san praised us, saying that we looked all the healthier. The young lady, saying that Oku-san's contradiction was amusing, burst out laughing again. Even I, who had so often been irritated before the journey, felt only pleasure that time. Perhaps it was because the circumstances were what they were, and because I had not heard that laughter for so long. Chapter 32. More than that, I noticed that the young lady's manner had changed a little from what it had been before. After returning from our journey, for the first time in a while, until we settled back into our ordinary way, women's hands were needed for everything. That much was natural for Oku-san, who took care of such things, but the young lady, too, seemed always to put me first, and Kay afterward. If she had done it too openly, I might perhaps have been embarrassed by it. In some circumstances, I think it might even have given rise to a feeling of displeasure. But in this respect, the young lady's way of acting was remarkably skillful, and so I was glad. That is to say, the young lady allocated some extra share of her natural kindness toward me in such a way that only I could notice it. And so Kay, showing no disagreeable face, remained perfectly at ease. In my heart, secretly, I sang a triumphal song over him. Before long, summer too had passed, and from about the middle of September, we once again had to attend our classes at school. Kay and I, because of our different schedules, once more came to differ in the times when we went out and returned. There were about 3 days a week when I came home later than Kay, but no matter. When I returned, it seemed that I no longer caught sight of the young lady's shadow in Kay's room. Kay would turn those usual eyes of his toward me and repeat, as regularly as a rule, "So, you have just come back." And my acknowledgement, almost like a machine, was simple and without meaning. I believe it was about the middle of October. One day, having overslept, I hurried out to school, still wearing Japanese clothes. Since I could not spare the time to lace up my Western shoes, I simply slipped on Zori and rushed out. According to the timetable that day, I was supposed to come home earlier than Kay. When I returned, I opened the entrance lattice with that expectation. Then, quite unexpectedly, I heard Kay's voice, though I had thought he would not yet be there. At the same time, the young lady's laughter struck my ear. Because that day I was not wearing the troublesome shoes that always took time, I stepped at once up into the entrance and opened the partitioning sliding door. As usual, I saw Kay seated before his desk, but the young lady was no longer there. I caught only a fleeting glimpse of her figure from behind, as she seemed almost to flee out of Kay's room. I asked Kay why he had returned so early. Kay answered that he had felt unwell and had come home to rest. When I entered my own room and sat there as I was, before long the young lady brought me some tea. At that time, for the first time, she greeted me, saying, "You're back." I was not such a free and easy man that I could laugh and say, "Why did you run away a moment ago?" And yet, inside myself, I was the sort of person for whom such a thing lingered in the mind. The young lady soon rose and went away along the veranda to the other side, but she stopped before Kay's room and exchanged 2 or 3 words there between inside and outside. It seemed to be a continuation of what had passed a little earlier, but since I had not heard the first part, I could make nothing of it at all. After that, the young lady's manner gradually became more at ease. Even when Kay and I were both at home together, she would often come to the veranda outside Kay's room and call his name. Then she would go in there and stay a while at leisure. Naturally, there were times when she brought the mail and times when she came to leave freshly washed clothes. So perhaps, in the relation between two people living under the same roof, that much coming and going ought to be regarded as only natural. And yet, for me, driven as I was by the fierce single desire To have the young lady entirely to myself, it could not possibly look to me like something merely natural. There were even times when it seemed that the young lady deliberately avoided coming to my room and went only to Kay's side. Then why, you will ask, did I not simply have Kay leave the house? But if I did that, the very purpose for which I had forcibly drawn Kay there in the first place would come to nothing, and that I could not do. Chapter 33. It was on a cold, rainy day in November. I came home as usual, my overcoat damp, passing by Konyaku Enma and climbing the narrow slope. Kay's room was empty, but in his brazier a fresh fire had been set, burning with a welcome warmth. I, too, wanting quickly to hold my cold hands over red coals, hurried to open the partition to my own room. But in my brazier there remained only a pale bed of cold ash. Even the last ember had gone out. At once I felt deeply displeased. At that moment, the one who came out, having heard my footsteps, was Oku-san. Seeing me standing there in the middle of the room, without a word, she looked sorry for me and helped me off with my overcoat, then helped me change into Japanese clothes. Then, when she heard me say that I was cold, she immediately brought in Kay's brazier. From the next room, I asked whether Kay had already come home. Oku-san answered that he had come back and then gone out again. That day, too, according to the timetable, Kay was supposed to return later than I did, so I wondered what had happened. Oku-san said that perhaps some errand had unexpectedly come up. I sat there a while, reading, as the whole house fell completely still, and no one's voice could be heard. The chill and loneliness of early winter seemed to sink into my body. I soon laid my book aside and rose. All at once, I felt a desire to go somewhere lively. The rain seemed to have just ceased, but the sky still looked heavy and cold, like lead. So, as a precaution, I slung my snake-eye umbrella over my shoulder and went down the slope eastward beside the earthen wall behind the artillery arsenal. In those days, the roads had not yet been improved, so the slope was much steeper than it is now. The road, too, was narrower, and it did not run straight. And once one descended into that valley, with the high buildings to the south blocking it and the drainage being poor, the street was all mud. Worst of all was the stretch between the Little Stone Bridge and Yanagimachi Street. One could not simply walk along carelessly, whether in clogs or in long boots. Everyone, as a matter of course, had to tread with great care along the narrow strip where the mud had been split apart down the center of the road. That strip was only a foot or two wide. It was the same as stepping carefully along a ribbon laid out across the street. Everyone walking there had to go in a single file, slowly picking their way through. It was on that narrow strip that I suddenly came face to face with Kay. My attention had been so wholly taken up by my footing that until the instant I met him, I had not noticed his presence at all. Only when my way was unexpectedly blocked and I raised my eyes did I first see that Kay was standing there. I asked him where he had gone. Kay answered only, just a little way, and nothing more. His answer, as always, had that same tone. A mere humph. Kay and I shifted our bodies to pass one another on the narrow strip. Then I saw that just behind Kay there stood a young woman. Being short-sighted, I had not until then made it out clearly, but after passing Kay, when I looked at the woman's face and realized that it was the young lady of the house, I was more than a little startled. The young lady, with a faint flush upon her face, greeted me. The coiffure of those days was unlike that of today. The forelocks did not stand forward, and the hair was wound round and round, like a snake, at the center of the head. I stood there vaguely looking at her hair, but in the next moment I realized that one of us would have to yield the way, so I made up my mind and stepped one foot into the thick mud. Then, leaving the relatively passable part open, I let the young lady pass. After coming out into Yanagimachi Street, I no longer knew where I ought to go. Wherever I might go, I felt that nothing would be enjoyable. Not caring how the mud splashed up, I tramped recklessly through the mire, stamping on, and then I turned back and came straight home. Chapter 34. I asked Kay whether he had gone out together with the young lady. Kay answered that it was not so. He explained that he had happened to meet her by chance in Masagocho, and that they had then come home together. I could not help refraining from any further questions. Yet at supper, I again felt the urge to put the same question to the young lady. Then the young lady gave that laugh of hers, which I disliked so much. And in the end, she said I should try to guess where she had been. At that time, I was still hot-tempered, so when a young woman treated me in so unserious a way, I became angry. And yet, of all those sitting at the same table, the only one who seemed to notice it was Oku-san. Kay, on the contrary, appeared quite untroubled. As for the young lady's manner, there was something in it that made it just a little unclear whether she acted knowingly and on purpose, or whether she did it innocently, without knowing. For a young woman, the young lady was rather thoughtful. Yet there were also, if one chose to think so, certain traits common to young women that I disliked, and which I could not deny were perhaps present in her as well. And those very traits, it seemed, only began to catch my eye after Kay came to live with us. I was uncertain whether I ought to attribute that to my jealousy of Kay, or whether I ought rather to take it as a kind of artifice on the young lady's part toward me. Even now, I have not the slightest wish to deny the jealousy I felt then. As I have repeated so often, I was clearly conscious of the working of that feeling on the reverse side of love, and since, to anyone watching from outside, it was at the merest trifles, things hardly worth noticing, that this feeling was always ready to lift its head. I could not fail to be aware of it. This is, by the way, but is not such jealousy one half of love. After I married, I became conscious that this feeling gradually grew fainter, and in exchange, the love itself was certainly never again so violent as before. I began to think that I ought, in one decisive blow, to hurl my heart directly against the breast of the other person. The other person, in this case, was not the young lady. It was Oku-san. I began to think that I should openly and plainly open negotiations with Oku-san and ask her to give me the young lady. Yet though I formed that resolution, I went on, day after day, postponing the day of action. That makes me appear a very irresolute man, and so I may well seem. But the truth is, the reason I could not move forward was not that my will lacked strength. Before Kay came, it was my stubborn pride, my hatred of falling into another person's hands that pressed me down and made me unable to move a single step. After Kay came, what continually restrained me was the suspicion that perhaps the young lady's heart leaned toward Kay rather than toward me. If it should prove that the young lady was giving her heart to Kay more than to me, then I had already resolved that such a love was not worth bringing to my lips at all. This is a little different from merely saying that it is painful to be made ashamed. However much I might love her, if in her secret heart she was casting the eyes of love upon another man, then I would hate to bind myself to such a woman. There are men in the world who willingly or unwillingly take as wife the woman they have loved and are happy enough with that. But in those days, I thought that such men were either far more worldly than I, or else dull creatures who could not truly understand the psychology of love. I was too inflamed to accept that kind of philosophy, which says only that once one has married, things somehow settle down. In short, I was a theorist of a very exalted love. At the same time, I was the most roundabout of practitioners in love's reality. There were, during that long time of living together, occasions now and then when I had the chance to reveal to the young lady herself the truth of this self of mine, but I deliberately avoided them. At that time, I was strongly conscious that by Japanese custom, such a thing was not permitted. Yet I cannot say that that alone bound me. I had assumed that Japanese people, and Japanese young women in particular, lack the courage in such a case to say frankly and without reserve what they truly felt, without regard for the feelings of the person before them. Chapter 35. For these reasons, I stood still, unable to move forward in either direction. When one is unwell and falls asleep in the daytime, there are times when the eyes awaken and everything around can be seen distinctly, yet the hands and feet cannot be moved, however one may try. At times, I suffered inwardly from just such a torment. Meanwhile, the year came to its end, and spring arrived. One day, Oku-san said to Kei that they were going to play karuta, and asked whether he might not bring some friend along. Kei answered at once that he had no friends at all. Oku-san was astonished. In truth, Kei did not have a single friend worthy of the name. There were one or two with whom he exchanged greetings when he met them in the street, but even those were certainly not the sort of people to sit down and play karuta. Then Oku-san said if that was so, perhaps I might invite someone I knew instead. But I, unfortunately, could not bring myself into the mood for such a cheerful game. And so, with some half-hearted reply, I let the matter drop. Yet when evening came, Kay and I were at last dragged out by the young lady herself. Since there were no guests, and the game of Karuta was to be played only among the small circle, within the house it was a very quiet affair. And besides, Kay, who was unused to such amusements, was as good as a man sitting there with his hands tucked into his sleeves. I asked Kay whether he knew at all the poems of the Yakunin Isshu. Kay answered that he did not know them well. Hearing my words, the young lady must have taken them to mean that I was despising Kay. From that moment, she began openly to take Kay's side. In the end, the two of them almost formed a pair against me. Had it been another sort of opponent, I might even have started a quarrel. Fortunately, Kay's attitude did not change in the least from what it had been at first, since I could detect in him not the slightest sign of self-satisfaction. I was able to bring the occasion to a harmless close. It must have been 2 or 3 days after that Oku-san and the young lady left the house in the morning, saying they were going to visit relatives in Ichigaya. Since the school term had not yet begun, both Kay and I remained behind, almost like keepers of an empty house. I felt no desire either to read or to go out for a walk, so I merely sat, resting my elbows on the rim of the brazier, supporting my chin, and thinking vaguely. Kay, who was in the next room, made no sound at all. Both of us were so still that one could hardly tell whether we were there or not. To be sure, for the two of us, such a thing was by no means strange, and so I paid no particular attention to it. Toward 10 o'clock, Kay suddenly opened the partitioning shoji and looked in at me. Standing there upon the threshold, he asked me what I was thinking about. Of course, I was thinking about nothing at all. If I was thinking about anything, then, as usual, it may have been the young lady, and naturally, attached to the young lady, there was also Oku-san. But lately, Kay himself, as though he had become a person inseparable from them, had been going round and round inside my head, complicating the whole matter. When I found myself face to face with Kay, though until then I had vaguely been aware of him as a kind of obstacle, there was no way I could answer him so plainly. I went on looking at his face in silence. Then Kay came straight into my room and sat down before the brazier, at which I was warming myself. At once, I took both elbows off the rim of the brazier and, with a certain feeling, pushed it a little toward his side. Then Kay began a kind of conversation, quite unlike him. He asked where Oku-san and the young lady had gone in Ichigaya. I answered that they had most likely gone to the aunt's place. Kay asked again who that aunt was. I told him again that she, too, was a soldier's wife. Then he asked why they had gone out so early when women's New Year visits were usually not until after the 15th. I could do nothing but answer that I did not know why. Chapter 36. Kei did not readily stop talking about Oku-san and the young lady. At last, he even began to ask things so intimate that I myself could hardly have answered them. More than annoyance, I was struck with a sense of strangeness when I remembered how he had been before, when I myself had tried to make the two of them the subject of our talk. I could not help noticing how greatly his tone had changed. At last, I asked him why it was that only today he spoke of nothing else. At that, he suddenly fell silent, but I watched closely the flesh about his closed mouth move with a kind of trembling. He had always been a man of few words. Even in ordinary times, when he was about to say something, he had the habit of working his mouth a little before the words came. Perhaps it was because his lips did not open easily, almost as though they resisted his will, that his words themselves were heavy with weight. And once his voice did at last break through and come out, it carried a force twice as strong as that of ordinary men. The moment I glanced at his mouth, I instantly sensed that something more was about to come, but I had no forewarning at all of what it was preparing itself to say. That is why I was so astonished. Imagine me, when from that grave mouth of his there was confessed to me his sorrowful love for the young lady. It was as though I had been turned all at once into stone by the stroke of his magic wand. Even the motion of my own mouth working dumbly. At that moment, I was, one might say, a mass of terror or else a mass of pain. At any rate, I was nothing but one solid mass. From head to the tips of my feet, I suddenly became hard like stone or iron. I grew so rigid that I seemed to lose even the elasticity needed to breathe. Fortunately, that condition did not last long. After a single instant, I recovered once more, something like a human feeling, and then, at once, I thought, too late. He has gone ahead of me. Yet no judgment arose in me as to what was now to be done about that advantage he had gained. Most likely, I had no room within me for such a judgment to arise. I remained motionless, gritting my teeth and enduring in silence the horrible sweat that seeped out from beneath my arms and spread into my shirt. All the while, Kei, as always, kept breaking open that heavy mouth of his and, little by little, revealing his heart. I suffered beyond endurance. I think, in truth, that the suffering I felt must have been pasted plainly across my face in large letters, like some great advertisement. Even Kei could hardly have failed to notice it. But he, for his part, was concentrating everything upon himself, and so perhaps he had no leisure to attend to the expression on my face. His confession, from beginning to end, was carried through in one unchanging tone. Heavy and blunt though it was, it gave me the impression of something that could not easily be moved by any ordinary means. Half of my mind was listening to his confession, while the other half was being ceaselessly torn by the thought, "What shall I do? What shall I do?" As for the smaller details, it was nearly the same as though they never entered my ears at all. Yet even so, the tone of the words that came from his mouth struck strongly against my breast. Because of that, I began to feel not only the pain I have already described, but at times a certain kind of terror. That is to say, the feeling of fear began to stir in me, the fear that the man before me was stronger than I. When Kay had finished saying all that he had to say, I could not answer him with a single word. It was not that I remained silent, because I was weighing whether I too ought to make the same confession to him, or whether it would be wiser to keep it hidden. I was not silent through any such calculation of advantage or loss. I simply could say nothing, nor did I even feel like saying anything. At the midday meal, Kay and I sat facing one another, served by the maid. I got through a meal that tasted worse than any I had known. Even as we ate, the two of us hardly spoke a word. There was no knowing when Oku-san and the young lady would return. Chapter 37. The two of us withdrew, each to his own room, and did not see one another. Kay was as quiet as he had been in the morning. I too sat there lost in thought. Naturally, I felt that I ought to confess my own heart to Kay, and yet, at the same time, it began to seem to me that the moment for doing so had already passed. Why had I not cut across Kay's words a while before and struck back from my side? That now appeared to me a terrible failure, a fatal omission. I thought that if only following after Kay, I had spoken then and there exactly what was in my own heart, it would still have been all right. But now that Kay's confession had come to a close, for me to begin, the very same subject from my side seemed unnatural, however I considered it. I did not know how to overcome that unnaturalness. My head reeled, rocked violently by remorse. I wished that Kay would once more slide open the partitioning shoji and come charging at me from the other side. As far as I was concerned, what had happened earlier had been no different from a surprise attack. I had had no preparation whatever with which to answer Kay. I had a hidden wish to recover now what I had lost in the morning. So from time to time, I lifted my eyes and looked at the sliding door. But no matter how long I waited, that door did not open, and Kay remained silent, as though forever. Before long, my head gradually began to be thrown into confusion by this very silence. When I thought what Kay might now be thinking on the other side of that shoji, I could bear it no longer. Ordinarily, too, there had often been times when we would both remain silent, with only a single partition between us. But in such cases, the quieter Kay was, the more naturally I would forget his presence altogether. So I must conclude that at that time my whole condition had become badly disordered. And yet, even so, I could not myself go forward and open the shoji. Once I had missed the moment to speak, there was no help for it but to wait for the time when he might again make the first move. At last, I could no longer remain sitting still. If I forced myself to stay still, I felt I might suddenly burst into Kay's room. So with no help for it, I got up and went out onto the veranda. From there, I came into the tea room and, with no purpose at all, poured the hot water from the iron kettle into a teacup and drank a cup. Then I went out to the entrance hall. In this way, deliberately avoiding any passage near Kay's room, I found myself out in the middle of the street. Of course, I had nowhere in particular to go. I simply could not remain still. And so, without caring about direction or anything else, I wandered senselessly through the New Year streets. No matter how much I walked, my head was full of Kay, nor was I walking about with the intention of shaking Kay off. Rather, I was wandering while deliberately chewing over the image of him. To me, above all, he seemed an incomprehensible man. Why had he suddenly confessed such a thing to me? And why had his love grown so intense that he could not help confessing it? And where had the Kay of ordinary days been blown away? All of it was difficult for me to understand. I knew how strong he was. I knew also how earnest he was. Before deciding what attitude I myself ought to take, I believed there was much about him that I must first come to understand. At the same time, I felt an odd kind of dread at the thought of having to face him from now on. As I walked distractedly through the streets, I kept drawing before my eyes the image of his face, sitting motionless in my room. And yet, however much I walked, I kept hearing somewhere a voice saying that I could never, by any means, move him. Perhaps that was because he seemed to me like a kind of supernatural being. There were moments when I even felt that I was to be haunted by him forever. When at last, tired out, I returned home, his room was still as silent as ever, as though no one were there at all. Chapter 38. Not long after I entered the house, I heard the sound of a carriage. In those days, before rubber tires, the harsh rattling noise could be heard distinctly, even from a considerable distance. Before long, the carriage stopped in front of the gate. I was called to supper about 30 minutes after that. Even then, Okusan's and the young lady's holiday garments still lay cast off as they were, scattering a disorderly brightness through the next room. They said that because they would feel sorry for making Kay and me wait if they were late. They had hurried home so as to be in time for preparing the meal. But Okusan's kindness for Kay and me was almost the same as if it had no effect at all. As I sat at the table, I spoke only curt, sparse words, like a man unwilling to spend speech. Kay was even more silent than I. The two women, having gone out together, were in brighter spirits than usual, so our own manner stood out all the more sharply. Okusan asked me whether something was wrong. I answered that I felt a little unwell, and in truth, I did feel unwell. Then the young lady put the same question to Kay. Kay did not answer, as I had, that he felt unwell. He said only that he did not wish to speak. The young lady pressed him, asking why he did not wish to speak. At that moment, I suddenly raised my heavy eyelids, and looked at Kei's face. I was curious what he would answer. Kei's lips, as always, were trembling slightly. To anyone who did not know him, it would have looked as though he simply could not decide how to answer. Smiling, the young lady said that he was probably again thinking of something difficult. Kei's face grew faintly red. That night, I went to bed earlier than usual. Remembering that, at supper, I had said I felt unwell. Oku-san brought me some soba-yu around 10 o'clock, but my room was already completely dark. Oh dear, Oku-san said, and opened the partitioning shoji a little. The lamplight from Kei's desk slanted dimly into my room. It seemed that Kei was still awake. Oku-san sat down by my pillow and said that I had probably caught a chill, so I should warm myself, pressing the teacup up close to my face. I had no choice but to drink before Oku-san's watching eyes the thick, cloudy soba-yu. For a long time afterward, I lay in the dark, thinking. Of course, I did nothing but turn one single problem round and round in my mind. It had no other effect. Suddenly, it occurred to me to wonder what Kei was doing now in the next room. Half unconsciously, I called out, "Oi!" And from the other side came the answer. "Oi!" Kei, too, was still awake. I asked through the shoji whether he was not yet asleep. "Going to sleep now," came his brief reply. "What are you doing?" I asked again. This time, there was no answer from Kei. Instead, after what seemed 5 or 6 minutes, I heard distinctly the sound of the closet door sliding open, and then the sounds of bedding being spread out. "What time is it now?" I asked once more. Kei answered 1:20. Soon after, I heard the sound of the lamp being blown out, and the whole house sank into utter darkness and deep stillness. But in that darkness, my eyes only seemed to grow more and more wakeful. Again, in a half-unconscious state, I called out to Kei, "Oi!" And Kei answered, in the same tone as before, "Oi!" At last, I myself began, saying that, about the matter I had heard from him that morning, I wished to speak in greater detail, and asking whether it suited him. Naturally, I had no intention of exchanging such a conversation through the shoji. I only thought that at least I could get his answer at once. Yet Kei, though from a while ago he had answered twice with an honest "Oi," when twice I had called him, did not answer me now. In a low voice, he only muttered, "Well now," and once again I was made to feel a sudden shock. Chapter 39. Kei's half-hearted answer showed itself clearly in his manner the next day and the day after that as well. He never gave the slightest sign of wishing, of his own accord, to touch again upon that former subject. To be sure, there was no opportunity, unless Oku-san and the young lady should both be out of the house for an entire day. The two of us could never sit down quietly and speak of such things. I understood that well. And yet, understanding it, I began to grow strangely restless. As a result, I, who at first had inwardly prepared myself to wait for him. To begin from his side came instead to resolve that if an opportunity arose, I would open the matter myself. At the same time, I silently observed the manner of the people in the house, but neither in Oku-san's attitude nor in the young lady's behavior was there any change from their ordinary way. If, before Kei's confession and after it, there arose no difference at all in the way they behaved, then it was certain that his confession had been a confession addressed only to me, and had not yet reached the person chiefly concerned, nor Oku-san, who stood as her guardian. When I thought that, I felt a little relieved, so I decided that rather than forcing an opportunity and awkwardly bringing up the matter myself, it would be better to make sure not to miss whatever chance nature might provide, and, for the present, to leave that question untouched. Put in these words. It sounds very simple, but in the actual movement of my heart, there were many rises and falls, like the ebb and flow of the tide. Watching Kei remain unmoved, I attached to it all sorts of meanings, observing the words and actions of Oku-san and the young lady. I even asked myself whether their hearts were truly as they appeared there, and I wondered whether the complicated machinery set within the human breast could possibly, like the hands of a clock, point clearly and truthfully to the numbers on the dial. In short, you may take it that after interpreting the same thing first one way and then another, I finally came to rest here. To put it in still more difficult terms, perhaps a word, such as rest, had no proper right to be used in such a case at all. Before long, school began again. On days when our hours matched, we left the house together, and, if circumstances allowed, we returned together as well. To an outside eye, Kei and I appeared as close as ever, with nothing changed from before. Yet inwardly, each of us must surely have been thinking, in his own way, of his own concerns. One day, out in the street, I suddenly pressed Kei closely. The first thing I asked was whether that confession of his was one made only to me, or whether it had also been conveyed to Oku-san and to the young lady. I felt that the attitude I myself must now take had to be decided according to his answer to that question. Then he declared plainly that he had not yet revealed it to anyone else. Since matters stood just as I had suspected, I rejoiced inwardly. I knew well that Kei was bolder than I. I was conscious that I could not match his courage, yet at the same time, for some strange reason, I trusted him. Though he had deceived his adoptive family for 3 full years over the matter of his school funds, his credit in my eyes had not been damaged in the least. Rather, it was almost because of that I came to trust him all the more. So, no matter how suspicious by nature I was, there could arise in me no wish to deny in my heart his plain answer. Then I asked him how he intended to deal with his love. Was it nothing more than a confession? Or, after that confession, did he intend also to bring about some practical result? But when it came to that point, he gave me no answer at all. He only walked on, silent, looking down. I begged him not to keep anything from me, but to tell me everything exactly as he thought it. He declared plainly that he had no need to hide anything from me, and yet, on the very point I most wished to know, he did not give me a single word of reply. Since we were out in the street, I could not very well stop there and force the matter further, and so I let it remain just as it was. Chapter 40. One day, for the first time in a long while, I went into the school library. At one corner of a broad table, with the light from the window falling over half my body, I was turning over, here and there, the pages of newly arrived foreign journals. One of the professors in charge of my course had ordered me to investigate a certain matter by the following week, but because the thing I needed would not easily appear, I had to exchange the journals 2 or 3 times. At last, I finally found the paper I needed and began to read it with complete attention. Then suddenly, from the far side of the wide table, someone called my name. In a small voice, I lifted my eyes and saw Kay standing there. Kay bent the upper half of his body over the table, bringing his face close to mine. As you know, in a library, one cannot speak in a loud voice. That disturbs others. So what Kay did was no more than the ordinary thing anyone would do. Yet on that occasion alone, I felt a strange sensation. In a low voice, Kay asked whether I was studying. I answered that I had a little research to do. Even then, Kay did not draw his face away from me. In the same low tone, he asked whether I would go for a walk with him. I answered that if he waited a little, I would. He said that he would wait, and at once sat down in the empty seat before me. Then my concentration broke, and suddenly I could no longer read the journal. I could not help feeling that there was something on Kay's mind, and that he had come to force some discussion upon me. At last, with no help for it, I laid down the journal, half read, and rose. Kay, perfectly composed, asked whether I was already done. I answered that it did not matter, and after returning the journal, I left the library with Kay. We had nowhere special to go, so we came out from Ryukacho to Aikinohata and entered Ueno Park. Then, concerning that very matter, he suddenly opened it from his side. Thinking over all that had happened before and after, it seems clear that Kay had deliberately drawn me out for that purpose. And yet, his attitude had still not advanced in the least toward any practical step. He asked me only, in a vague way, what I thought. By what I thought, he meant this with what eyes. I looked upon him now that he had fallen into such an abyss of love. In a word, he seemed to want my judgment upon the man he now was. In that, I thought I could certainly recognize something different in him from his ordinary self. As I have repeated so many times, his natural disposition was not made so weak as to shrink from the opinion of others. Once he believed a thing must be done. He was the kind of man who had both the courage and the boldness to go straight ahead, all by himself. It was only natural that I, who had had that quality burned into the back of my mind by the affair with his adoptive family, should clearly feel that now something was different. When I asked Kay why, at such a time, he should need my criticism, he said, in a tone far more dejected than was natural to him, that he was truly ashamed to be such a weak man. And because he was wavering, he had ceased to understand himself, so that he could do nothing but seek from me an impartial judgment. At once, I pressed him as to what he meant by wavering. He explained that he wavered over whether he ought to go forward or withdraw. I immediately went one step further, and I asked him whether, if he wished to withdraw, he was truly able to withdraw. At that point, his words suddenly came to a stop. He only said that it was painful, and, in truth, there was plainly visible in his expression something full of pain. Had the person in question not been the young lady, I do not know how abundantly I would have poured over that parched face of his, a reply suited to his need, like merciful rain from heaven. I believe, even now, that I was born with that much beautiful sympathy in me. But at that time, I was different. Chapter 41. At that moment, I was watching Kay as a man watches an opponent in a match between rival schools. I turned toward him with everything that bore the name of myself. My eyes, my heart, my whole body made ready without the breadth of even a hair's gap. Innocent Kay, rather than being full of openings, was so defenseless that it would be more fitting to call him wide open. It was as though I had received from his own hand the map of the fortress he was guarding, and could stand there before his very eyes, looking it over at leisure. Once I discovered that Kay was staggering, wavering between ideal and reality, my mind fixed only upon the point that with a single blow I might be able to strike him down. And so I immediately took advantage of the opening in him. At once I assumed toward him a stern and solemn manner. Of course, it was strategy, and yet, since within me there was also a tension equal to such a manner, I had no leisure to feel myself ridiculous or ashamed. First, I said flatly, one who has no aspiration toward spiritual improvement is a fool. These were the very words Kay had once used to me when we traveled together through Bashu. I threw them back to him now, exactly as he had used them, in almost the same tone. But it was not revenge. I confess that it held within it a cruelty more terrible than revenge. With that single phrase, I meant to block the path of love that lay before Kay. Kay had been born in a Shinshu temple, and yet, as I have already said, from his middle school days, his inclination had never been close to the teachings of the sect into which he was born. I know well that I have little right to speak so, since I do not properly understand the doctrinal differences involved. but I recognized it only in one matter, in the relation between man and woman. Kei had always loved the word shojin, discipline, spiritual striving, and within that word, I had interpreted there must also be the meaning of abstinence. But later, when I heard from him what he truly meant, I was astonished, for it contained a meaning even stricter than that, since his first article of faith was that for the sake of the way all things must be sacrificed, then of course not only indulgence or forbidden desire, but even love itself, though wholly severed from lust, must still become an obstacle to the way. During the period when Kei was supporting himself, I often heard from him these very convictions. And because, even then, I was already thinking of the young lady I was necessarily forced to oppose him. Whenever I opposed him, he would always make a face that looked pitying. Yet in that face, more than pity, there showed contempt. Since the two of us had already passed through such a past together, the phrase, "one who has no aspiration towards spiritual improvement is a fool," could not but have struck Kei painfully. Yet, as I have said before, I did not speak those words because I meant to scatter the past he had built up with such effort. On the contrary, I meant to make him continue piling it up, just as before, whether it should lead him to the way or all the way to heaven. I did not care. What I feared only was that Kei, all at once, might change the direction of his life and come into conflict with my own interests. In the end, my words were nothing but the expression of naked selfishness. One who has no aspiration towards spiritual improvement is a fool. I repeated the same words a second time, and I watched intently to see what effect they would have upon Kei. A fool. Kei answered at last, "I am a fool." Kei stopped exactly there and did not move. He was looking down at the ground. At that moment, I involuntarily felt a shock of fear. To me, for that instant, Kei seemed like a housebreaker who has suddenly turned desperate. And yet, even so, I noticed how utterly lacking his voice was in strength. I wanted, if possible, to read something in the direction of his eyes, but he never once looked at my face. Then, little by little, he began to walk again. Chapter 42. As I walked on beside Kei, I waited inwardly for the next words that would come from his mouth. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it an ambush. At that time, I was in such a state that I thought I would not mind even if I struck Kei down by treachery. Yet I had, to some degree, the conscience that comes with education. So if someone had come close beside me and whispered, "Only one word, you are a coward," then perhaps in that instant I might have started and come back to myself. If Kei himself had been that person, I think I should probably have flushed red before him. But Kei was too honest to rebuke me, too simple, too wholly good in character. And I, blinded as I was, forgot to pay honor to that goodness. Instead, I took advantage of it. I tried to use it to strike him down. After a little while, Kay called my name and looked toward me. This time, I myself naturally stopped walking. Then Kay stopped as well. At that moment, for the first time, I was able to look straight into Kay's eyes. Kay was taller than I, so I had to look up at his face. And in that posture, I turned a wolf's heart toward an innocent sheep. "Let us stop this talk now," he said. There was in his eyes and in his words something strangely full of pain. I could not answer him at once. Then Kay said again, this time almost pleading, "Please stop." It was then that I gave him a cruel answer. As a wolf, finding its chance, fastens on the sheep's throat. Stop? It was not I who brought this up. It was you who raised it in the first place. If you want to stop, you may stop, but there is no use in stopping it, only with the lips, unless you have the resolve to stop it within your own heart. What, after all, do you intend to do about the convictions you have always professed? When I said this, that tall man seemed somehow to shrink before me and grow small. He was, as I have often said, a very stubborn man. Yet, at the same time, being more honest than most men, he was of a nature that could never remain calm when his own contradictions were severely exposed. Seeing his condition, I finally felt relieved. Then suddenly he asked, "Resolve?" And before I had even answered anything at all, he added, "Resolve? Yes, resolve. It may not be impossible." His tone was like a man speaking to himself. It was like words spoken in a dream. After that, the two of us brought the matter to an end and turned our steps toward our lodging in Koishikawa. Though it was a fairly mild day with little wind, still, because it was winter, the park was desolate. Most of all, when I turned back and saw the cedar grove, its brown, frost-bitten color drained of green, its treetops standing side by side against the dim black sky. I felt as though the cold itself had bitten into my back. We hurried with heavy steps across the Hongo Plateau. At dusk, then went down into the Koishikawa Valley to climb the hill on the farther side. It was only about then that under my overcoat I began at last to feel some warmth return to my body. Perhaps because we were hurrying, we hardly spoke at all on the way home. When we returned and sat at the supper table, Oku-san asked why we had been so late. I answered that Kay had taken me to Eno. "In this cold?" Oku-san said, looking surprised. The young lady wanted to know what there was in Ueno. I replied only that there was nothing, that we had merely gone for a walk. Kay, who was always a man of few words, was even more silent than usual. Even when Oku-san spoke to him, or the young lady laughed, he hardly answered at all. Then, almost as though he were swallowing his meal whole, he hurriedly stuffed down his food, and before I had even left my seat, he withdrew to his own room. Chapter 43. In those days, the words awakening and new life did not yet exist. Yet the reason Kei did not simply cast off his former self and run with single purpose toward a new direction was not because he lacked what modern people think. It was because he possessed a past too precious to be cast aside. It would not be too much to say that he had lived up to that very day for the sake of that past. So even if Kei did not rush in a straight line toward the object of his love, that can by no means be taken as proof that his love was lukewarm. No matter how fiercely his feelings burned, he could not move blindly unless some occasion arose that would stir him so violently that he forgot everything before and after. Kei was bound, at least for a moment, to stop and look back upon his own past. And when he did that, he was forced to continue walking along the road his past indicated. On top of that, he possessed a stubbornness and an endurance that modern people do not have. I believed that in both these respects, I had seen through his heart very well. The night we returned from Ueno was, for me, a comparatively peaceful one. After Kei withdrew to his room, I followed him there and sat down beside his desk. Then, deliberately, I steered him into casual, aimless talk about the world. He seemed annoyed. In my own eyes, some color of victory must have been shining. And in my voice, there was certainly the sound of triumph. After the two of us had sat for a while, warming our hands over a single brazier, I returned to my own room. Though in all outward matters, I could never equal him, at that moment alone, I felt toward him that he was no longer anything to be feared. Before long, I fell into a quiet sleep. But suddenly, I woke at the sound of my name being called. When I looked, the partitioning shoji stood open, about 2 feet, and there, in the opening, was Kei's dark figure. And in his room, the lamp was still burning just as it had been earlier in the evening. My whole world having changed at once, I could not speak for a little while. I only stared blankly at that scene. Then Kei asked whether I had already gone to sleep. Kei was always a man who stayed up late. Toward Kei, who seemed like a black shadow figure, I asked in return whether he wanted something. Kei answered that it was nothing much. He had only wondered whether I was already asleep or still awake, and, as he was on his way to the lavatory, had merely asked, while passing? Since Kei had the lamplight at his back, I could not see his complexion or the look in his eyes at all, yet his voice, if anything, was calmer than usual. Presently, Kei slid the open shoji firmly shut. My room at once returned to its former darkness. I closed my eyes again, hoping to see once more a dream quieter than that darkness. After that, I knew nothing. Yet when morning came, and I thought back on the events of the previous evening, everything seemed strange. I even wondered whether perhaps it had all been a dream. So, while we were eating, I asked Kei about it. Kei said that he had indeed opened the shoji and called my name. When I asked why he had done such a thing, he did not give me any clear answer. Only later, when the tone had slackened, he instead asked me whether lately I had been able to sleep soundly. I found that somehow strange. That day, our timetable happened to begin with a lecture at the same hour, so before long, the two of us left the house together, because the matter of the previous evening had been troubling me since morning. I pressed Kay again about it on the way, but Kay still gave me no answer that could satisfy me. I asked him once more whether he had not intended to say something to me about that affair. Kay declared firmly that this was not so. It sounded almost as though he were reminding me that yesterday in Ueno he had said, "Let us stop that talk now." In such matters, Kay was a man of sharp self-respect. The moment I suddenly noticed that I began to recall the word resolve that he had used. Then, those two characters, which until that moment had not troubled me in the least, began with a strange force to weigh upon my mind. Chapter 44. I knew Kay's decisive character very well, and I believed I fully understood why, in this matter alone, he had become irresolute. That is to say, I took pride in thinking that, having grasped the general rule, I had firmly seized the exceptional case. Yet, as I turned over the word resolve, that he had spoken again and again within my head, my sense of triumph gradually lost its color, and at last began to waver. It occurred to me that perhaps even in this case it might not be an exception for him at all. I began to suspect that within his breast he might already be folding away the final means by which to resolve at once all suspicion, all anguish, all torment. And when, in that new light, I looked again at those two characters, resolve, I started in alarm. If at that time I had used that alarm to look once more, fairly and calmly, over the full meaning of the resolve he had spoken of, it might still have been well. Sadly, I was one-eyed. I interpreted that word only to mean that Kay would advance toward the young lady. I blindly convinced myself that the resolve of a man so rich in decisiveness must be the resolve to exert that character in the realm of love. Then, within the ears of my heart, I heard a voice telling me that I too needed a final decision. At once, answering that voice, I summoned up my courage. I determined that I must act before Kay did, and while Kay still knew nothing of it. Silently, I waited for my chance. But though 2 days passed, and then 3, I could not seize it. I had planned to open negotiations with Oku-san when Kay was absent, and when the young lady, too, was out of the house. But the days kept going by in such a way that if one of them was gone, the other stood in the way, and somehow the favorable moment when I could think now never came. I grew more and more irritated. After a week, I could bear it no longer, and feigned illness, urged to get up by Oku-san, by the young lady, and even by Kay himself, I gave only a vague answer and stayed under the quilt until about 10 o'clock. I waited until Kay and the young lady had both gone out, and until the inside of the house had fallen quiet. Only then did I leave my bedding. The moment Oku-san saw my face, she asked at once what was wrong with me. She even advised me that she would bring food to my pillow and that I ought to remain in bed longer. Since there was nothing the matter with my body, I had no heart to lie there any longer. I washed my face and, as usual, ate my meal in the tea room. At that time, Oku-san served me from the far side of the long brazier, holding in my hands a bowl that was neither properly breakfast nor properly lunch. I was troubled only over one thing: in what manner I ought to begin the matter I wish to speak of. So, outwardly, I think I must indeed have looked like a sick man who felt unwell. When I had finished eating, I began to smoke. Because I did not rise, Oku-san too could not very well leave the side of the brazier. After calling the maid to clear away the trays, she poured water into the iron kettle, wiped the edge of the brazier, and in various ways adjusted herself to my pace. I asked Oku-san whether she had any special business. She answered no, but this time asked me in return, "Why do you ask?" I said that in truth there was something I wished to talk about. "What is it?" Oku-san said, looking at my face. Her tone was so light, as though she were quite unable to enter into the mood I was in, that I hesitated a little over the next words I had to say. With no help for it, I wandered aimlessly for a while among my words, and at last asked Oku-san whether Kay had lately said anything to her. Oku-san looked as though the thought had never occurred to her, and asked in return, "What do you mean?" Then, before I could answer, she herself asked, "Has he said something to you?" Chapter 45. I had no intention of telling Oku-san the confession Kay had made to me, so after saying no, I at once felt uncomfortable with my own lie. There was no help for it, so I corrected myself, saying that since Kay had not especially asked anything of me, this was not a matter concerning Kay at all. "I see," said Oku-san, and waited for what was to follow. There was no longer any way for me not to begin. And suddenly I said, "Oku-san, please give me your daughter." Oku-san did not show as much surprise as I had expected. Even so, she seemed unable to answer for a little while, and simply sat there, looking at my face. Once I had spoken, I could no longer trouble myself, however much she looked at me. "Please give her to me. Please, by all means. I ask you, by all means, to give her to me as my wife." Being older than I, Oku-san was far more composed. "I may give her to you, but isn't this rather sudden?" she asked. When I answered at once, "I want to have her at once," she burst out laughing. Then she pressed me, asking, "Have you thought it over well?" I explained in strong words that though my speaking out was sudden, my thinking had not been sudden. There were still 2 or 3 exchanges after that, but I have forgotten them, Oku-san. With the clear directness of a man was unlike ordinary women. In a case like this, she was someone with whom one could speak in an extremely comfortable way. Very well, I shall give her to you, she said. Then afterward, from her side, she said almost pleadingly, I shall give her to you. I am in no position to speak so proudly. Please do take her. As you know, she is a poor child without a father. The matter was settled simply and plainly. From beginning to end, it probably took no more than 15 minutes. Oku-san brought up not a single condition. She said there was no need to consult the relatives. It would be enough to inform them afterward. She even declared clearly that there was no need to confirm the young lady's wishes beforehand. In such matters, it almost seemed that I, who had studied, was the one more bound by formalities. When I pointed out that whatever the relatives might think, it was surely proper to speak first to the young lady herself and obtain her consent, Oku-san said, there is no need. I would never give that child where she herself did not agree. When I returned to my own room, I reflected on how the matter had advanced so strangely and so effortlessly, and I felt rather a curious uneasiness. Indeed, there even crept up from somewhere at the bottom of my mind a doubt as to whether it truly was safe. Yet, on the whole, the thought that my future fate had now been decided renewed my entire being. Toward noon, I went again to the tea room and asked Oku-san when she intended to tell the young lady of what had been said that morning. Oku-san replied in a way that suggested that so long as she herself had agreed, it would make little difference whenever she told her. When things reached that point, it seemed somehow that she, rather than I, was the man, and I was about to withdraw just then, when Oku-san stopped me and said that if I preferred it sooner, then today would do, that when the young lady came back from her lesson, she would tell her at once. I answered that that would suit me best, and returned again to my room. Yet when I imagined myself sitting silently before my desk, hearing from afar the two of them whispering together, I felt somehow that I could not remain calm. At last, I put on my hat and went outside. And then, again, down at the foot of the slope, I happened to meet the young lady. Knowing nothing, she seemed surprised at the sight of me. When I took off my hat and asked, "Are you just back?" she, in turn, asked wonderingly whether my illness had already passed. Yes, it has gone. It has gone, I answered, and turned quickly toward Suetobashi. Chapter 46. I came out from Sarugakucho into the street of Jimbocho and turned toward Ogawamachi. Whenever I walked through that district, it was usually for the sake of idly browsing the second-hand bookshops. But on that day, I could not for the life of me bring myself to look at those worn, well-thumbed books. As I walked, I thought constantly of the house. I had still in me the memory of Oku-san as she had been a little while before. And then there was the image I formed of what would happen after the young lady returned home. In short, it was as though I was being made to walk by those two things alone. And besides, from time to time there in the middle of the street, I would stop short without realizing it. Then I would think that about this time, Oku-san must already be speaking to the young lady of that matter. At other moments, I thought the matter must already have been finished. At last I crossed Mansaibashi, went up the slope by Myojin, came onto the Hongo Plateau, then went down Kikuzaka, and finally descended into the Koshikawa Valley. The distance I walked, stretching across those 3 wards, might well be said to have traced out an uneven circle. And yet, throughout that long walk, I scarcely thought of Kay at all. Even now, looking back on myself at that time, I cannot understand why, however much I ask, I can only find it strange. One might say that my heart was so utterly strained in one direction that it was able, for that long, to forget Kay. But my conscience should never have allowed such a thing. My conscience toward Kay revived at the moment when I opened the lattice at the house, and, while passing from the entrance toward the sitting rooms, was just about to go through his room. As usual, there he was, as always, seated at his desk, reading. As always, he lifted his eyes from the book and looked at me. But unlike always, he did not ask, "So, have you just come back? Did you go to a doctor or something?" At that instant, I felt a desire to throw myself down before him and beg forgiveness. And the impulse that seized me then was by no means a weak one. If Kay and I had been standing alone together, say in the middle of some wilderness, I believe I would surely have obeyed the command of conscience and apologized to him then and there. But there were people in the inner rooms. My natural impulse was arrested on the spot, and, tragically enough, it never revived again. At supper, Kay and I faced one another again. Kay, knowing nothing, was merely downcast and did not turn on me the least suspicious look. Oku-san, knowing nothing, seemed happier than usual. I alone knew everything. I ate a meal as heavy as lead. At that time, the young lady did not come and sit at table with the rest of us, as she usually did when Oku-san called to her. She only answered from the next room. At once, Kay listened, looking puzzled. At last he asked Oku-san what was the matter. Oku-san said that the young lady was probably embarrassed and glanced slightly at my face. Still looking puzzled, Kay pressed further, asking why she should be embarrassed. Oku-san smiled and looked again at my face. From the expression on Oku-san's face, from the very beginning of the meal, I had already guessed the general course that things had taken. But I could not bear the thought that, in order to explain it to Kay, she might tell him everything before my very eyes. And since Oku-san was exactly the sort of woman who might quite calmly do just that, I was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Kay relapsed into his former silence. Oku-san, too, though she was in rather better spirits than usual, did not in the end carry the matter so far as the point I feared. I drew a breath of relief and returned to my room, but I could not help thinking about what attitude I ought from now on to take toward Kay. I tried to construct various justifications within my own breast, but none of them would suffice if I had to face Kay directly with them. Coward that I was, I ended by coming to hate the very thought of explaining myself to Kay at all. Chapter 47. I passed 2 or 3 days in that state. Needless to say, during those 2 or 3 days, the unceasing anxiety I felt toward Kay lay heavily upon my breast. Even apart from that, I felt that somehow I must do something, or I could not answer to him. And besides, the tone of Oku-san and the manner of the young lady kept pricking me, as though constantly goading me, so that my suffering grew all the sharper. Oku-san, with her somewhat manly nature, might at any moment blurt out my affair before Kay at the supper table, nor could it be asserted with certainty that the young lady's behavior toward me, which since then seemed especially conspicuous, would not become a seed of suspicion to cloud Kay's heart. I found myself in a position where somehow I had to let Kay know of the new relation that had been established between this family and me. But since I myself knew that I had an ethical weakness, that task too seemed to me almost impossibly difficult. So, with no help for it, I considered asking Oku-san to tell Kay of it formally in my place. Naturally, I meant when I was not there. But if she told him the truth, just as it was, then however much there might be a difference between the direct and the indirect, the shame would remain the same. And if I were to ask her to tell some fabricated story, she would certainly demand to know the reason. If, on the other hand, I laid bare the whole situation to Oku-san and begged her help, then I would have to expose, willingly and openly, my own weakness before my beloved and her mother. To one as earnest as I, that could only seem to concern my future credit. To lose the trust of the woman I loved, even before marriage, even by a hair's breadth, seemed to me an unhappiness I could not endure. In short, I was either a fool who intended to walk the path of honesty and yet slipped, or else a cunning man, and for the moment, the only ones aware of it were heaven and my own heart. Yet now, if I was to recover myself and step forward one more pace, I had fallen into the desperate situation where those around me absolutely had to know that I had slipped. I wanted, to the very end, to conceal my fall. At the same time, I could not help having to move forward. Caught between these two, I once again stood rooted to the spot. 5 or 6 days later, Oku-san suddenly asked me whether I had spoken to Kay about that matter. I answered that I had not yet spoken. Then Oku-san rebuked me, asking why I had not before that question. I stiffened. The words with which Oku-san astonished me then, I still remember, even now. No wonder he looked so strange when I told him. You are not right either. To keep silent and pretend not to know when you have always been on such close terms, that is no good. I asked Oku-san whether Kei had said anything at that time. Oku-san answered that he had said nothing in particular, but I could not help going further and asking for more detail. Naturally, Oku-san had no reason to conceal anything. Saying that there was nothing of great importance, she nevertheless told me, one by one, exactly how Kei had behaved. Putting together what Oku-san told me, it seems that Kei received this final blow with the most composed astonishment when he first heard of the new relation that had been formed between the young lady and me. He apparently said only, "Is that so?" But when Oku-san added, "You two must be glad," he looked for the first time at Oku-san's face, let a faint smile appear, and said, "My congratulations," then rose from his seat, and before opening the shoji of the tea room, he turned back once more toward Oku-san and asked, "When is the wedding?" I should like to offer some present of congratulation, but I have no money, so I cannot give anything. As I sat there before Oku-san, listening to that story, I felt a suffering, as though my chest were being closed up. Chapter 48. When I counted it, more than 2 full days had already passed since Oku-san had told Kei. During all that time, Kei had shown me not the slightest sign of being any different from before, and so I had noticed nothing at all. I thought that his detached bearing, even if only outward, was something worthy of admiration. When I set him and myself side by side within my mind, he appeared far nobler than I. The feeling rose and swirled within my breast. I may have won by strategy, but as a man, I have lost. At that thought, imagining how deeply Kei must despise me, I blushed, there, all alone. And yet, to go before Kei now and have myself put to shame was a great agony to my pride. It was on Saturday night that I decided I would think over whether to go to him or not, and at any rate, wait until the next day. But that very night, Kei killed himself. Even now, when I recall that scene, I shudder. I, who always slept with my head to the east, had only that night, by mere chance, laid my bedding with my head to the west. Perhaps that too was some thread of fate. I awoke suddenly because of the cold wind blowing in near my pillow. When I looked, the partitioning shoji between Kei's room and mine, which was always kept tightly shut, stood open by about the same amount as on that former night. But unlike that night, Kei's dark figure was not standing there like a man under a spell. I propped myself up on my elbows upon the bedding and stared at once into Kei's room. The lamp was burning dimly, and the bedding there too had been laid out, but the quilt looked as though it had been flung back, heaped together down toward the foot, and Kei himself was lying face down, turned away from me. I called out, "Oi!" but there was no answer. "Oi! What is wrong?" I called again. Even then, Kei's body did not move in the least. I rose at once and went to the edge of the threshold. From there, in the dim light of the lamp, I looked over the condition of his room. The first feeling that struck me then was almost the same as when I had suddenly heard from him his confession of love. The instant my eyes took in that room, they lost, like eyes of glass, the power to move. I stood rigid, fixed upright, and after that feeling had passed through me, like a violent wind, I thought again. Ah, too late. A black light, the certainty that nothing could ever be repaired now, pierced my future, and in a single instant threw a ghastly illumination over the whole life that lay before me. And then I began to tremble violently. Even so, I still could not forget myself. At once, my eyes fastened on the letter placed upon the desk. Just as I had expected, it was addressed to me. In a frenzy, I tore open the seal. Yet inside, there was nothing written of the sort I had expected. I had expected that line upon line there would be set down words of unbearable bitterness directed at me, and I had been afraid that if those words should fall under the eyes of Oku-san or the young lady, I might be despised beyond measure. After only a brief glance, my first thought was that I had been spared. Of course, I had been spared only in the eyes of the world. Yet in this case, that worldly appearance seemed to me a matter of the gravest importance. The contents of the letter were simple, and rather they were abstract. It said only that he was weak in will and feeble in action, that there was no hope at all for the road before him, and so he would kill himself. Then, after that, there followed a few very plain words, thanking me for all the care I had given him until now. There was also a line asking that, since I had cared for him in life, I would now see to the handling of things after his death. There was a sentence as well, asking me to apologize properly to Oku-san, for he was sorry to have troubled her. There was also a request that I myself inform his family in the country. All the necessary matters were each written down in a few brief words, and yet nowhere, not in any place, was the young lady's name to be seen. When I finished reading, I at once realized that Kay had deliberately avoided it. But what I felt most painfully of all was a line that seemed to have been added at the very end with the remainder of the ink. Why was it that I went on living until now, when I ought to have died much sooner? With trembling hands, I rolled the letter back up and put it once more inside the envelope. Then, deliberately, I placed it again upon the desk, exactly as it had been before, so that it would catch everyone's eye. And only then, when I turned around, did I first see the blood that had splashed across the sliding door. Chapter 49. I suddenly put both my hands beneath Kay's head and lifted it a little, as though to cradle it. I wanted to see his dead face with my own eyes, but when, with him lying face down, I looked up at his face from below like that, I at once let my hands go. It was not only that I shuddered. His head felt terribly heavy. For a while, from above, I stared at the cold ear I had just touched and at the thick hair, cropped close as always, no different from before. I could not feel the least desire to weep. I was only afraid, and that fear was not merely the simple fear that rises when the scene before one's eyes strikes the senses. I felt deeply the terror of the fate suggested to me by this friend, now suddenly cold. Without any clear judgment, I returned again to my own room. Then I began to walk round and round inside the 8-mat room. My mind commanded me to keep moving like that for the time being, even if it meant nothing. I thought I must do something. At the same time, I thought there was nothing that could be done anymore. I could not help walking round and round inside the room like a bear shut up in a cage. At times, I felt the urge to go into the inner rooms and wake Oku-san. But immediately, the thought stopped me that I must not show such a dreadful sight to women. Whatever about Oku-san, there rose in me a strong resolve that I could never, under any circumstances, frighten the young lady. Then again, I began to circle round and round. During that time, I lit the lamp in my room, and now and then I looked at the clock. Never had a clock seemed so unbearably slow. I do not know exactly what time I awoke, but of this much there is no doubt it was not long before dawn. As I paced in circles, aching for daybreak, I was tormented by the thought that perhaps this dark night would continue forever. We were accustomed to rising before 7. Classes often began at 8, and otherwise we would not arrive in time. For that reason, the maid too was to rise around 6. But that day, when I went to wake the maid, it was still before 6. Then Oku-san called out that today was Sunday. She had awakened at the sound of my footsteps. I said to Oku-san that if she was already awake, would she come for a moment to my room? Over her nightclothes, she threw on an everyday howdy and came after me. The instant we entered my room, I slid shut at once the partitioning shoji that had until then been standing open. Then, in a low voice, I told her that something terrible had happened. "What is it?" Oku-san asked, pointing with my chin toward the next room. I said, "Please do not be startled." Oku-san's face turned pale. "Oku-san, Kei has killed himself," I said again. She stood rooted there, looking at my face in silence. Then suddenly I fell before Oku-san, placing my hands on the floor and bowing my head. "I am sorry. It was my fault. I have done something for which I cannot be forgiven by you or by your daughter." I said in apology. Until I came face to face with Oku-san, I had had no intention whatever of speaking such words. But the moment I saw her face, I spoke them without knowing myself that I would. Think of it this way. Unable to apologize to Kei, I found I could not help apologizing instead to Oku-san and to the young lady. In other words, My natural self stole ahead of the self I usually was, and in a kind of daze, opened the mouth of confession. It was fortunate for me that Oku-san did not interpret my words in so deep a sense. With her face still pale, she said, as though to comfort me, "If it was an unforeseen disaster, then it cannot be helped." Yet upon that face, astonishment and terror had seized the muscles so rigidly that they seemed to have been carved there in place. Chapter 50. I felt sorry for Oku-san, and yet I rose once more and opened the paper sliding door. I had only just shut. By then, it seemed that the oil in Kay's lamp had run out, for the room was now almost completely dark. I turned back, holding my own lamp in my hand, and stood in the doorway, looking back at Oku-san. Oku-san, as though hiding behind me, peered into the format room. But she did not try to enter. Instead, she told me to leave it as it was and open the storm shutters. From that point on, Oku-san's conduct, true to the widow of a military man, was strikingly efficient. I went to the doctor. I also went to the police. But in every case, I went because Oku-san told me to. Until all such formalities had been completed, Oku-san would not allow anyone to enter Kay's room. Kay had cut his carotid artery with a small knife and died in a single stroke. There were no other wounds worth mentioning. I understood then that the blood I had seen spouting across the paper door in the dim, dreamlike light had burst all at once from his neck. Later, in the clear light of day, I looked again at those traces, and I was astonished by the violence of human blood. Oku-san and I, using all the skill and ingenuity we could, cleaned Kay's room. Fortunately, most of his blood had been absorbed into his bedding, so the tatami itself was not so badly stained, and the work of putting things right was still manageable. The two of us brought his body into my room and laid him out as though he were sleeping, just as usual. After that, I went out to send a telegram to his family in the country. When I returned, incense had already been set burning at Kay's pillow. The moment I entered the room, the smell of Buddhist incense struck my nose, and through that smoke I saw the two women sitting there. This was the first time, since the night before, that I had looked at the young lady's face. She was weeping. Oku-san, too, had red eyes. Until then, from the moment the event occurred, I had forgotten how to weep. Only then was I finally able to be led into the feeling of sorrow. I do not know how greatly my breast was eased by that sorrow. What gave a single drop of moisture to my heart, which had been gripped tight by pain and terror, was the sorrow I felt then. I sat silently beside the two of them. Oku-san told me that I too should offer incense. I offered incense, then sat down again in silence. The young lady said nothing to me. Now and then she exchanged a word or two with Oku-san, but only concerning the immediate necessities of the moment. She had not yet reached the point where she could speak of Kay as he had been in life. Even so, inwardly I thought, it was still better that I had not had to show her the ghastly sight of the night before. I was afraid that if one showed something terrible to someone young and beautiful, that beauty itself, so precious, might be destroyed by it. Even when my own terror had reached to the ends of my very hair, I still could not act as though that thought did not matter. To me, there was contained in it a kind of disgust, as though one were whipping a beautiful flower for no reason at all. When Kei's father and elder brother came from the country, I gave them my own opinion about where Kei's ashes should be buried. During his lifetime, Kei and I had often walked together in the neighborhood of Zoshigaya. Kei had liked that place very much, and so I remembered that once, half in jest, I had promised him that if he liked it so much, then when he died, I would bury him there. Even then, I thought to myself what merit there could possibly be in burying Kei in Zoshigaya according to that promise. And yet, so long as I myself remained alive, I wanted to kneel before Kei's grave month after month and there renew my confession. Perhaps, too, there was some sense of duty, since for Kei, whom I had never really cared for while he lived, I had now taken charge of everything in the end. At any rate, both Kei's father and his elder brother agreed to what I said. Chapter 51. On the way back from Kei's funeral, one of his friends asked me why Kei had killed himself. From the time the incident occurred, I had already been tormented again and again by that question. Oku-san, the young lady, Kei's father and brother, who had come from the country, the acquaintances to whom notices were sent, even newspapermen who had no connection with him whatever, there was not one among them who failed to put that same question to me. Each time, my conscience ached as though it were being pricked with needles, and each time, behind the question, I heard a voice saying, "Go on, confess now that it was you who killed him." My answer was always the same to everyone. I merely repeated the contents of the letter he had left, addressed to me, and added not a single word more. The friend who had asked me the same question on the way back from the funeral and received the same answer drew from his pocket a sheet of newspaper and showed it to me. As we walked, I read the passage he pointed out. It said there that Kei, having been cast off by his family, had fallen into a weary hatred of the world and so killed himself. Without saying anything, I folded the newspaper and returned it to my friend's hand. He told me that besides this one, there were also newspapers which had written that Kei had gone mad and killed himself. Busy as I was, I had scarcely had time to read the papers at all, and so I lacked almost all knowledge of what had been written there, though inwardly it had been weighing on my mind all along. More than anything, I feared articles that would bring trouble upon the people of the house. Above all, I thought I could not bear it if the young lady's name, even only in passing, were to be dragged into it. I asked that friend whether there had been anything else written besides that. He answered that those two kinds were all that had caught his eye. It was not long after that that I moved to the house where I now live. Oku-san and the young lady both disliked remaining in the former place. And I too found it painful to repeat every night the memory of that night. So after discussion, we decided to move. About 2 months after we moved, I graduated safely from the university, and before even half a year had passed after my graduation, I finally married the young lady. Seen from outside, everything had gone exactly as expected, and so one would have had to call it happy. Oku-san and the young lady both seemed, in every way, to be happy, and I too was happy. But attached to my happiness, there was a dark shadow. I thought that this happiness itself might perhaps be the fuse that would, in the end, lead me to a tragic fate. When we married, my wife, for some reason or other, suddenly suggested that the two of us go and visit Kei's grave together. Without knowing why, I felt a sudden shock. I asked her what had made her suddenly think of such a thing. She said that if the two of us went together to pay our respects, Kei would surely be very glad. I looked hard at the face of my wife, who knew nothing at all. It was only when she asked me why I was looking at her in that way that I realized what I was doing. As my wife wished, the two of us went together to Zoshigaya. I poured water over Kei's new grave and washed it for him. My wife set incense and flowers before it. The two of us bowed our heads and joined our hands in prayer. Surely my wife intended to tell Kei how matters had come about so that she and I had been united, and to have him rejoice for us. As for me, inside myself, I only repeated again and again that I had been at fault. At that time, my wife stroked Kei's grave and said it was a fine one. The grave itself was not anything grand, but because I had gone to the stonemason myself and chosen it, my wife must have wished especially to praise it. As I compared in my mind that new grave, my new wife, and Kei's new white bones buried beneath the earth, I could not help feeling the cold mockery of fate. From that time on, I resolved never again to visit Kei's grave together with my wife. Chapter 52. This feeling of mine toward my dead friend continued without end. In truth, I had feared it from the very beginning. Even the marriage that had been my long-cherished hope might perhaps be said to have been celebrated amid uncertainty. Yet since I was a man, unable even to see what lay before me in my own life, I also thought that perhaps, just perhaps, this might become the beginning through which my heart would turn completely and enter into a new life. But when, in the end, I came face to face with my wife, morning and evening, as her husband, my fragile hope was pitilessly shattered by harsh reality. While sitting face to face with my wife, I would suddenly be threatened by Kei. That is to say, my wife stood between us, binding Kei and me together so completely that we could never be separated. Finding no fault whatever in my wife, it was only in this one point that I wished to keep her at a distance. And of course, such things are at once reflected in a woman's heart. Reflected, yet the reason remains unknown to her. At times my wife would press me with questions. Why are you thinking so much? There must be something displeasing you. When I could laugh it away, that was enough. But at times, my wife's irritability would also rise, and then at last I would have to hear reproaches such as, "You dislike me, do you not? There must be something you are hiding from me." Each time I suffered. Many times I tried to gather my courage and tell my wife everything exactly as it was. But when the moment came, some power other than myself would suddenly arise and hold me down. Since you are one who can understand me, I think there is perhaps no need for explanation. Yet because it is part of the tale, I will speak of it. At that time, I had not the slightest wish to adorn myself before my wife. If only, with the same good heart I had once turned toward my dead friend, I had laid out words of confession before my wife, then surely she would have shed tears of joy and forgiven my due. That being so, there could have been no calculation of gain or loss in the fact that I did not do it. I remained silent only because I could not bear to mark a single dark point upon my wife's memory. Please understand it this way: to splash even a single drop of ink without mercy upon something pure white was for me a terrible pain. My heart, which could not forget Kay, even after a year had passed, was always filled with uneasiness. In order to drive away that uneasiness, I tried to drown myself in books. I began to study with violent intensity, and I waited for the day to come when the fruits of it might be made public before the world. Yet to force oneself to create a purpose, and then to wait for the day when that purpose may be attained, is falsehood, and therefore miserable. Before long, I could no longer bury my heart within books. Once again, I found myself folding my arms and gazing at the world. My wife seemed to think that this was because, since there was no need to worry about daily life, my spirit had grown lax. And it was not unnatural for her to think so. In her household, too, there was enough property for 2 women, mother and daughter, to remain seated at home and somehow continue living. And as for me, I stood in a situation where I could perfectly well go without seeking any profession. No doubt, there was in me as well something of that softness, something of having been indulged. Yet the chief cause of my becoming unable to move was not there at all. At the time when my uncle deceived me, I had certainly come to feel deeply that others could not be relied upon. And yet, precisely because I judged others harshly, I still felt that I myself remained trustworthy. However the world might be, somewhere within me, there still lived the conviction that this self of mine was a worthy human being. That conviction was magnificently destroyed by Kay. And when I became conscious that I myself was a man no different from that uncle, I suddenly lost all firmness. Having grown disgusted with others, I grew disgusted with myself as well, and could no longer move. Chapter 53. Since I could not bury myself alive inside books, There was also a period when I tried to soak my soul in liquor and forget myself. I will not say that I loved drink, but I was of a constitution that could drink, so I tried, relying only on quantity, to crush down my heart. This shallow device, before long, made me still more weary of the world. At the height of drunkenness, I would suddenly become aware of my own position. I would realize that I was a fool, deliberately playing such tricks and deceiving myself. Then, with a shudder, both my eyes and my heart would wake clear again. At times, no matter how much I drank, I could not even enter that false disguise, and would only sink more and more. Besides, after one has bought a moment's pleasure by artifice, there is always afterward a melancholy reaction, and I had always to show that to my wife and to her mother, the two people I loved most of all. Yet they naturally interpreted me from the standpoint natural to themselves. My wife's mother seems at times to have said awkward things to my wife. My wife concealed those things from me, yet she herself, it seems, could not feel at rest unless she reproached me on her own account. When I say reproached, I do not mean with strong words. There were hardly any times when I grew angry because of something my wife had said to me. Again and again, my wife begged me to tell her plainly what it was that displeased me. Then she would warn me, for the sake of my future, to give up drink. At times she would weep and say, "You have become a different man these days." That alone would still have been bearable. But then she would add, "If Kay had still been alive, you would never have become like this." There was once when I answered that perhaps that was true, but the meaning with which I answered and the meaning my wife understood were entirely different, and because of that, I was sorrowful in my heart. Even so, I could not bring myself to explain anything to my wife. At times, I apologized to her. Usually, it was on the morning after I had come home, late, drunk. My wife would laugh, or else she would remain silent. Sometimes she would quietly shed tears. Whichever it was, I myself could not endure the misery of it. That is why, for me, to apologize to my wife was in the end the same thing as apologizing to myself. At last, I gave up drink. It would be more accurate to say that I stopped, not because of my wife's warning, but because I myself had grown sick of it. Though I stopped drinking, I still had no mind to do anything. With no help for it, I read books. But whatever I read, I would leave lying there just as it was. My wife often asked me for what purpose I studied at all. I only smiled bitterly, but deep in my heart, when I thought that even the one person in the world whom I trusted and loved most did not understand me, I was sad. And when I thought that there was a means by which I might make her understand, and yet I could not summon the courage to use it, I was sadder still. I was lonely. There were often times when I felt as though, cut off from everywhere, I was living all alone in the world. At the same time, I thought over Kay's cause of death again and again. At the time itself, perhaps because my mind was governed by the single word, love, my observation was simple and direct. I decided at once that Kay had died plainly because of disappointed love. But as, little by little, I came to look at the same event in a calmer state of mind, it began to seem that it could not be solved so easily. The conflict between reality and ideal, and even that was still not enough. At last, I began to suspect that perhaps Kay, like myself, had reached the point where he could no longer bear being alone in the world, and that, as a result, he had suddenly made his decision. And then again, I shuddered, because the premonition began, from time to time, to cross my breast like a wind, that I too was walking the road Kay had walked, and tracing it in just the same way. Chapter 54. Before long, my wife's mother fell ill. When she was shown to a doctor, the diagnosis was that she could not possibly recover. I nursed her with all the devotion I could command. This was for the sake of the sick woman herself, and also for the sake of the wife I loved. But in a larger sense, it was, at last, for the sake of mankind. Even before that, I must surely have longed desperately to do something. Yet because there was nothing I could do, I had been forced to stand helpless with my hands folded in my sleeves. This was the first time that I, cut off from the world, reached out with my own hands and gained the awareness that I had done, however little, something good. I was governed then by a certain feeling that can only be called atonement. Her mother died. Then my wife and I were left entirely alone, just the two of us. My wife said to me that from now on there remained in this world only one person on whom she could rely. I, who could not rely even on myself, looked at her face and felt tears rise unbidden to my eyes, and I thought her an unhappy woman. I even said aloud that she was an unhappy woman. She asked me why. She could not understand what I meant, and I could not explain it to her. She wept. She resented me saying that because I always watched her with a twisted way of thinking. I had come to say such things as that. After her mother died, I treated my wife as kindly as I could. It was not only because I loved her herself. My kindness, it seemed, had behind it a broader background, something beyond the individual alone. In much the same sense as when I nursed my wife's mother, my heart seemed to move. My wife appeared satisfied, and yet within that satisfaction there seemed somewhere to be contained a vague and thin deficiency, arising from the fact that she could not understand me. Still, even if my wife had been able to understand me, there was no reason to think that this insufficiency would have lessened. If anything, it might only have grown, for it seems to me that women, more than men, take greater delight not in a love that comes from the broad standpoint of humanity, but in kindness that is focused upon themselves alone. even if it strays a little from duty. Once my wife said, "Can a man's heart and a woman's heart never truly become one?" I answered only, they could perhaps when they are young, and left it at that vague reply. My wife seemed to be looking back over her own past. Then at last she let out a faint sigh. From about that time, terrible shadows would at times flash before my breast. At first, they came upon me by chance. From outside, I was startled. I shuddered. But after a while, my heart itself began to respond to those dreadful flashes. At last, even when they no longer came from outside, they began to seem as if they were things that had lain hidden in the bottom of my own breast from the moment I was born. Each time I fell into such a state, I wondered whether something had gone wrong with my mind, yet I had no wish to have myself examined, whether by a doctor or by anyone else. I only felt deeply the thing called human sin. It is that feeling which makes me go every month to Kay's grave. It is that feeling which made me nurse my wife's mother, and it is that feeling which commands me to be gentle to my wife. Because of that feeling, there were even times when I thought I would gladly be whipped by some stranger on the roadside. As I passed, little by little, through such stages, I came to think that rather than being whipped by another, I ought instead to whip myself. Then, more than whipping myself, there arose in me the thought that I ought to kill myself. Since there was no help for it, I resolved to live on as though I were already dead. How many years has it been from the time I made that resolution until today? My wife and I have gone on living as close as ever. My wife and I have by no means been unhappy. We were happy, and yet that one point which I carry within me, that single point which for me is no slight thing, seems always to have appeared to my wife as a darkness. Whenever I think of that, I feel profoundly sorry for her. Chapter 55. The heart with which I had resolved to live on, as though I were already dead, would at times spring upward under the stimuli of the outer world. But the very moment I conceived the wish to break out in some direction or other, a terrible force would rise from somewhere, clench my heart hard, and make it impossible for me to move, even in the least. And that force would seem to press me down with the words, "You are a man who has no right to do anything." Then, at that single sentence, I would at once wither and collapse. After a while, when I tried to rise again, I would be gripped again. Grinding my teeth, I would cry out, "Why do you hinder another man?" And the mysterious force would laugh in a cold voice. "You know well enough yourself," it would say. Then again, I would sink down. Please understand that beneath the outward monotony of the life I led, with no upheavals and no visible turns, there was always this painful war within me. Before my wife, seeing me felt her impatience. I myself had already endured layers upon layers, more impatience than she could ever know. When I found myself no longer able to remain quietly inside this prison, and at the same time utterly unable to break through it, I came at last to feel that, for me, the one act that could be carried out with the least effort was none other than suicide. You may well open your eyes and ask why. Yet that strange and terrible force which always comes to grip my heart while it bars my activity in every direction leaves open for me alone the road of death, free and unobstructed, provided I remain still. All is one thing. But the moment I move, if I am to move at all, there comes for me no possible path forward except to walk upon that road. Up to this very day, there have already been 2 or 3 times when I tried to go forward in the easiest direction to which fate was leading me, but every time my heart was drawn back by my wife, and of course I had not the courage to take her with me. A man like me, who could not so much as tell his wife the whole truth, found it terrible even to think of such a violent deed as seizing away my wife's natural span of life and making her a sacrifice to my own fate. Just as I have my destiny, so my wife has her own portion. To bind the 2 of us together in one bundle and cast us both into the fire seemed to me, even from the standpoint of impossibility alone, nothing but a pitiful extremity. At the same time, when I tried to imagine my wife after I alone had disappeared, she seemed infinitely pitiable. When her mother died, she had said that from then on there would be no one left in the world for her to rely on except me. That confession of hers had been engraved in me as though soaked into my very entrails. So I always hesitated. There were times when I looked at my wife's face and thought, "It is well that I refrained." And then again, I would remain frozen in place. And from time to time, my wife would look at me with eyes that seemed to say something was lacking. Remember this. It is thus that I have lived. Even when I first met you at Kamakura, even when I walked with you through the outskirts, there was no great change in my state of mind. There was always a black shadow clinging behind me. It was as though I dragged my life through the world for the sake of my wife alone. It was the same when you graduated and returned home. When I promised you that I would see you again in September, I was not lying. I fully intended to see you. After autumn passed and winter came, and even after that winter ended, I still meant, without fail, to see you. Then, in the height of the summer heat, Emperor Meiji passed away. At that time, I felt as though the spirit of Meiji had begun with the emperor and ended with the emperor. We, who had been influenced most deeply by Meiji and who still remained alive after him, the feeling struck me with terrible force that we had, at last, become men, out of step with the age. I said as much plainly to my wife. My wife laughed and did not take me seriously. Then, for some reason or other, she suddenly said to me, teasingly, "Then, perhaps, you should follow him in death." Chapter 56. I had almost forgotten the word junshi, because it was a word one had no need to use. In ordinary life, it seems to have lain, sunk at the bottom of memory, almost rotting there, when my wife's joke made me remember it for the first time. I answered her that if ever I were to die in junshi, I should mean to follow in death the spirit of Meiji. My answer, too, was, of course, no more than a joke. And yet, at that moment, I felt somehow as though I had been able to pour a new meaning into an old and useless word. About a month passed after that. On the night of the state funeral, I sat as usual in my study and heard the signal gun. To me, it sounded like the announcement that Meiji had gone forever. Thinking of it afterward, it had also become the announcement that General Nogi had gone forever. When I took in my hand the extra edition, I involuntarily said to my wife, "Junshi, Junshi." I read in the newspaper what General Nogi had written and left behind before his death. When I saw the words, that meant that ever since the Satsuma Rebellion, when his banner had been taken by the enemy, he had thought of dying to atone for it, and yet had gone on living until this very day. I unconsciously began to count on my fingers the years through which Nogi had lived on, while resolved to die. The Satsuma Rebellion was in the 10th year of Meiji. So from there until the 45th year of Meiji, there lies a span of 35 years. It seems that, for those 35 years, Nogi had gone on thinking, "I must die, I must die," and had only waited for the chance to die. Then I wondered which was more painful for such a man, the 35 years during which he went on living, or the single instant in which he drove the sword into his belly. 2 or 3 days later, I finally resolved to kill myself. Just as I cannot fully understand the reason why Nogi died, you too may perhaps be unable to take in clearly the reason why I am going to kill myself. If that is so, it cannot be helped. It is only the difference between men that comes from the changing of the age. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the difference in the character with which each individual is born. I believe that in the narrative I have written so far, I have exhausted myself as far as I could in trying to make this incomprehensible self of mine understandable to you. I am leaving my wife behind. It is a blessing that even after I am gone, my wife will have no need to worry about food, clothing, or shelter. I do not wish to give my wife a cruel terror. I mean to die without showing her the color of blood. I shall disappear quietly from this world without her knowing. After I am dead, I want my wife to think that I died suddenly. Even if she thinks I lost my mind, I shall be satisfied. It has already been more than 10 days since I resolved to die. Please think that the greater part of that time has been spent in leaving behind for you this long section of my self-history. At first, I meant to meet you and speak, but when I began to write, I found myself pleased to feel that, in writing, I could bring myself forth more distinctly. I do not write this out of idle whim. The past that gave birth to the man I am is one part of human experience, and since no one but myself can tell it, I think my effort to leave it behind without falsehood may not be in vain, either for you or for others, in coming to know mankind. Only the other day, I heard a story that Watanabe Kazan, in order to paint a picture called Handan, put off the time of his death by a week. It may be interpreted from another person's point of view as something unnecessary, yet one may also say that it cannot be helped because within the man himself there exists a demand proper to himself. My effort, too, was not only to fulfill the promise I made to you. More than half of it was the result of being moved by a demand within my own self. But now I have fulfilled that demand. There is nothing more for me to do. By the time this letter falls into your hands, I shall no longer be in this world. Most certainly, I shall be dead. My wife went, about 10 days ago, to her aunt's house in Ichigaya. Her aunt was ill and short of helping hands, so I myself urged her to go. During my wife's absence, I wrote the greater part of this long account. Whenever my wife came back for a time, I immediately hid it away. I mean to offer my past, both its good and its evil, as something that may serve for the understanding of others. But please understand that my wife alone is the single exception. I do not wish my wife to know anything at all. My one and only wish is to preserve as purely white as possible the memory my wife holds of her own past. Therefore, even after I am dead, so long as my wife lives, I ask you to keep everything locked within your breast as a secret of mine, confided to you alone.